Good afternoon and welcome to the last Challengers Open of our 2023 season. We're here back in the 6 and things couldn't be better. We got $75,000 on the line, 64 teams battling for all that glory, and champs qualifications on the minds of each and every single one of these players over the next 3 days. My name is Seymour, opening the show with Proper. My man, back in Toronto, how you feeling?
Man, it's always a good time when I get to come back to the 6, man. Toronto is a hell of a city. They're treating me super well. The vibes are always immaculate here, from down here in the Challengers Pit all the way up to the CDL. It's just an absolute banger of a weekend to behold for ourselves.
It is, and I mentioned it too. I mean, there's a lot on the line for this event in particular because we got champs just on the horizon.
Yep.
And I think for the first time we get our top 2 finish qualifying directly for champs from Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the turn 4 going into the final straight, if you will, for all my racing fans out there, where you're pretty much going to be looking towards Toronto. If you don't end up getting top 2, of course, it is not the end-all be-all. You have your LCQs, you got your overall pro points and values at the end of it all, so that way you can get that spot where you can find yourself in Vegas at champs at the end of the road. I can't believe we're here, Seymour, at the end of the season, but hey, time's got to be coming to a close sooner rather than later, I guess.
Long time coming, and I guess it's time to get down into brass tacks and talk about a couple of these teams who are playing for all that glory. We got our first Winners Round 1 match on the main stage, Glow Navy versus Chicken Soup. Love those names, and a couple of these players, too, are, you know, certain people that we actually know from these higher level seeds.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those things I think we need to go ahead and get some cleaning of the room, if you will. And, you know, we have 64 teams here, all the way down to in between the couple of the mid-30 seeds. Chicken Soup going up against Glow Navy, some names that a lot of individuals will probably recognize. Reaping your brackets on the Weekend Cup in particular, Chloe comes to mind. He's one of those guys who's been in and out of the Collegiate COD League as well. We've been able to see him in through his up-and-coming. Definitely a player to watch out for, Seymour.
Yeah, and definitely for sure. And if you're just tuning in too, I mean, we're here downtown Toronto here at the historic Matme Athletic Center, the old Maple Leaf Gardens. Love it here, and the vibes are immaculate. Players are flooding into the floors to watch this. So if you're stopping by the venue, if you're here just hanging about, don't forget to stop by and watch these players play, because this is going to be an incredible weekend of play. And these two teams starting off, I only imagine that these best of 3s that we're going through today are going to be a lot of fun to watch out for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a certain lack of room for error, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you got a best of 3. You don't end up being able to force out that map number 4 for a hard point and force a map number 5 for an SND. You got to try to get it done as clean as possible. Obviously, hardpoint, search, and destroy, control are your integral 3 game modes that we're going to be going through. And if you could start off the gates absolutely swinging hot here in the opening hardpoint, I think that you're going to be looking pretty darn skippy for your opening Winners Round 1 match. Sound cues, fist bumps are out.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be starting off on Fortress hardpoint. Let's get it on.
We got Glow Navy on the left, Chicken Soup on the right. A lot of challenger names, but right now, people just trying to start off strong with their first map, Fortress hardpoint. You love it. You hate it. I love it personally, and this is a great way to start off a weekend.
It's a mystery, isn't it? We don't know who's who. All we have are numbers and names.
Yeah.
Challenger 69 definitely comes to mind. Got to be looking out for that guy to go absolutely bonkers. Team in red, though, you got to be looking out for them. Kind of neglecting the opening time as far as P1 is concerned. It's not the end-all, be-all. Of course, you can get those P2 spawns all over the place at this moment in time. Chicken Soup looking to at least kind of work their way back to the middle of the map. But Glow Navy have been able to get themselves back munitions ahead of this P2 rotation.
Yeah, we got 67 on the screen, 4 kills in a row. Looking to be on the hunt for these streaks, too, for Glow Navy. Having that cruise missile early on might be able to put yourself ahead. Quite a margin here on Fortress as we head into P2. 28 playing 3. 68's going to take the spawns as well. The tack looking good for these players, and the break immediately.
Oh, that's a massive few kills that end up coming through, but this is a very realistic hardpoint that you can contest from the front. 45 seconds still remain inside this time. Trophy is not going to get out in time to keep 69 alive. But you're still scrapping for all of this time is Glow Navy. Still battling through the open and closed archway. Big 1v1, at least for the time. Player number 3 is going to pick it up. But from all the rest of the spawns from Chicken Soup, at least from the middle of the map, this junk time is not up for grabs, not quite yet, as player number 3 will end up cleaning up one player in towards the back. And now the foot race is truly on for this ever-so-wanted P3 rotation.
And Glow Navy still have one player on rotation at 71 who's going to get a big individual kill to take control of circles. So 69's screen has to go big for the squad. Not going to happen. 71 takes him down, and there's a good setup early on for Glow Navy to hopefully try and bring things back now on a money hill.
Yeah. This is where the part of Fortress of Albagger Fortress really comes to mind. The highest scored to accrue on Albagger Fortress comes through in P3. It is very difficult to try to break up, especially with player number 5, 73. Trying to cut off players on rotation, 69 will end up cutting them down. And the way you try to look at this, especially for the team in blue, gotta try to get yourself inside of maps. It will force some players to spawn out. Gotta get these gunfights cleanly, though, as 72 locks 2. There's 3. Go ahead as well, give them all 4 as he cleans up house here. Chicken Soup looking from the outside in.
Flawless from 72. You couldn't ask for anything better for Glow Navy to try to come back here. Looking to get all 60 on this Fountain Hill. And 73 is doing so good at keeping Chicken Soup just at arm's reach for this hill. So if I was Chicken Soup at this moment, Andy, I mean, I'd be looking for rotations because it doesn't seem like you're breaking past this Glow Navy wall.
It's still early days, isn't it? I mean, you needed that response if you are Glow Navy. It was a big rotational battle that came through as we were still tussling for the junk time over on P2. Glow Navy were able to get the response after trailing down by about 60 or so points ever since P1 had popped. So now the rotation over towards 4 is ever so wanted if you are Chicken Soup. Got players trying to get inside of top rails. The spread is looking pretty good as 68 is trying to cut down players upon rotation out of bench.
Let's see if they can put the shoe on the other foot right now and see if they can push back Glow Navy now. Chicken Soup in control of hill. 3 clean kills. 68 looking to hunt down 73, but that's not going to happen. A nice 2-piece there with the Vastnev. Now looking to take control of rails. The closer spawns for Glow Navy, looking to overwhelm on the inside of the break. Back in with 37 seconds to spare. And then Chicken Soup, I mean, this isn't looking good. You haven't been able to hold a hill now on rotation for a little bit. That P2 was pretty scrappy. You need to get back into this one with 30 seconds left. 67's going to jump across the corner, take the hill by storm. It's a 1-for-2 trade, so still a lot of work to be done. Back and forth from the squad, but it's going to be Glow Navy continuing to hold on.
I mean, you might think that Chicken Soup are probably coming out on the short end of the stick when it comes down to the P4 rotation, but so long as they can maintain this position up towards top stalls and also get themselves in and around the open and closed archway, this is where P5 can be a lockdown hill. You can get a lot of good money time off of this. Still only trailing by 11 points. Chicken Soup got to be in for the rotation here at P5 first.
Ooh, nice shots there from Chicken Soup. Going to be able to get the first ones into Blacksmith. A really good setup they have too. Crossfire between 3 and 1. And it's going to be hard to break if you are Glow Navy as you consider the kills and the feeds still going the way of Chicken Soup for the moment. It's a 2-for-2, so here's your opportunity, but 67 just posts it up with this tack. You're not going to get by. You need something out of 73. And you're going to need him to keep them back now. 2 kills there for Chicken Soup. Looking to keep this hill under control. 3 kills uncontested. They get back into the hill.
I mean, this is just a great recognition of the spawns coming through from Chicken Soup. Again, those were their team that was in the hard point first. They were able to at least get themselves inside of the stables, dealing with the players coming out from P4, and then they were quickly able to recognize that Glow Navy were all spawning in effectively over by P3. Down to the last 7 seconds here in the first set of rotations. Glow Navy will be able to soak it up for themselves, but hey, at the end of it all, for this first set of hard points, I would say it's not bad for Glow Navy. They started trailing by 60. They were able to get about a full 60 off of P3. You can test P4, break the end of P5 as well.
Yeah.
Just about a dead even game.
And you'd say that that P5 hill was much needed for Chicken Soup because that was a couple of hills that they were struggling to hold on to. Now in the lead for the rotations, we knew how good these opening hills were for them. They had that huge lead going into that 3rd hill. Let's see if they can recreate that once again as Glow Navy trying to break out from that spawn trap. Going to be struggling to get through maps as best as they can. A team nade from 72 is going to make it a whole lot harder, but you do have player 6. That's 70 going to be looking to take these players out of top art, take this hill by storm, and it's just not happening at all. These kills are magnificent out of Chicken Soup.
Yeah, number 68, player number 4 in blue, has really been entrenched as far as P1 is concerned, and now it's quite literally just copy, cut, and paste what we had as far as the first set is concerned. Glow Navy team in red trying to at least maneuver their way back through the north lane of the map, trying to break all the way to the backside of P4, so that way they can try to get the spawns ahead of this P2 rotation. But are they counting names? Are they looking for numbers? Because player number 3, Gert, captured by our observers, is still very much so alive back here, couldn't get the job done. Chicken Soup still looking from the outside in, kill still coming through for Glow Navy.
You still have wiggle room. About a 60-point lead, so they can take their time for this break. Glow Navy going to be planting their feet straight down onto this hill. 68 really focused on that palm tree, but the players have relocated, and the kills are going to follow up with that. Now it's only 69 here for Chicken Soup, looking to find a way back into this one, and Glow Navy early on this time in this rotation starting to climb back.
It's 25 seconds. It's going to be battled over. Player number 1 in blue about to try to contest, at least for player number 8 in red, and that's going to actually be won by 72. The rest of the gunfights all going down over by the rotation towards top ring 71. Yeah, it's not the sexiest KD ratio that we've seen here on Outbagger Fortress, but those 2 kills found in a row means that the rotation ahead of P3 is going to be maintained. Challenges player number 72 as well is also calling in the streak while soaking in the last scrap time over by P2. The Glow Navy is really bringing down the hurt, but 67 breaks a cruise missile.
They get spawns.
And the spawns have now flipped ahead of this money rotation.
That is the worst possible thing for Glow Navy to happen, to invest the streak and still lose the spawn. 66 goes huge for Chicken Soup, and now in control of Fountain. See if they can amass this 200-point mark and push towards a map #1 victory in this best of 3. But here's streak number 2 from 72, allows 71 to get into this one. A little bit of backup too from the team. The cavalry's all here, but the kills not following up with them. Still competitive for Chicken Soup, trying to hold on as best as they can. 1v1 for the point, and Chicken Soup walk out on top.
I mean, that's a great time to try to keep it contested for yourself, but even big 20 seconds to lose if you are Glow Navy. Could have been the difference maker in between a dead even game, and Chicken Soup about to be in striking distance, trying to cut things down and close it out on this rotation. So if you're Glow Navy, you gotta chalk it. Set yourself up in the middle of the map, get yourself around munitions for P4. You gotta hold on.
Yes, you do. No room for error right now if you're Glow Navy. To start off strong here in the bracket, you don't want to be behind in a best of 3, especially in winners round 1. So here we go for the break. Chicken Soup from the outside in, a little bit of a pincer play. Bottom art, 67's gonna be in behind, undetected by the way. So easy break so far for Chicken Soup as they're holding their numbers all the way in top rails. It's gonna be 66 to take them down. 73 now has to go big for the team, but it's not gonna happen. 3 kills unanswered from Chicken Soup now, 20 seconds left.
That Dead Silence got a lot of mileage, able to flank all the way to the background of dubsteps, pinch it in through the side door, bottom art, 238, and counting on up. Glow Navy, you gotta go, you gotta contest.
Yes, you do, and the kills are following them, though. 69-66, keeping on strong for Chicken Soup. Now 9 seconds. You have to go. Into the hills going to be the rest of Glow Navy. They collapse and they break, so still holding on strong, but you look at Chicken Soup, all they need are 6 seconds, and they spawn up in behind. They could break this one. They could win it
That's
here
game.
proper. That's going to be game if Glow Navy don't get back into this one.
Wow.
Heroics from 72, and we go next 1v1.
Oh my.
71 keeps it alive.
I mean, these are just straight gunfights that are just required from Glow Navy. Over 200 points. The room for error is so small. Chicken Soup just need 3 points to close.
71 has some backup. Tack is going to be set up in behind, but 2 kills for 1. They line up, and no way Glow Navy are making it happen.
215 to 247. You got to win the next ring of gunfights cleanly enough. And player number 5, good capture here. Challenge to number 73. He's going to be cutting down these players on rotation. Does get stunned up by 67, but everybody is being held over by the double archway.
And 67 gets the kill. You said no room for error. This needs to be it right now. 70 has to keep them away from this one. 2 seconds, hops in the contention through the box, the wall bang.
Wow.
So much chaos, so much pressure,
Wow.
but it's still Glow Navy.
248 to 229. Win condition set in for Chicken Soup. They could just go for the rotation over by P1, but spawns are all over the place. I mean, 71 doesn't have that silence yet, but he's looking to at least reap in towards the background. Player number 3 will pick him up. Kill feed just glowing in blue. Chicken Soup just need to clean up one more player inside the hard point, and next game will be there.
Oh, that's going to be it. It was such a valiant effort from Glow Navy, but the lead was too strong. They just needed 1 break, and they had time. They were doing good at keeping them at bay, contesting, not allowing them to gain that time. And then that one last break on rotation over to P1. I mean, you got to give it to Glow Navy. They did such a great job at bringing that one back, but that early lead that Chicken Soup had just could not be brought back.
I mean, you almost feel like when you go back and you look at the first set of hard points, realistically, like the first 3, barring maybe even that that P3 rotation that Glow Navy were able to get a full 60 off of in the first set of rotations. That difference as far as score margin is concerned is the difference in between contesting P1 and allowing themselves to get so much time for Chicken Soup, and also the difference is how much they were just kind of beating a dead horse, if you will, just all the way through that double archway. They're just trying to contest P2 for such a long time. It just allowed Chicken Soup to build themselves that leader's advantage, play for the rotation. Yeah, probably a lot closer than what they wanted at the end of the score line, but as far as these replays are concerned, it will be quite telling. Glow Navy were forever playing from behind. Chicken Soup aware of that fact.
Buddy, I mean, what a way to start the Passion Pit. What a way to start this. A Fortress hardpoint, and what was that, a 12-point game?
Yep.
Oh, that was absolutely ridiculous. A couple replays right there. We got to see some good strings of kills from each side of the field. Glow Navy at one point getting streaks as well, just not really helping in the grand scheme of things when it came down to those breaks. A little bit of the follow-up was missing, but both teams, haymakers from either side of the pitch, and Wow, I can only expect this search and destroy. I hope we get to, you know, look at the maps here and see what we got coming up for that map number 2, because if it's anything like that map number 1, and if it's going to be as chaotic as that, I can imagine that we are in for one hell of a series.
There's a big look at the pit here at the Academy Athletic Center. And man, it's a packed house, and the games are only going to get more and more intense. And as you say, I mean, what a hell of a way to start off this entire weekend here in the 6. Competition is going to be absolutely absurd. International talent galore. Everybody playing for pro points, which kind of segues into this upcoming game mode. And you got the maps right on your screen. 250 to 239. Chicken Soup were able to take the Outbagger Fortress. Going into the search and destroy is going to be on Embassy, and this is where all those S&D, late nights, the Jows, the Wagers, the 8s, you're all going to come to this moment in time. Again, this is a winners round 1 match. You definitely don't want to be starting off with an L. Definitely want to be keeping your head held high going into this very long weekend.
Oh, man. I mean, search and destroy, you have to imagine, too, a lot of these, I guess, higher seeds that you'd be talking about, a lot of these players are going to be those S&D kids, too. So yeah, this is going to be absolutely insane. Embassy, we got to see a whole lot of it yesterday during the CDL, and it was just a lovely thing to witness towards the end of the year. I mean, this map just keeps on growing with me.
I mean, it's the flexibility of Embassy, right? I mean, obviously early days as far as round 1 is concerned, your set nades need to be on point. We've been seeing that all the way up to the CDL level of play, down in Challengers, Elite, and all forms of different Call of Duty being played across this entirety of the Modern Warfare 2 years. Sniper rifles are also definitely something you could be looking at. The SPX is definitely something that's going to be cracking some shots across that tennis court lane, also through the mid-cross from Xbox looking towards said tennis court. Getting those first bloods is quite the virtue. We're also seeing a lot more teams become a lot more comfortable as far as delayed pushes are concerned over by A as everybody continuously stacks over towards B. What are the adaptations going to look like? It is map number 2 between Chicken Soup and Glow Navy.
250, 239 in the hard point. Can we get around 11 S&D? I mean, these two teams are looking to be neck and neck, as we saw in the seedings. We get into this one. It looks like Chicken Soup going to be on the offense. The boomstick on 69. Great start to it.
It's like I said, man. Early days, search and destroy, no trophies, no dead silence. Really lean on this first blood. The cross actually wasn't being looked at. Player number 6 in red down low. You saw 71 kind of gave up that angle. He's pushing up over towards the lot side. It allows player number 4 with the bomb to try to encroach on that B-bomb side.
And the nade, too, takes out the player top AC. It makes this a whole lot easier to get this bomb down. You need a play from 71 to try to stop this plant, but first stop is going to be that deep corner. The bomb gets planted. 66 going to be caught blindsided. Now in a little bit of a pressured situation. Trying to stay alive is 67 for Chicken Soup. 2 versus 1. Boomstick. And the tack. And it looks like that first round, Chicken Soup's going to lock it down.
Yeah, and you can just tell just how enforceful getting that first one, especially on a map like Embassy, is. Again, no utility whatsoever, no dead silence, no trophy systems to try to reap over by the parking lot side. You had at least one player coming through that was watching that very long cross down over by the Xbox side, gave it up for just a small marginal second. And even lacking that little bit of information, you had a lot of players just encroach towards that B-bomb site, enforcing that numbers advantage that was grabbed early.
Duo start from your sniper player for Chicken Soup. Something to really hold close to you if you're looking for these opening picks. It looks like he's taking it. Top AC trophy's going to be down. 67 already taking middle control too with this Vaznev, so doesn't seem like it's going to be a B hit. This communication for Chicken Soup, though. Nice pick from 71, pushing through Xbox.
They're really trying to push over towards the A-bomb, gets caught in the weapon swap. 66 will take 71 down. So now if you are the rest of Glow Navy, where do you go? You got to find a pick. 72 will take down 68. 73 doesn't want to try to push this over towards A. He's actually going to get some really good timing as 69 gave up the angle.
Steady.
73 should have a free pick up top. Stop shooting, thought he was dead. Now we'll drop down to try to plant this bomb.
Oh, man. Hoping that doesn't come back to bite you, but the bomb planted for the rest of the team as well. Towards top admin, this retake. Gonna be so tough, especially for the Vaznev player of 66. You're gonna need your AR to really go big for these long distance battles, pave a way for you to try to cut some of the space. But 66 is gonna go down. Glow Navy in a 3 versus 1. all eyes on this last player. They answer back.
Again, I mean, like, you got numbers advantage, 3v2 situation, unless you have dead silence and you're trying to push all the way across top paper, get your embassy building back in the favor. You got players galore in clutch spots all the way down towards top pots with a sniper rifle. You could try to chow that as you might with an AR, but if you are not ripping and cracking a headshot in the opening bullet, chances are you probably are not going to get that gunfight victory. Very difficult to try to retake that bomb site. I will say this much, though. Really cool bait play to at least come out of the gates for Glow Navy as they were trying to push their way over towards the A bomb site. And then they immediately found a pick, got themselves a numbers advantage, and found some pretty unique timing to get that bomb planted over at B.
And all the teams on Embassy are going to cut noise that fast, especially on offense. And look at this one from Glow Navy. They immediately take control of the upstairs of admin. 71's going to be in a great position for this late round, but you lose out on a player in this rotation as well. So, albeit you get this spot, but now it's 4 playing 3.
And everybody's just hunkered down, even with the numbers advantage. Chicken Soup, you don't have to move. Player number 6 in red, 71, he's at least trying to maneuver through these open hallways up top. 71, 68 is also watching this landing of the staircase. They might be fully aware, and yeah, they're going to get the free kill from behind. 2v4 numbers in favor of Chicken Soup.
That's great communication from Chicken Soup, but you still need to get this bomb down. And with 70 in a position like this, it's going to be like lambs to the slaughter as soon as you leave this admin building. You're going to need to put some pressure on him. Shots are so good with the tack. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better from 70. And look at the rotation from 8. He has Xbox control to watch the cross back.
Has dead silence as far as an escape is concerned as well. Player number 8, 72, he's all completely behind the parking lot side. 66 will pop that dead silence. The biggest issue with 72 here is that he's playing this with an X12 pistol. What is his primary looking like? What's the timing? 70 finds yet another kill.
But he doesn't know at all, and his job is made so easy because 70 steps up to the moment and takes down 3 players in the round.
Yeah, this is just a massive adaptation coming through from Glow Navy. 2v4, by the way.
Yeah.
Casual stuff, when you really think about it. I mean, look, if you just allow an AR just stay up top server like that, top P3, and you're just giving him slow shoulder chows with an AR, those are some the freest kills this side of the Mississippi I've ever seen in my life. You just should not allow that to happen at that moment in time. You got to be able to use that information to your best ability and maybe try to rewrap through the middle of the map instead of just trying to ego chow somebody that's already laying prone top P3 like that. But still very early days, just a 1-round lead. But 2v4 nonetheless, cannot let that get down to your mental.
Yeah, you just got to talk about it amongst each other. Pretty sure you didn't even have a trophy up there. A couple nades. Could have got him off of that one. A missed opportunity for Chicken Soup, but Glow Navy back-to-back rounds. Looking to make it 3. 71's going to go for the quick plant. I'm not sure Chicken Soup know this, but as the nades gets thrown down, he has to divert. Play his life as best as you can, as now this bomb is in a pretty peculiar situation. You can't just go for this plant right away. You need something out of your top admin player. 70. Let's see if he's still got those beams in him.
Early shots. 68's going to keep him at bay. I mean, again, player number 6 with the bomb down low at 71. That nade didn't connect, so they don't know that he's there. Player number 2 in blue, 66, is trying to make a maneuver all the way through the parking lot side. 71 feels that this is comfortable, especially with the player over by Potts trying to plant this bomb. He will get it down, but does not maintain his life.
Dead silence isn't popped for 66, so they're going to hear that door open. Bomb is planted, and you know they're comfortable at a player disadvantage as well. So 66 somehow getting some good timing up here. Here's the player on the ladder, not able to get the kill. Woo! The knife, though, on 73 keeps it going for Chicken Soup. Players in top admin. 70's going to be down low. Back and forth affairs, but it's a 3 versus 1 the other way. 69's going to hop this bomb right away. 70's going to be up top. Is he going to check this one in time? It doesn't seem like he will. The defuse is going to come out. Chicken Soup, keep us even.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a great dissection as far as around is concerned. Again, getting into the backside of the embassy buildings is kind of quite literally we were talking about when it came down to the post plant in the previous round, but the shoe quite literally on the other foot. You got to get a player just to create some ruckus, especially inside of the administration building. Try to get them up top, try to get them down low, just kind of disperse them like ants inside of that very clutch situation that is that top window area. From there, numbers flip in the favor or the opposite team, and you're able to at least get yourself on that bomb and try to continuously force the issue of whatever players might remain on the opposite side. Even Stevens in round number 5.
It's going to be a good swing round. One of these players, quick plant from Chicken Soup. Nobody's going to be here to stop that. Looks like they're playing full retake off of player number 6, 71. And 66 going to pop Daddy, see if he can get control of this ladder, see if he can stay in control the other side, but a good first blood there from 73. They have middle control.
Biggest issue I was about to say is you got to deal with the sniper in towards the back. 73 aware of it. What was a numbers advantage has quickly dwindled down. And speaking of dwindling down, that clock just down to 24 seconds. Running out of time to try to make a move.
1 versus 3, and they're just toying with him. 20 seconds, 70s. I mean, you got to get all 3 kills and the defuse.
Nah, it's not happening.
It's an impossible situation you find yourself in, and Chicken Soup, back-to-back rounds, they swing it back in their favor.
Yeah, I wonder for those players that were playing down south over by the Xbox, how many they ended up seeing cross if they just saw the first and then immediately tried to reposition for themselves, because, I mean, that is an emphatic round if I've ever seen it. Again, utility being utilized, space being provided. You get that bomb quickly planted over at B. And even if you get first blood, you got players in the clutch position galore. So long as you don't get flanked by a Dead Silence SMG player, I mean, you got to see just it completely unfold. Just communication absolutely on point. 2 rounds on the bounce coming through from Chicken Soup as they take a 1-round lead.
They showcase that in 2 separate instances, which is important for this team. 67 going to be looking for that middle control once more. First blood for Glow Navy. Quick plant from 71, and an answer back.
Still going to deal with the sniper back, AC. 66 busting through the door. No, you gotta finish your food. 73 just turns and absolutely rips him to shreds. 2v3.
Oh, you can't let that happen. So the retake, it needs to go now. 67 looking to pick up the pace with the Vaznev. Still don't know where this last player is, and you're not going to know. The early shots from 71's going to be good. 1 versus 3. This time a 1 versus 2 now. He's going to hop it right away. Somebody's just got to check this one from top admin, and yeah, the kill's going to go through. That took a little bit of a long time.
But some Tex was going to get the job done. No, not quite yet. You got to try to at least get that gunfight win. And woo! Speaking of not letting it get to your mental, you got to make sure that you finish your food. You had a player in a position, did Chicken Soup, to at least try to get themselves to break up the monotony that was the clutch position of a sniper rifle of Glow Navy up top administration after the bomb did get planted, of course, but nonetheless, you don't find that kill. You give a sniper of any caliber any room to try to recenter themselves. It will garner them a pick. In round number 7, 3 rounds each.
The snipes have been good, too, this time. Almost kind of pivotal to a couple of these rounds. So it's good to see that pressure. All the way trying to get aggressive is going to be 68. That's going to cost some blood, but the bomb goes down.
Oh, man, that's just tough timing. I mean, you want to try to at least chow these players in towards the back, but your job, as far as 69 is concerned, to overwatch the players over by tennis courts. What was going to be a very easy setup and an easy round for Chicken Soup has now left 67 in a 1v4. Try as you might, you're going to drop down. You're going to get ripped to shreds. Glow Navy going to take 2 rounds in a row and a 1-round lead at that.
Just got to pop on Freebird, jump for it, try your best.
Yeah, pretty much.
4 rounds for Glow Navy. They go tit for tat now, as leads just keep on swinging back and forth for this one. And a great game out of 73 so far, 8-4.
I talk about some integral moments, especially for Search and Destroy. The ability to keep your life, live to fight another chow, I suppose, has been absolutely pristine from Glow Navy, especially in those past 2 rounds. In the previous offense, we at least got to see Glow Navy get that bomb planted over by B, seemingly for free. I mean, 86 isn't even watching the cross. Pop's Dead Silence. I mean, this information is going to be late. 71 is up on the bomb once again.
The first blood for Glow Navy. Gonna give him room to put this bomb down. Triple stack on AC. And the Shriek's gonna be called in. Has to force the Chicken Soup players onto the inside, so bomb's gonna be planted for free. The retake, a team kill. That's the bomb.
Huh?
Oh no.
We sure? Well, that's awkward. You get kill number 6, you call in the cruise missile, you kill your mate. Now 72 has to drop down and try to rectify the situation, but he's also going to get cut down. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse. There's spaghetti all over the floor here on Embassy for round number 8. 1v3 bomb laid down. 73 has so much to do.
Oh, it's just all over the place, proper. And 73's got to go absolutely massive. Has to turn into 12 kills just for the round win. And that is... It's just not on the table. The cards aren't there. What a way to win that round if you're Chicken Soup. I mean, a team kill off the cruise missile. Things couldn't have gone any worse, not to mention that being the bomb carrier as well. maybe like a couple more seconds. You could have waited for at least the bomb to get planted.
I'm just like wondering, like, wait, what that looked like from the cruise missile position, right? Because I mean, you get the information, you get the pings, they're all inside the building. You're trying to go for splash damage, maybe top AC. That splash damage, we know here in Modern Warfare 2, that's gonna cover a lot of area of effect, but it just sucks, right? I mean, you're 10 and 5, you go on that 6 where you're like, I got the cruise, I'm gonna call it in. And you take down your teammate. What was going to be a massive numbers advantage and a win condition at that completely falls flat on their face.
Guys, look what I got.
This should almost be a 5-3 round count, but how do you try to bounce back from this? 73 is going to be holding that cross. Should have seen at least one player get on over here. Now, unbeknownst to them, that is not the bomb carrier's player number 4 this time.
Whoa, 73 still continuing to have a couple of faults in past 2 rounds. First blood for Chicken Soup, quickly traded bomb down.
Retake is mostly coming through the back AC area. Player number 671, he's moving really fast. Without dead silence, wanted to pop it, but runs right into 66, 2v2, 30 seconds remain.
72 is going to be out in the open as well, so a little bit of fancy footwork here for the Vastnev. How are you still alive? The 25 seconds. Chicken Soup doing a great job to play their life. The shotgun continues to keep numbers for the team. 72 is going to be in a bad spot out in the open, ready for both players to pinch onto that one. And that is going to be such a big round for Chicken Soup. I mean, the fact that 66 is able to play his life that way, that's some good movement.
I mean, honestly speaking, again, I call a spade here. I almost feel like we should be loading into a round 11 the way that things have been playing out, but hey, it's not the world that we live in. And the world that we live in is up on map point for Chicken Soup off of a very brilliant offense. Again, it's got to be said about the long-range bait and switch. You got one player to cross over by the planter's box, and then you get the secondary along with the bomb that immediately opens up the B bomb site. Map point, series point for Chicken Soup.
Oh, and a bad start for Glow Navy. Another first blood on to 73. Just hasn't been able to put it together in the late rounds here of Embassy S&D, so you need your teammates to go big. Bomb plant over towards A this time.
No assistance around the backside. Post plant is mostly all off of player number 6, and he was the bomb planter. He's going to be playing around that tight cubby side, because the rest of Chicken Soup are trying to march through the middle of the map.
This is very, very winnable. You just need 70 to get at least a kill there. Now you're down 2 players. Big advantage for Chicken Soup. Now it's 72. See if you can stay a pillar to this round. 2 separate instances. 71's going to trade this out. Even Stevens, 2 versus 2, and 72 is going to win the fight in the back line. Round 11 on the horizon. 1 versus 1, 13 seconds left. 72 is going to be overwatch the bomb until that very last second proper. I would have it no other way. Round 11.
Easy peaks, easy days. Getting that bomb planted over at A. And honestly speaking, if you are Chicken Soup, look, they at least did the right thing. You got to get yourself inside of the administration building. You got to try to rewrap the player that's playing on the backside of Vans, but they did the former, but could not get at least to approach on the ladder. And not being able to get that AR out from that Godheady on the backside of Vans will absolutely come back to ruin your day, as that's where the bomb, quite frankly, was planted for. You can go 1 for 1 if you are the SMG and the bomb planter at that. Wonderfully exemplified for Glow Navy to force him round 11.
That's another 2v4 too.
Casual.
This team just loves to play at the disadvantage, it seems. But can they clutch up now to send us to the control? You have Xbox control watching over the quick plant at B. Not going to be able to shut down 66. So the plant's going to come through, and even a kill for 67. Might be looking at 70 to make a quick play through the middle of the map, but you have to watch out for this player. Top papers, a lot of control for Chicken Soup to put this one away, and 70 just hasn't been able to find anything for the rest of the team. 73 is going to be top admin, not going to check that corner. 3 players fall, and Chicken Soup rise to the occasion in the last round of the search and destroy. And that is going to be a 2-0 in our first match of the day.
I mean, I'll keep it a buck. I felt like we should have been loading into control with how the unfortunate cruise missile came down to punish that of Glow Navy, but hey, still early days. Yeah, you got that second golden mushroom so that we can go down to the lower bracket, I suppose. But nonetheless, man, that is just, I guess, the strength of Chicken Soup. I mean, I love Chicken Soup when I get to have a nice little cold. Chicken Soup is slapping so far as Toronto is concerned. Started off with a 2-0 victory. Yeah, probably a lot closer than they wanted off the lead that they had from the hard point. And around 11, search and destroy it. But a win nonetheless.
I mean, you got to tip your hat to Glow Navy as well in the position that they were put in at the start of that hard point, the way they were able to bring that back, I mean, they kept Chicken Soup on Fortress Hardpoint just on the edge of a win for so long. But when push came to shove, it was 11 points down, and they just could not hold on to that P1 rotation going into that Embassy Search and Destroy. When you talked about it, a lot of these people that we're going to be seeing in these early rounds of our, winners bracket, these are going to be some S&D grinders. And there were some big moments in Embassy that I really liked from both of these teams, especially Chicken Soup in particular. The amount of patience they had to just communicate with one another. It really looked like there was a lot of trust in that team.
Yeah, I would say like mostly the flexibility, the adaptations coming through from Chicken Soup, especially through a lot of crucial moments amidst a lot of those rounds there on Embassy Search and Destroy. Is definitely what you're going to be looking out for. Adaptations for Search and Destroy just about mean everything. And they were able to almost play around with how Glow Navy were offering them a lot of those different rounds. Just got to be careful. That's 2-2v4s you probably don't want on your resume for this very long weekend, as we are in and out of our first series of the day. Best of threes here as far as winners round 1 is concerned. Very close hardpoint, even closer Search and Destroy, but Chicken Soup get it done nonetheless.
It's going to be best of threes, I'm pretty sure, all day, so not a lot of room to come back for that one. If games are going to be as close as they were here, I am so ready for a great Challengers Day 1. I mean, 250, 239, 6-5 in the Search and Destroy. Glow Navy, I mean, they tried their best. Now they got to bring their best into the losers bracket. Chicken Soup, they fight another round here in the winners side of things. And for the squad, I mean, proper, it's day 1, but winning out in round number 1, it's only going to get harder from this team. I took a look at the bracket to see, who they possibly might be playing in round number 2, and it's probably going to be a Wobabobs.
Look, we only got 64 teams here. If you didn't think that you were loading into a Toronto Open with 64 teams and you already knew you were getting into a shark-infested pool, if you will, I don't know what to tell you. You just got to be able to bring your A game as the end of the road here. Everybody wants those pro points. Everybody wants to reach top 2 so that way they can find themselves at Vegas for champs.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what the name of the game here is going to be for Toronto Ultra for this Open. It's going to be getting that top 2, auto-qualify for that, but for the rest of, the teams that might not be making it to that top 2 spot, it's all those pro points at the end of the day to try to go to Las Vegas, which is going to be so exciting. I cannot wait for that Challengers Champs to come underway. But, for the start of today proper, I mean, it's kind of what, we were expecting for these best of 3s, a quick 2-0 from Chicken Soup. But even still, I mean, that was such a good game from both teams.
A quick 2-0, man. That hard point almost flipped in Glow Navy's favor. Only ended by 11 points, round 11. Honestly speaking, again, we probably should have been loading into the control the way that unfortunate cruise missile came all the way down and took its teammate, that is, as he was trying to plant the bomb. But hey, it's still early days, still got a lot more bracket play, still have a lot more teams that you got to get through, man. We are just getting started here in the 6.
And it does seem like our next game that we're going to be getting ready is Nobility Rising versus Tenacity Esports. So that's going to be looking like a good match as well. I'm pretty sure we're going to be heading to a quick little break while we get things set up. We'll see you on the other side as we continue here for our Challengers Open in Toronto. Welcome back, everybody, to the Toronto Challengers Open, a game number 1, 2-0. That was not as quick as you'd expect from a 2-0, but a great way to start this off. I mean, we had Glow Navy, Chicken Soup. Chicken Soup walked away with it, and man, did Glow Navy put up quite the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, coming back in the end of the Fortress Hardpoint with an 11 points, forcing on around 11. Probably should have been loading into the control, but that's not here nor there. I'm going to stop beating that dead horse with a stick. Nonetheless, winners round 1 matches are cracking on right behind us here in the 6. It is looking pretty darn spicy to be a pretty damn good weekend.
It's a great day. It's a great day for challengers here in Toronto. And as we get ready for our second match, we're going to be looking at Nobility Rising versus Tenacity Esports, 2 teams that quite the tree we have in winners round 1. I mean, Tenacity Esports, I'm going to say it looks like Llama God is going to be back on the main stage repping this team.
Yeah, with Rep up on here as well. I mean, look, there's a lot of fun names as far as this team is concerned. You got Flinch, Rep, Llama, going to be representing Tenacity, not to mention how we have a very familiar face that loves running around with a phone around a lot of these Challengers Opens. They're going to be going up against Nobility Rising, and this is a team that is honestly a whole bunch of Reapers is concerned when it comes down to a lot of locals. Conwa is definitely a name that comes to mind. Crazy Views is also an individual that continuously gets gassed up by the coach of Omit, one of Charles Mystic. Loves gassing up Crazy Views, playing along with Ethan Too Nice. Has a lot of collegiate titles underneath his belt as well.
I love that guy. Love the guys so much. I mean, CCL representation here in Toronto as well. We get a look at the team as they're getting set up for this game number 1. Again, we're in best of 3s. On screen right there, I mean, that's Conwa looking like he's locked in, getting ready.
Yeah, he's ready. Look at Coach Mutiny behind him as well. The bucket hat looking pretty darn spicy there. Getting it done, whether he is streaming all of these different pit matches or he's coaching a team. No better guy you want behind the scenes as well. Flinch, Rep. Going to be on the opposite side. Choco, Crazy Views, E2N here for this roster, man. Look, when it comes down to it, in this winners round 1 match, again, there is a small room for error. So you want to try to pick your best maps as possible, especially for this opening hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, 64 teams, like we said, going into this one, it's going to be some pretty tight matches at the start. And it's not going to be easy for anybody at all. I mean, we have our teams to be looking out for during this one, but again, I mean, it's on land. There's going to be teams that are going to surprise. There's going to be teams that come out in a best of 3 setting too. I mean, anything can happen.
That's true. Again, the room for error is so minuscule when it comes down to it. Again, these very tight opening matchups. Almost just feels like we're sitting here, as far as the weekend is concerned, kind of reminiscent of how a lot of the different 2Ks have kind of gone through and how they've all unfolded. This guy on your screen right here, E2N, going to represent Ottawa way back in the day, playing with the likes of Tyler Noisy was on that team. You also had Lightning as well. Wish Mike was here to join us, but hey, nonetheless, you got a lot of good individuals that went through that collegiate program as well. Kevin Fame is one of them, funny enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be on main stage tomorrow again, too. So he's been doing good for this team. So we are going to get into this one as quick as possible. I'm not sure if we have the maps for this best of 3, but as soon as we get them to you, we will be looking at what we're setting for the tune of this game. And if you're just kind of sitting around, hanging out around the venue, looking for this one, I mean, Challengers is going to be on all day long, not only on Twitch. You guys can stop by and hang around, but we're looking at this one. We got our first map locked in. It's going to be an Albagger Fortress hardpoint. Then we go back to Fortress for the search and destroy in that map too, guaranteed. And if this goes all the way, let's see a little control.
A lot of good focus as far as SMGs are concerned when it comes down to Albagger Fortress, not only for the hardpoint, for the search and destroy as well. Again, not necessarily having all of the notes in the world as far as what these 2 4-player rosters will honestly look like, but look, at the end of the day, if you got a double fortress on lock here, you can see Nobility Rising getting rid of the Mercado and Tenacity not wanting to play Hotel as far as the opening map is concerned. This is a good feel-out type deal as far as a winners round 1 is concerned. How do your subs match up against each other? What are your ARs going to be looking like as far as rotation is concerned? Because we got a really good look as far as our first match on the day is concerned between Glow Navy and Chicken Soup. And a lot of big rotational gunfights can really get yourself up early, can really get yourself into the snowball, if you will, and try to piece a lot of these different hardpoints together.
And not even to mention, I mean, if you get those early streaks on Fortress, it's going to be crazy for you know, breaking that third hill too, breaking any rotation you'd say for this map. Honestly, I don't even want to talk about the streaks from that Chicken Soup Glow Navy game. That was just, it was a wild thing to look at. I don't blame teams though in winners round 1 proper for going to Fortress for a map number 1 at all. I mean, a lot of these teams are probably going to be pickup. You know, it's going to be scrappy for them.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a lot of time to practice, I'm sure, with each other. So, I mean, with a map like Fortress, I mean, you're looking at this like, I'd say like the Bocage of MW2.
Well,
I would say.
that's a tough one.
I mean, it's going to be one of those maps that you can just load into and trust to your team to kind of get scrappy and try to win out on those rotations as best you can.
I almost feel like Fortress, if you want to compare it to anything, would be like Gunrunner, almost, from like NW 2019.
I can see it.
You got like a lot of flexibility. You have longer lines of sight through the middle of the map, these longer angles through the streets where your ARs can really lock things down. It's all really about that munitions building, really, in the middle of the map where you can get your SMGs to really make a mockery of any sort of front or back line, depending on what side of the map that you're on. But I feel like for Fortress, especially for a hardpoint, like it's one of those maps, you just got to have it. There's no reason whatsoever when you come in towards a winners round 1, you could have your hard vetoes. Obviously, you don't want to be playing any map that you're not necessarily comfortable on, but nonetheless, when we get through these best of 3s, and if you make it to the best of 5, that's where some of those hard vetoes can really come back to bite you in the rear. You just want to make sure that your map pool is truly as diverse as possible, and what better way to really feel out the weekend here in winners round 1 than an all-bagger Fortress.
Yeah. Players getting ready for this map number 1. It looks like we can see a little bit of that one. They're going to be lobbying up as quick as possible. But yeah, I mean, I feel like that's going to separate a whole bunch of teams. You know, if you just put yourself together, if you have at least a little bit of a diverse map pool, that's going to separate you from so many of these early round matchups, help you push into that winners round 2, because with it being only like 64 teams, it's not going to be that big of a bracket for you to get through. So as soon as you kind of load into this winners round 1, you want to start good because there's not a lot of room to come back from.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, plus just so much more. Again, you know, you're already talking about you win that winners round 1 match even earlier for Chicken Soup. Pretty sure that their next matchup is going to be a Wubba who is unarguably one of the top, if not the top team, right next to Aphelion Esports, coming out from the EU region. But hey, as far as this winners round 1 match is concerned, you know that, again, you are loading into this Toronto Open, into shark-infested waters. You get this little feel-out match as far as the best of 3 is concerned, then you go up against another top dog from either NA or EU, depending on how it all shakes out. But again, it's just one of those things. You absolutely got to have it. You cannot fall flat here on day number 1.
No, you can't. For both of these two teams, I mean, we already talked about it, you know, the rosters that we're going to be looking at for them a little bit, but I'm really excited to see this Nobility Rising team. You know, I think if there's anybody in like the round 1 who can walk away, you know, and surprise a lot of people, I feel like it's going to be this team right here. I mean, especially you look at, you know, Conwa alongside Ethan Too Nice. Yeah. This guy has been grinding this year.
I feel like if there's going to be anybody that's going to be shouting pretty early, we already had a couple of deads coming through as far as warm-up scrims are concerned. Some also cracking sounds coming out from behind us within the pit. Probably going to be Conwa standing up, letting all of Tenacity have it, depending on how things end up unfolding. A lot of time, I'm sure, that even Conwa, through a lot of the different locals as far as NA is concerned, a lot of time spent in between battling not only Rep, but Llama as well, just household names when it comes down to a lot of these different tournaments, a lot of OLTs, a lot of different locals that end up happening across the entirety of a calendar year. This one is going to get good.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready for this matchup. It looks like the players are into the Fortress, and away we go. Nobility Rising going to be on the left, it looks like, and it looks like Tenacity on the right. So those blue members, Tenacity, looking to fight for this P1 as they have the Fortress control. They immediately lose it.
Again, we're just working along with numbers instead of names, so do bear with us. We will try our best to end up telling you who is who, but honestly, it's just a giant pot shot. At the end of the day, you just got to be pretty darn skippy as Challengers number 73 goes on a nice little 3-spree, trying to get Streets back into the favor for the team in blue for Tenacity, but Nobility Rising just really enforcing their hand through the Streets side. Not only are they accruing time down to 10 seconds left on P1, they're also holding the rotation ahead of P2.
That's a good break for them to force those spawns back over towards the spawn trap area of the map. So now Tenacity, they got to dig deep to break back out of this one. You already see that Nobility are going to be setting up for this. 71 on screen. Not going to check his corner. Easy kill for 68 as they continue to back them up. This early time is going to be so good, but a trade back in. 73 looking to make the play and immediately halted once more.
I mean, just look at the setup that Nobility Rising have. You got 67 down low over by P1, up on a 4 spree. That's going to start funneling all of these members for Tenacity through the open and closed archway. But they're actually finding a sufficient amount of trades. 68 down to about 36 HP, stunned up. The reinforcements coming through the stable side. 67 still up on that 4 spree, finally put down by 73. The break came through, 20 seconds to soak up.
Not too shabby from Tenacity playing from the outside there. I mean, you talked about it in our last series on Fortress that P2, not too difficult to fight from the front. They get it done in the trade factor. Now 71, these are some big kills on rotation that you're going to need. Not going to be ready for the player up top, but even still, you got help. The help is going to be good for 3 in a row. Immediate break for Tenacity on rotation.
Now this is where you can really start hunkering yourself down as far as P3 is concerned. This is where the majority of time honestly comes from, right next to that and P5. But I mean, you got a lot of members. They're already playing off the back foot for Tenacity. The last player is going to be number 3 in blue inside the hardpoint itself. Everybody from Nobility Rising just flooding through the open area that is through maps. Numbers favoring that of Tenacity, and they will hold on.
Yes, they will for a moment, though, as you still have players from Nobility looking to fight. 70 trying to play his life, holds on as long as possible, but a break for 31 seconds of time. Nobility now in control. It's a 3 versus 2, but nice shots there from player 69. 68's not going to be able to stay alive. No trophies to help him out from that one. And the barrage from Tenacity only good to mitigate a couple seconds from there. You look into rotations again. Player 8 on the minimap. That's going to be 67 looking to make some plays for spawns.
Yeah, remember 67 was on that 4 spree going in towards P2. It's got to be talked about that Nobility Rising being able to break inside P2, never relenting off the pressure through maps and through the double archway is just massive stuff to keep this game just about dead even. Just a point is the lead so far for Tenacity, but again, they are from the outside looking in. Still player spawning in over by Ring. Now player number 2 and 3 for Tenacity try to break in early.
Well, I thought that was a stick, but it still gets the job done. Blow for blow we go for these two teams. It's 2 versus 2 for the inside. 67 looking to get a little bit of space on the outside of the hill, and back in he goes for the time. Lead for Nobility Rising by 15. Full control they have. Nice nade placement from 72 is going to give numbers now for Tenacity on this break. You're going to need to go soon. Only 27 seconds to fight for. 73 is going to be inside. No clue on where these players are, and the break is impeccable from them. The kills followed behind them is going to be 3 in a row.
Again, just dead even between these two teams. 95 was going to be counting on up to about 92 as we take a look at the rotation from 4 to 5, going through the middle of the map over towards Blacksmith. Player number 1, 71. He's starting to make some moves. He's all the way over towards the stables. Now, unbeknownst to him, he's actually coexisting in that area of the map along with player number 5 in red. That's challenge 69. Still playing out in these open staircases. Able to find 172 at least there for the trade. And his pinstripe goes the kill feed, but it will be Nobility in for the initial time.
Oh, nice couple kills there from Nobility, too, to just win out on this rotation. Set up good. Big initial gunfight off screen for the rotation into bottom maps, but not able to get past player number 2. So snuffed out once more. Good spawn trap right now is that you're going to have for Nobility Rising. Try to pin them back towards Gallows, but off the respawn, Tenacity, they do the right job. They rotate out, take control of P1, try to work their way through this one. They get back into this one for 20 seconds.
5-3. Leave was shut down, could not accrue that cruise missile. It's a big kill to find for yourself nonetheless. Do not want streaks going in towards the second set. Just about dead even at the end of this first set. Scrap time being soaked up by player number 2 in blue. Gonna be looking for a couple players to really try to enforce their hand as far as this map is concerned. 68, 16 and 11, 15 and 10 for challenge 72. Just your usual suspects, I suppose, showing up in a massive way. 4 dead, favoring that of Nobility Rising going into the second set.
And I hear people getting loud too, Proper. I mean, this is only the second set of rotations into the series, but if you're going to be getting hype on the main stage, that's going to help boost the team morale for the rest of this Fortress. You can get behind that for sure if you want to start off strong. 40-point lead for Nobility Rising. Continuing to grow. The kill is going to be following up behind them. 66 is going to collect a kill with the nade and is going to be back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. Still fighting for this time. 20 seconds. 66 is going to get on there. Maps going to be denied too for that. They push right through for the spawns, and 71. Big double kill for the rotation.
You look towards this rotation as far as P2 is concerned. Still battling as far as his back 5 seconds are concerned. I mean, Nobility Rising, the way that they've been able to at least accrue a sufficient amount of time over by P1, that's a double-edged sword that Tenacity are trying to tango with, as they were trying to flood all the way through the double arches. They will find success in doing just that. They'll be in for the initial time, knowing damn well that all of Nobility Rising are stuck inside of Munitions. Big 1v1 in between two players on the backside of pallets. Good help to come through. Tenacity, hold on for the initial.
Spawns over towards P1 for Nobility Rising. Still 40 seconds. You don't want to give every single one up, so one more chance. Good shots there from 71, and he's 17 and 17 even through this. On rotation to B3. It looks like Nobility Rising going to be trying to keep their front foot forward for this.
Up top maps. Crazy Views just trying to at least keep these players at bay. Communicating that along over towards Choco. Can't get the job done through the double arches, and that's an egregious push if you ask me. Still 10 seconds remaining over as far as P2 is concerned. Player number 6 is going to spawn all the way out, so he's going to be in a 1v1 versus 71, who wins the gunfight. So scrap time will be good for Tenacity, and the rotation isn't exactly a strong one for Nobility. These nades are absolutely bringing in the hurt.
Oh, and the spawns still continue to be out for Nobility, so numbers now for Tenacity. Try to push this cruise missile, looking to help them out. Keeps things at play. A little bit of space to work with. 68's going to hit the route, find 2, and continue the kills for Nobility to continue to hold this time on P3. Push through maps. Looks like Tenacity just want to funnel in one by one, and if you're 68, you're okay with that. 3 kills from 68. Flawless kill feed. Full 60 here at B3.
And that is none other than Kanwa himself. Challenge 68, 24 and 14 for Kanwa, up onto 3 spree, 3 more kills in succession. He'll get himself a cruise missile, though I would bargain the way that he's been shooting in this map, number 1, probably does not need it for himself. To over 200 points is Nobility Rising. Tenacity. Need to soak, or need to, at least, excuse me, chalk the back scrap time as far as P3 is concerned. Set themselves up around Munitions, top rails, in through and of the open archway. Just try to find some straight gunfights for yourself. Player number 3 in blue is probably the one to really watch out for. He's going to have a feast and a half as all these players are maneuvering out from the old hill.
Yeah, that's going to be React set up and shuts them down. 3 unanswered kills there for Tenacity as they're down by 50 going into this hill. Now, on the back foot, Nobility looking to just escape this spawn trap. I don't know if that nade was going to get a stick, and it looks like it was, so still struggling on breaking through for now, but as you look at the engagements on the inside of the fortress, and they actually take Tenacity off of time for a little bit of a second. Kills still coming through from these lurking players. You need to clear them off, but it's just not happening. Now React, top rails, just cannot hold on for Tenacity.
I mean, you look from top to bottom, it's honestly impressive the way that Tenacity have been able to hold on, especially as Kanwa is up to 27 and 16. Dead Silence Pot trying to lock down more kills. Top rails, 72 will take him down in return. That is none other than Rep the Sweat. So going over towards 200 points, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty. Nobility only lead by 16 points as P5 comes alive.
Not going to expect that close angle.
Woo!
Quick 3 kills from Nobility. 30 seconds to book map 1 away, so if you're Tenacity, you need to pick up the pace. Spawns over towards Gallows. Player gonna be on the corner. Single window is gonna be a jump out there. You look at 71 trying to get involved for this one. 2 players in the hill. 70's gonna cut down the player inside, but it's 67 to lock it down. 11 seconds left. Nobility looking to put Fortress in the history books for this best of 3, and they're looking to do it right here. Only 4 seconds remaining. You just need to clean up a couple more kills and you get it done.
There he is. There's Kanwa dropping 30 on their heads, letting them absolutely have it. Even E2N getting in on the fun as well. It was close all the way down until that P5 rotation. Honestly speaking, I mean, if Kanwa's dropping massive 30 bomb like that, you almost feel like the scoreline should be a little bit steeper. 49 points is what they're going to have the win with at the end of the day. But a massive game number 1 coming through for Nobility Rising, especially out of that man, getting himself real hydrated. Dropping 31 kills to his name. My heavens.
A little bit of word exchange. You'll love to see it. I mean, it's only winners round 1, but
yeah,
the
best of
passion,
threes, man.
that's the passion bit for you. Everybody is here to win. Like I said, I mean, that Chimes qualification is going to be on the minds of each and every single one of these players. As you see, Coach Mutiny is just looking to collect the stats for these teams, I'm assuming, and just continue. I guess they're just trying to track what's going on here in the best of 3. But that's a great start for Nobility Rising. Like you said, I mean, 40 bomb for Kanwa, if I'm not mistaken,
yep.
And like that's just incredible. I mean, numbers that you would expect on a Fortress, but for how that game started and how it finished, I mean, that game was neck and neck at one point until Nobility just ran away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, as far as that scoreline is concerned, towards the end of the first set, you really do almost feel like that it should have been a little bit steeper, especially with the ferocity of which Conwell was playing with. Again, challenger number 68 on your screen here for Nobility. Just watch the way that this guy was maneuvering across the entirety of the map. Was outpacing, honestly, everybody. As far as the game one is concerned, opening up a lot of good space for Nobility Rising. It's just the way that Tenacity fundamentally found themselves rather in and around these hard points to be able to accrue as much time as possible. You can find all the kills in the world. It really just became that much more emphatic there at the very end, just cutting down all these players on the rotation, never really allowing them to escape out from that P2 trap.
I will say, a player that really impressed me over on the side of Tenacity was React, the way that he was playing a lot of the time with that AR. Always on the crossfire, always making sure that off the spawn, Nobility were playing with a numbers disadvantage trying to break those hills. They still were able to break the hills, but it was a lot harder because of the way that React was playing for Tenacity. So you get Nobility Rising on that map number 1, 250-201. They win it out heading into the search and destroy now. Back to Bagra, back to Fortress. And, man, if we get another round 11, I don't know if I can take this early.
I mean, you better strap yourself in, brother, because it is so early days as far as this Friday is concerned and the weekend all included. And honestly speaking, if you are looking from Conwell's perspective, again, only 18 deaths, 31 kills to his name, with about 3,200 damage in that map number 1. He led in just about every single category, barring the 19 seconds of hill time that he was able to get for himself. But that is kind of the force of nature that you need to bring for yourself when it comes down to Bagra Fortress. Again, if you can somehow find yourself specifically in the search and destroy, offense, defense alike, negating, controlling the pace of the middle of the map, specifically in and around of that munitions, art, whatever you decide to call a P4 for all I care, you're going to be looking at pretty easy days. Very difficult to be able to find value with the sniper rifle. Very difficult to be able to find yourself clawing your way back from a numbers disadvantage, but nonetheless, it is quite literally do or do not time when it comes down to this Tenacity squad being down 0-1 in a best of 3.
I mean, you have to think, too. I mean, those are 31 kills that usually, like, you look at the high numbers and maybe they're just padding the stats, but those were 31, and a lot of them were very impactful, too. I mean, you think about that P3 rotation that he was able to lock down that triple kill and basically lock down a full 60 for the team. So, I mean, this is some good communication coming out of Nobility Rising for that map number 1. And going into map number 2, I think I got to continue to look at React, Challenger 70 for this team, because although you're looking at somebody to kind of get down and dirty for the team in the SMG role, you got to look towards an AR to make sure that you can lock down a lot of these lanes, especially if you're looking to lock down the middle of the map and find those opening kills.
I mean, there's just a lot of S&D prowess when you're taking a look at all of Tenacity. Yeah, React fundamentally sound as it may be through that map number 1. I mean, Llama is definitely a player that comes to mind. Rep as well has just been reaping search and destroy when it comes down to a lot of these different locals as well. Is that a scrunchie on his microphone right there? That's unique. I swear, most people put their hair ties. When I had long hair, it was on my wrist. I never thought about putting it on my headset. So, ingenuity at its finest, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, just got to figure out where to hang your hair tie.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Well, you don't want it to be on your wrist. Maybe it's going to get in the way of your controller. Maybe it feels weird.
Maybe, I don't know.
You want to be as precise. You have to be able to react as quick as possible here in Winners Round 1. These teams are just going to be getting warmed up, ready to go for that Fortress Search and Destroy. Again, just a reminder, I mean, our game number 1, by far, I mean, as close as it could get. Round 11 in that Search and Destroy. Both of those teams at one point, or both of these teams that we have in our Winners Round 1 match here, at one point in that Fortress map number 1, they were neck and neck. So I don't expect this to be just a rollover for Tenacity at that. I don't expect this to be so easy going for Nobility Rising going into this map number 2. As we look at it, I mean, even think back to the CCL when, I mean, we've been casting over E2N for so long. The role he brings into Search and Destroy back on Ottawa as like a champion that they were, it came down to a lot of the plays that this guy was making. A lot of those dirty plays that you'd make with the SMG. And if anybody's going to be walking away with those early engagements, I'm looking at E2N.
Yeah. You can already hear the sounds cracking on open. Map number 2 underway. Nobility rising off of their 49-point win on Fortress, taking a very aggressive approach defensively here on the A bomb. Bomb left all the way in spawn, and Tenacity are trying to battle through the streets.
Ooh, a couple good kills there. Conro's going to pick up the playthrough art. That is going to be now, yeah, Tenacity playing off that back foot. 3 versus 2. Where is the bomb going to be? Watching out for a flank player here. 72 might be able to have a chance to shut this whole thing down. He's playing it slow. You lose out on 71, but the trade immediately over towards A. 1 versus 2. Tenacity now have to trust in this lone player to win it out, but you can't even get that kill. That would have been so impactful. That was the bomb carrier.
And that's all the information you need if you are Nobility, right? I mean, you just quickly wrap yourself back over towards the B bomb site. And if you are Rep, which is the last player alive here for Tenacity, how do you try to retake this bad boy here as the bomb goes down to B?
You don't normally see the bomb go down at B, but with the 2 versus 1, with the ability to rotate all the way through a blacksmith, it's going to make it even harder to retake, as this is easy to spawn trap, but it goes the same way when you're trying to get into it. We see it on that P3 rotation, so pre-fires from 72, not going to hit its mark. As soon as you jump across, that's going to be it for the round. Fantastic start from Nobility.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting, right? I mean, the bomb being forgotten spawn as far as what they're concerned, but I mean, it kind of opened up the avenue for Tenacity again. Early days as far as Fortress is concerned, no dead silence, no trophies, but they all completely flood on in towards that A bomb site. Don't see a single lick of resistance whatsoever. The only reason being is because Nobility went immediately in over towards the streets. Round 1, typically you're going to see a giant curveball, especially for teams that maybe try to quickly find a pick through the middle of the map, get themselves over towards the B bomb site. Doesn't exactly become easier when you leave it in spawn, but a round 1 win nonetheless.
Looking to see if they can make it 2 on the defensive side. Can be looking at the crosses. Can we see if they can find anything with this nade spam? Nothing's going to hit its mark. A quick little stun. Nice there from 66. The back up 2. The flank is going to completely take control of Gallows now with the bomb down. You're going to have to look up in this at some point. 72 is going to bring one back. Player on the bomb is going to be shot down. 70 is going to go big in the inside of the fortress, and somehow Tenacity win it in a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, you said you wanted to look out for React. React is the one that absolutely delivers, just holds the line. Just completely lets them have it, just challenging 1 by 1. Thought it was going to be an easy trade. Not necessarily going to be the case, as React will clean up to their close proximity with the AR in hand. Numbers advantage all in favor for Nobility, but they can't get the job done. That is the mixiness that is Fortress Search and Destroy at the end of the day. So we'll trade opening offenses as far as what is all concerned for 2 different sides. Back over towards the offense we go here for Nobility. This time not forgetting the bomb and spawn. Munitions control here.
Nothing on a stun check, so this should be an easy plan unless you play here from 72, immediately back down. So bomb's going down, 4 versus 4 for the retake. Everybody very cautious on Tenacity, but you look at the extension from 69 now for middle map control. Good shots there from 70 to equalize and keep it even. But to get onto this one, now you have another flank. Dead Silence going to be popped, and to reap the benefits, that 66 going to catch 70 looking the wrong way. Numbers for Nobility now on this post plant. And it keeps on dwindling the time. Only 17 seconds left proper. You gotta take care of both players and get this defused, and it doesn't seem like you're gonna be able to get that bomb defused at all in the 8 seconds.
How do you have a stun this late in the round, Choco? What? Gets the stun onto 72. No clutch will be coming through. And that is the power of a very quick execute over towards the A-bomb. And quite frankly, why? You always have a player either in the closed archway, just looking underneath that little crevice in the door, just making sure that you can get some spam shots with the AR to deny any player from getting over towards the A-bomb site itself. Because, I mean, you saw it right there, Colin. I mean, the moment that you get that bomb planted, you have so many players around the bomb site itself. Retaking that bomb site, I mean, it takes somewhere near about 30 seconds or so, and not to mention how you have to wait for the regen soon to follow.
Yeah.
Big offensive round win for Nobility.
Huge. Now back into the lead. Offense again for Tenacity. Similar setup on defense for Nobility, just trying to play for these first initials. And this time around, Tenacity, you don't want to give them the time and day from these nade spams.
Trophy system in the back here. And they're expecting maybe some player to chow all the way through. You got a lot of players waiting for the challenge to come through this open or close archway. It's not going to be the case. Player number 6 in red is 70. For Tenacity, trying to lock down top rails. But the space is feeling provided enough for 71 to get this bomb planted.
Ooh, and 73 just able to escape with 32 HP. Again, a 4-4 retake. Didn't go so well for Tenacity. Nobility, can they step up? 32 seconds. Who's going to be first? Nobody's going to be even into the fortress just yet. 69 is going to get a kill there. So numbers now to Nobility. They can collapse on this one together, force their way onto the site. But getting these players out of the back is going to be the difficult part. 70's going to rip off 67, the flank from 68. Going to be trying their best to cut them down, but not going to happen. 2 versus 2. Tenacity as comfy as ever in the back of their spawn.
Woo!
Nice shots there from number 69, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, living up to his name there of Crazy. Obviously, some very crisp shots will find himself up on a 3 spree, but it's just simply not going to be enough to be able to get that defuse off in time. And again, it's quite frankly a copy and paste of what we got to see from the opposite side of the lobby this time around. You get that bomb planted quickly over by the gallows. You have so little time, truly, to try to clear all of these different corners, get your flanks back intact. And that's honestly just in perspective, whether or not you even have dead silence available. Time truly never on your side. Even Stevens in around number 5.
Gonna stun open the door. Just trying to catch anybody by surprise. Nothing shown from Tenacity. Past 2 rounds have been 4-4 retakes. And it hasn't worked out for the defensive team, so you can imagine Tenacity want to get a little bit of aggressive, and so they do. 71's going to get up top ammunitions, find that first kill. It's immediately traded.
Meters control still here. 3v3. How do you even trust where all Tenacity are located at? Late utility being thrown here for 68. Going to ricochet off the wall. It's going to allow him to cross. But player number 8 is 72. I mean, he's still playing underneath the doorway. Somehow he's still able to get over towards the bomb site. Bomb might be getting down, and it sure will. But 72 is still letting them have it.
Yeah, and 72 paves the way for that bomb carrier to be shut down now. Again, everything going to be riding onto the shoulders of this lone player of Nobility. 4 spree as well. So you win this round. That's looking at a cruise missile for the rest of it. Pop steady. Let me see if you can catch him, though. Nice read there from player 70, and Tenacity off the retake. 2 players left standing.
And that's how you got to do it, right? I mean, you have to quite literally fly and take as many different challenges as you possibly can with any sort of numbers. Again, a lot of the early damage that you're able to find for yourself through the closed archway is exactly the adaptation that you need to have for yourself. If we're going to constantly see a lot of these different quick hits over towards the A bomb site, because let's be candid, you'd be kind of crazy to try to go for those B executes nonetheless, especially being as even round count as it may be. You got to at least get an AR in that position through the closed archway to at least get yourself that early damage, keep them at bay, get your throwables out as well. 1 round lead for Tenacity back on their offense.
Conway going to be on screen looking to hit this flank right away. Dead silence going to be popped, so quick as ever into the back line. Nobody's going to be able to realize that. That's bomb carrier down. Quick trade there from Rep. Bomb looking to get recovered.
He's still going to be worried about. Crazy is still inside of munitions. No dead silence to speak of, and he's doing this with attack. Door creeped open. Did you hear that? I mean, you're going to know now. And some early shots coming through over towards player number 8, but 73 top rails is absolutely a virtue. They're going to leave player number 6 behind, and they're just going to go and flush out the last player remaining. A big, another round up on the board.
It's good looks there from Tenacity. I mean, a lot like what we saw out of Chicken Soup in our first series. The communication is the thing that shines the most for this team. And the way that they're able to recognize that flank right away, react to it, get the trade, and then lock down the outskirts of the fortress to make sure you can fight your way back in. Power in numbers, they use it, they overwhelm, and they just win individual gunfights left, right, and center. So Tenacity now with a 2-round advantage, up 4-2 here on Fortress. And our second best of 3 of the day. Conway going to be on screen again, looking for that first blood, but it can be a lot harder this time. He's just trying to force a couple of these utilities out from the players. And And so they will. 71 again tried to get into the double window, but it didn't work this time.
Yeah, I know you had player number 3 watching it the entire time. Again, what was a very quick execute. The last offense for Nobility is a very slow roll and just trying to get a lot of these unforced errors out from Tenacity. Conwa trying to get this bomb planted. Where was the assistance? Who was overwatching this to come all the way through? The trade does come out, but still a 2v3. Dead Silence being popped by 72 for the flank.
He tried to cancel that defuse, but it takes so long to put that bomb down. Still numbers for Nobility, so they're going to try again. I like this play from Tenacity to try to work through the spawn of Nobility. They're going to equalize, and if you're Nobility here, you got to try to flip the script. But as they try that, you see Ethan Do Nice is going to be caught on the exit. Now numbers for Tenacity. Crazy's going to have to win a 1 versus 2, and he makes it a little bit easier. 30 seconds, 1v1. Crazy versus React. And Crazy's going to have such good timing with Dead Silence popped. He has no idea. React is going to have to try to play into this blinds and no idea where Crazy is. An incredible 1 versus 2.
Yeah, just, I mean, that little door pop that comes through bottom art like that, if you're looking at it from Crazy's perspective, right? I mean, that little sound cue that comes all the way through, that is all you have to work off of if you are React. Again, Dead Silence, you're going to have all those footsteps muffled as he is just going up and top and bottom, munitions jumping back out the back windows, causing a certain amount of ruckus in between. Only so much you can do as React. Had to go back and check the bomb. Just as far as 50-50 guess is concerned, looked right when in fact he needed to turn to the left. 12 in 4, by the way. Casual stuff from Rep. Still a 1-round lead. Tenacity having the search.
You got to give it to Crazy as well. I mean, that movement was nice. He was doing backflips around Fortress with Dead Silence bombed. Nobility still trying to climb back from that deficit, though. Now down by 1. As everybody cut silence for the moment. You do have Crazy top double window, but Tenacity are going to provide no pressure back towards this. They're just going to try to hold back and see if they can catch some aggression here.
Here comes the push through as the bomb gets laid down here. Can you get out with your life? Llama just barely escapes a couple of shots. Trades to speak of. Top rails will be maintained 2v2.
Yeah, that aggression blows up in the face of Nobility. Is still able to mitigate the damage. But now you have to take the players out of the spawn. And this is where those ARs are going to be so handy. As you look at Conwa, attack in hand. Not going to spot that player. Pack logs, and that's going to cost your teammate. Choco gets cleaned up. Everything going to be up now. 15 seconds left for Conwa in the 1 versus 2, but without the time backing him, not a lot of confidence to get this one done. The crossfire, not able to save the teammate, but able to save the round.
Yeah, at the very least, able to at least maintain numbers, save the round. Just need to play the trade game there at the final few moments. Rep is having himself a map number 2. What is he up to now? 13 and 4. Casual stuff. Conwa a little bit suppressed after that 31 kill bomb that he dropped in the map number 1, but hey, nonetheless, still a little bit of time here in the Search and Destroy to showcase some adaptations. The slow roll take coming through from Tenacity will now lead them by 2. 13 and 5 for Rep. My heavens.
We look at the aggression here from Rep. Continuing to tally up these kills. First blood onto Choco once again. And this is what you needed out of Tenacity. I mean, I was talking about React going into this one. You need that AR presence on Fortress, but if your subs can play aggressive and walk away with these kills, I mean, you see why Tenacity is in the lead right now.
Timing. Really knows now underneath the truck. Are you kidding me? Crispy shots coming through for Llama. Number 71. 2v4. Gotta have it for Nobility to stay alive in the map too.
A little bit windy up top. Would have loved to get a trade there. Bomb in the hands of Conwa, and he's just continuing to get peppered down by this. So much pressure being laid down on these players. Control on the horizon, control on the mind of Tenacity as they've completely wiped their heads of that Fortress map number 1. And they are playing this last round perfectly. Still with the numbers advantage. Looks like they're going to play the retake, play with numbers. You have a flank coming out too from Llama. So all angles already covered. The collapse is good, and let's go to Elisilo.
Let's go ahead and load in a map number 3, our second series on the day, going the distance here in this best of 3. And Elisilo control will be quite telling. 15 and 5 out of Rep. Are you kidding me? The triple positive out of the kid. got to be feeling pretty darn skippy about yourself after falling short in that Fortress hardpoint. But hey, when it comes down to it, I don't care what level of Call of Duty you're talking about. Search and destroy, you got to showcase some sort of tenacity in that game mode, given the simple fact that it'll win you matches, it'll win you tournaments at the end of the day. Tied up 1-1 in between these two teams here in Winners Round 1, Colin.
How long have you been sitting on that one?
Not long at all. No, I literally just pulled that out of my pocket.
Love it. I love it. We're on the fly here, day number 1. Between both of these two teams, I mean, game number 1 of the series, or series number 1 that we casted, could have very well been a map number 3. This time it's guaranteed that we get that control. So when push comes to shove, can Tenacity take a respawn off of this Nobility Rising is the big question. As you can see them talking amongst each other, probably formulating some kind of a plan to take them down, because back on that hardpoint map number 1, Nobility Rising, albeit it wasn't that big of a deficit, only a 49-point game between the two teams, but there was a moment where Nobility were stringing together hard points and gaining that lead that they finished with. And Tenacity into the LSC low control, one thing that they're going to have to look at is not throwing away the lives, because Nobility were constantly putting on pressure with streaks, not finding those kill streaks, but always finding multi-kills to keep Tenacity at bay. So heading into this LSC low control, damage control, it's on my mind.
Yeah, there's a lot of different opportunities for success when it comes down to LSCLO. If you're looking for it offensively, you're looking for SMGs to be able to be a little bit more flexible for the cause, find a couple picks, bottom green, kitchen, whatever you decide to call it, get up top in that window and just kind of overwatch the entirety of the play that could end up manifesting through the football field and make all those players spawn all the way over by the back truck. Nonetheless, you got to be always keeping in mind what that top tower position honestly might maintain for yourself. If you cannot deal with that player that is going to be top radio tower, then you're probably never going to get a good look at that A control. Nonetheless, map number 3 here in our Winners Round 1 match, second on the day. Let's see who ekes out the win.
First game 3 that we have on our Challengers Day number 1. We get to see LSCLO control, and starting off is going to be Nobility Rising on that defensive side here. So Conway's going to piece together a quick 2. Keep Tenacity away from this time, away from the zone control. And the rest of the team going to make sure that they sweep the rest under the rug. And that's a nice clearing over towards A.
Player number 4 here, 72 of rep. Going to try to maintain this rock face for now. Not a whole lot of map positioning to truly speak of. Finally get themselves on this A control zone with all of this presence over by the A side of the map for Tenacity. It'll force Nobility to spawn parallel over towards the B control zone. First segment already tacked in. Second segment's going to be there as well before they can even try to sniff the contest.
We look at it right now. Nice 3 kills there from Tenacity as they find their way in. Third segment locked in. Slap another minute onto that clock. 2 minutes to work with. And already some pressure over towards B. You see Flinch is going to be pushed up with this Vaznev. Only player really for Nobility in a punishing spot is going to be number 5 on the minimap. That's Ethan Too Nice. All the way back soccer field, but there's nobody in sight. In fact, Tenacity doing a great job at pushing the spawns of Nobility back farther. Ethan's got to go big here. First kill on the player inside of that zone, so clears off the pressure and gets away with his life.
Almost had a really good opportunity after getting 60 seconds out onto the board to try to sequence over by the B control zone. You still got player number 4 in blue on that control zone. Clock has been stalled out. 1 minute, 27 seconds left. 22 plays up against 16. Nobility need to try to find some kills. You do have player number 5 in red in a position to at least try to cut down some reinforcements. So your biggest issue is trying to get Kitchen back in your favor.
And that first segment isn't locked in either. So Tenacity, they leave it a little bit too early. Ethan's still in a punishing spot, still unchecked. All the way back green and still finding kills. So that's making it so hard for Tenacity to actually put somebody on the zone where they feel like they just need to play a little bit of TDM, still keep this life lead. It's all good, but eventually you're going to have to face reality and take down Ethan at some point. And it looks like E2N's going to go down. That's a big clear up from Rep. 3 players down for Nobility. And they are trapped all the way out here. The only player is going to be Conwa with that Vaznev trying to clear out B, and he gets it done.
That's absolutely massive. Flinch is going to be able to at least keep this position over towards the backside of Pride Rock. Is able to get himself that cruise missile as well. 17 plays up against 9. 35 seconds. You can potentially try to close this out via kills if you are Tenacity, but you got to get a player on this zone to stall out the clock to do so.
They just never go away in this round. Somebody is always making hero plays for Nobility. And Tenacity, I mean, 20 seconds left. This is your last chance at that. 67's going to piece together another quick 2, 5 and 3 into the rounds. That's Ethan Too Nice with attack 56 in hand. Going to turn away at the last second. Still on that B zone. You have pressure from Nobility keeping them away. 8 seconds left. Somebody's got to hop on proper. And this round number 1, I mean, Nobility are just taking it down to the wire. Another kill for Choco. Repositions, take the player off the box. Why not get all of them? Why not Nobility? They bunker down. They hold off round 1.
Yeah, I mean, that is just massive for a multitude of different reasons, right? I mean, Tenacity were able to finally get themselves on that A control zone. They were able to get that 60 seconds out on towards the board. We're leading by about, what, 8, 9 lives, maybe 10 at one point as well. They were fighting transitional gunfights galore, but, I mean, the biggest problem when it comes down to control, specifically for Elisilo, when you've got players for Nobility, specifically E2N, getting himself in and out of from that house, it's going to force all Tenacity to spawn essentially in Bufu, and they're never really going to get in a position to try to contest that control zone. Takes about 10 seconds to go from one map to the other. Nobility fully understanding that, even down in lives, they were truly never out.
Not at all. A little oversight there from Tenacity, I'd say. Keeping it down to the wire so long. They had chances in that one, but now they need to answer back on a defense of their own. They did get those 3 segments. Can they keep them away from anything here for Nobility? They're going to be on B right away, undetected. Was Rep, so able to sweep that under the rug right away, and still up top, Billiards continuing to piece together kills.
Gotta get him out from this position. Can't allow Rep just to constantly cause a ruckus towards top admin. And to be completely candid with you, I mean, React is still holding on towards the backside of trucks, and it's a little bit of a bait play. It allows for Llama to try to recontest out from tools, but you don't necessarily have the right tool for that gunfight versus an AR top house. Now 73. Here for Flinch, can start creating a little bit more space, but you got to start finding at least a position to try to assault one of these zones. Down to 28 seconds, you might have a life lead, but at least you got to try to keep these players at bay.
I mean, look how hard it is playing against Flinched and Llama right now. The SMG pressure for Tenacity is so hard to work around. If you're Nobility, you just haven't been able to push back at all. So with 14 seconds, they're going to hop over towards this A zone, stop that clock, hold it for the moment, but they need kills to back it. Khan was going to be trying to lock this down. 3 kills for Tenacity, clears it away. It's going to be a race over towards B for player number 5 off Nobility. They're going to hop on, but can they hold on? And that answer is going to be a resounding no. The kills come through. Tenacity bounce back.
No segments either. I think that's what's most damning about this when you're looking at it from Nobility's perspective, right? I mean, for Tenacity, they were at least able to get themselves those 4 segments, but I mean, where was Nobility at? They got themselves at least on that A control zone, contested it for a little bit of time over by the B control zone, off the rip, found themselves a couple trades, but I mean, you're just having Tenacity just absolutely play the trade game to an absolute perfection there as far as the defense is concerned. Even if you're able to at least deal with one player, you can see where a lot of the damage is being done. Currently on a 5 streak is Rep. 9 and 6 for him. Quite the turnaround from that offense to defense now, as we are tied up 1 apiece.
Now Nobility, can they make it look a little bit prettier this time on defense? Because there was plenty of room for Tenacity to close out that round number 1, but it fell through their fingertips. Early engagement is going to be 2 for 1 for Tenacity to get onto the zone. Now collecting progress in that first tick. Looks like Ethan's going to be taking a look in on this one. Stunned up, they know, they check it, they clear him away. Still holding on, it's going to be crazy as best as they can over towards this A-zone, contending for this progress. Has to back this player up, and as Rep backs down, it's a good clear from Nobility.
It's a very, very good kill feed for Nobility. It's going to be an opening Rip plus some extra. Not to mention how you were able to take Rep off of those streaks. So 40 seconds remain here. The setup mostly around for Nobility is around the shack. You got players around the fence line. Are they at least expecting for Flinch to be very pushed up? I think he's got Dead Silence, might be behind 1 player, but it is taking so much time. And speaking of that, down to 25 seconds of the round.
Look how far pushed up this defense is. I mean, the line of scrimmage is pretty much in the spawns of Tenacity. You have a couple players lurking around, specifically this guy right here, on screen Flinched. the playmaker for the team that has been so good since that search and destroy. Going to be onto this A zone. Clock stopped at 14.8. And 2 players are going to stack this one. So this one's going quick. And Nobility are just giving away this progress for free. The 3rd tick. Somebody's got to go now. And it looks like just in time, it's Ethan Too Nice. Only going to find a clean 3. 1 gets away. Rep just trying to stay alive back over towards B.
Yeah, he's going to try to at least touch his B zone. That's what's most important in this moment of time for Tenacity. You got to try to keep this clock stalled out. Now the 3rd segment is also being looked at. The bait play is working out so wonderfully for Rep that his teammates are able to get over towards A. You trail by 7 lives, but at least you got 60 seconds left to add onto the board.
That's such good distraction from Rep just to get over towards B. A-zone cleared up. Another 3 ticks for Tenacity here on their offense. 3 quick kills from Nobility is going to relieve a little bit of this pressure. But again, you had to look for this lone player, the lurk player, and the nade right on his doorstep. They wipe it away.
9 plays up against 20. You almost feel like that this is a guaranteed round coming through for Nobility Rising. And a big one at that. Be able to close out with all of the life leads as well, though Tenacity still able to get themselves those 3 segments. Could honestly come back to haunt Nobility Rising, depending on how their next offense does look. Down to 27 seconds, got to try to make a maneuver happen.
Rep's going to find a big one. 4 players just looking to break out. Joko, no, crazy. Deep now, we saw Ethan Too Nice back on their defense in this exact same spot, but in come Tenacity towards the zone. Crazy's going to find 1. A trade, though, even in lives for the fight to this one. Still a monumental lead when it comes down to the overall lives for Nobility. 15 playing 17. This collapse should be pretty easy, but everything's falling away from this. 3 quick kills. Tenacity, they can stack this one of the kills. They continue to follow up. No way! Tenacity! A breakdown from Nobility on their defense, and they capture both segments, A and B.
I've seen sugar cookies crumble less than what I just ended up seeing as far as that defense is concerned from Nobility. There is just simply no reason at all that should even come through. The fact that they were able to get 3 segments over at A, that's one thing. The fact that they were able to find value in finding all of those kills going over towards the B control zone, that should just never happen, being down that many lives. But that's also the pressure that kind of gets flipped back on its head when Nobility presses that much farther up. When they push that line of scrimmage defensively into the spawn, you lose those lives, and then you have an open opportunity for Tenacity to put up a total of 10 segments. Maybe a nice player cam, but I believe that we are fully in the round here. Potential for the final one here in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear it, for sure. And the communication looks good as long, at least if I'm reading lips for the moment. But in we go, round number 4. Back and forth kills for both of them. Nobility, they need to dig deep for this offensive win. Last time, they didn't find even a lick of progress, so they're not guaranteed defense in that round number 5. They got to go back-to-back on their offenses here. And that's not going to be an easy feat, especially considering the pressure that's been put down. Nice shots there from React. Going to be cleaned up. It's a 3-for-1 trade into the A zone. Only 1 player is going to be lurking around off the respawn, but it doesn't seem like they're setting up. Okay, they're going to take 1 last shot at this. If you're Rep,
you just got to chalk it. There's just no reason to try to throw more lives at this. I mean, Nobility already have themselves a 3-life lead. That information is mutual for the players in-game. Just set yourself up for a couple exits. That's what player number 3 in blue is currently looking to do there. It's Llama off-screen. Going to be able to at least find 1 kill. 1 more player has already slipped the net to go towards top party. That is going to be Kanwa. Again, dropped a 31-kill banger as far as that map 1 is concerned. Currently resting at 18-20 up on the 3 spree. And so long as Kanwa can stay alive up here, I was gonna say would have been very influential to help his teammates maneuver out from the spawn. But he was able to find enough kills for the rest of Nobility to maneuver across the soccer field. Colin, they're on the B zone.
Yeah, because Llama was pushed all the way up towards that top balcony. The spawn comes in through green for the rest of Nobility, so all 4 players going to be in prime position. The cruise missile is going to be called in. Finds absolutely nothing. A kill, though. Couple kills for Tenacity. Going to be pushing them away. No progress here towards B so far. Minute 18 lives dwindling for Nobility.
Map positioning is also still being jostled for. Look at 69, player number 7 in red. Currently going up towards that radio tower. Are they aware that you still have React around the shack. Now he's also trying to push out from bottom billiards. The timing's not going to be good for him. He has a trophy system, no dead silence to keep his footsteps muffled. The way that Nobility are currently trying to play from this round are fully aware that Tenacity are going to be in and around from the cliff path side. They're trying to flip the map on its head, Colin.
3 versus 3 for the zone right now, but a big kill there from React to push them away once more. React inside that A-bomb zone. It looks like we're going to little hunt for Crazy and make some noise, gives it away. Quick kill from Tenacity to clean things up. And now for map control, Tenacity in the driver's seat of Elasilo, looking to put this one away in 4.
27 seconds remain. You got to start going if you are Nobility, but I mean, it's so much easier said than done. Tenacity's trade game is so sublime.
Yeah. On top of things, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, making sure that Nobility, although they can take that map 1, they can look good on the Fortress hardpoint. When you head over to the domain of Elasilo control, Tenacity just looks so good. One more chance. You're going to get onto the zone. 3.6 seconds. Lives even at 8. And a possibility for a stack, but a nade. Hail Mary nade coming out from the rest of the team. No trophies, so spam's going to be quite lethal. The retake set up. Second tick about to be locked in. Flank coming through from 70. React looking to make the play for the team, but as he gets cleaned up, the progress, it still keeps coming. The kills follow up. Round 5.
I even wrote it in my journal, Colin. I was ready, honestly, for that to end in 4 rounds, but it's not going to be the case. Nobility refused to go down. Colin, they got 0 segments in their opening offense. They come back with a blistering storm. They get all 6 required. And as you were already talking about, from the 10 that Tenacity were able to accrue between their 2 offenses, just do it again, Forehead. Just win this upcoming offense, and you will win the series if you are Nobility Rising. But so much easier said than done. Again, the trade game for Tenacity is very, very good. Nonetheless, you can never count this Nobility team out. They are just as scrappy as you may like.
And now they got to do it again, bud.
Yeah, just do it again.
On the offense for Nobility, you look to the whole team to step up to make this happen, as nobody has really been falling behind. Everybody doing their job across the board for both teams. Big opening kill there from Conway. They look towards this A-zone flank play out of React. Going to clean up a couple of kills as well. Distract these Nobility players. Continue to just burn the time.
That's all you need. Opening rip, successful. Now it's about holding the line. Be careful with how far forward you push this line of scrimmage. And, well, I mean, the way that you're currently setting yourself up for, if you are Tenacity, it's all around this guy on your screen. Number 72. Rep. Just playing up towards the top radio tower. You got to get past this guy first, and he is just snapping. He's getting players weak. Will get traded out, but that's the only kill that Nobility's been able to find for themselves. Elsewhere, though, you do have these players spawning parallel over towards the B control zone, trying to stall the clock anywhere they can find it.
And again, if you're Tenacity, I mean, you don't want to give up too many lives going over towards this B zone. A lot of thought might be just giving it up if you can't take care of this player on the top cliff, but they flip the script. They take the spawns of Nobility now, looking to pressure them out from the football field through the alleyway. Looks like Llama going to be playing on the fence, but everybody backs up, showing a little bit of respect. Only 1 tick of progress so far from Nobility. This is a weird call from Tenacity, but they just want to kill the players off spawn and then pressure the zone. The call is so good from Tenacity.
Yeah, it is. Just to trap them in there. I mean, the last player that's even tried to push up, he finally gets taken down. That was E2N. He was over by the A control zone. And even if you thought that you were able to get yourself over towards the B control zone, I mean, Tenacity, you're so smart. They played for the future. They're still defending the A zone.
11 seconds left. Nobility, this is for your winner's bracket run. Again, though, you got to get through Llama as he's looking for the 3-piece. It's a cleanup from the teammate. Flinch going to get the kill onto the 1, but Llama cleans up the rest. And Tenacity, from the game 1 disadvantage, they claw back in the search. They look good in the control. And round number 5, their defense, you just look at how much passion they got running through them.
They're just letting them have it. Fist bumps soon to follow afterwards. Nobility, they were howling after winning that previous offense. They were even louder after winning that map number 1 by a whopping 49 points. But Tenacity will never go down. I think that you can honestly say a team name does represent this team quite well. The way that they were able to bounce back, the adaptations to the search and destroy, the veracity that they came out in all 5 of those rounds, honestly speaking, in the control was so sublime. It was the trade game. It was their understanding. Their fundamentals were absolutely sublime. It was the only reason why that hardpoint was close in the first place. They weren't outslaying anybody, but then when they came into that control, it was all just squeaky clean. All 4 corners in the LSELO control were just so good for Tenacity. The slaying, the fundamentals, the trades, everything was looking so good.
I'm running out of fingers on my hand to count how many things were good for this team proper. And, I mean, you walk away with this victors, but even still, control, a little bit, I'm sure, closer for comfort than what they would have wanted, what they would have expected after, you know, the couple rounds that looked good, especially the one defense that they had at the start. I mean, they denied every single tick of progression from this Nobility Rising team, but they still were able to keep it competitive. They were still able to push to round number 5. You got to give it to Nobility for keeping it close at the end of it. But like you said, I mean, Tenacity, when it came down to it, when you needed the grit from the team, they had it.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit is due, right? I mean, you could even go back and give Conwell his flowers for just the utmost pressure and the 31-kill game that he had in that Fortress map number 1. But consistency is obviously going to be a key factor when it comes down, not only just on this day in a best-of-3 fashion, but also how long the weekend is as well. And I think that Tenacity were able to showcase a lot of that good virtues, a lot of good trade development coming through as far as their Fortress Search and Destroy is concerned, and then that continuing on to the LSELO control. You could definitely tell that the teamwork is obviously there. I mean, we don't have comms from what the team sounded like, but the way that they were maneuvering across the map, their team shots, everything else was looking pretty darn good. You got a nice little pep in your step here off of winning your Winners Round 1 match.
Yeah, we look back at things, too, through the best of 3. I mean, the Fortress hardpoint, although Nobility outslayed, was only a 49-point game, like you said, towards the end of it. And this guy right here on screen, number 68 for Nobility Rising, Conwa, putting on so much of a show for the team when you really needed it. They looked good in that map number 1. Honestly, I thought Nobility, after it, looked like the better team, but as soon as we flipped things up, we headed to the non-respawn mode, Search and Destroy. That's when we really got to see the best of Tenacity, and can't wait to look at that Fortress Search and Destroy, because Flinched, I mean, he put on a show proper. What was it? Was it like 14 kills at the end of that?
It was Rep. Rep went, I think, like 13, 14 kills. There's somewhere maybe even 15. I think it was like triple positive, honestly speaking. I mean, look, I'll keep it a buck. When it came down to that first map, number 1 on Fortress Hardpoint, especially with the amount of opens that I've been through, especially through this entire year, looking throughout the entirety of the Vanguard year as well. There's a lot of these matchups when you get through that map number 1, you're just like, oh, okay, well, we got one team outpacing the other one. It's very rare that you're able to see the Search and Destroy, the control come through for the opposite side when another team is just outpacing you the way that Nobility brought it to Tenacity. But, hey, man, this team, you can never count them out. Obviously, they probably wanted it to be a 3-1. That last little contest that came through to at least get themselves over towards that round 5. It's just, again, it's control, it's LSELO. You gotta try to get yourself back-to-back offenses. So much easier said than done.
3 seconds left for the round 4 win, and Nobility made it happen. Incredible. On top of everything, too, I mean, you love to see Llama playing the way that he was playing on that LSELO.
Yeah.
A lot of that sub-pressure from Tenacity was a big reason why Nobility were falling behind throughout that control. And you just look at how much that man, I don't know what he was saying when he was pointing to the monitor. When he was pointing to the monitor, I don't know what he was saying, but I could only imagine that it was not safe for broadcast. We get a look back at the maps and modes. Best of 3 went all the way to that LSELO control. It was round 5 as well, as close as it gets into that last map. But it was Tenacity Esports who now move into winners round 2. Nobility, they got to hit their lower round 1 run.
Yeah, their weekend became that much more treacherous, right? I mean, realistically, there's not going to be a single easy match on the weekend, barring maybe a few teams here and there. Nonetheless, I think that you're looking at, for a lot of these teams, to really try to find a certain amount of consistency when it comes down to their form of play. Just because you were able to win your winners round 1 match doesn't mean you're not going up against a juggernaut in winners round 2. It's just about trying to find yourself the certain amount of consistency that I was talking about on the weekend, because you got a lot of top dogs here. They want to get that top 2 placing. Again, champs positioning on the line. We know all of these teams that have been in and out from Challengers Elite, whether it's EU, NA, and even the 2 APAC teams that we have in representation here, are going to be looking their lifts. They're going to be looking for those top 2 spots.
Plenty of teams to watch out for here in Toronto in the Challengers Passion Pit. So our first block going to be done for Proper and I. We're going to take a quick break. Things are going to set up for a third match of the day. We'll see you on the other side with some fresh new phases.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on stash on lock. Dedication, prepare for me lock. Crack and toes grinding on the concrete. I go show them that me on the block. Run them, all I'm boss. See them times I run to my boss. See them times I begging for favors when I know get no food for my pot. Table don't turn. With the big friend, but the bridge don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. They're really on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
Hey, watch where you're going. I thought you had new internet.
It's not that, I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
Ah, it hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the... is this? Brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$1 million on these, it's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
Welcome back here, everybody, to the Call of Duty Challenges Open live from Toronto here at Major 5. We're deep into the Passion Pit, still in winners round 1, mind you, but we've got a couple of awesome matches coming up.
Oh, we sure do. I mean, let's be honest, Brody, we're starting to hear people get loud. And it's only the beginning. Yeah, still winners round 1. It's broken up into 4 different quadrants of action throughout this opening block. So, yeah, we're going to see, and we have seen already, a couple of the teams that have been pretty evenly matched. This one that we have coming up actually features 2 different squads from your neck of the woods out in Europe.
Yeah, Europe. And look, I'll be honest, mate, I'll be candid. Last year, Toronto Open, it wasn't great, right? I think, what was it, like top 8 was like the best statement. It was like one team from Europe that managed to get into it. This year, things may be a little bit different because Europe on the whole, obviously, we've got like Notorious winning the last Texas Open event. So maybe Europe will have a better go at things. And hey, maybe one of these 2 teams might get a little bit further into the bracket.
They definitely, one of them will definitely make a little bit further.
Sure, yeah.
into the bracket. But no, I think you're absolutely right. I think for both of these 2 squads in particular, it's kind of like a actual legitimate chance to get a look at them in real time, especially for this 30-30 team that we're going to have, because they have not made an elite or anything like that. So our exposure towards them is essentially going to be this. So I don't know. I'll be curious, I think, just to kind of see. I think in particular, looking at players like Swogi and Ali, there's like the 2 kind of notable that had finished in like the top 32, maybe a couple of top 16 during cups. So this will be kind of a chance for us to kind of get a look to see what they have to offer for us.
Yeah, I always say, in these kind of situations, right, when you're going up against, like, I would say a big name like eFuse, right? Because let's be honest, eFuse, they've been in a couple of elite stages this season thus far. If you're 30-30 in this situation, you're really just trying to make a name for yourselves, right? You can pull off an upset early on in the bracket, and you talk about these kind of players like, again, Onslaught, TK, Swogi, and Ali. I mean, all of those players could really just come out here, have a good game, and we'll be like, hey, look, these players, I mean, we were going over towards the Toronto Open like last week, whatever, in retrospective, and these guys are really good. So maybe that's the kind of the way that you can look at this matchup. It's going to be a tough one anyway. Here's a look at the map mode combinations. Mikadala Solmus for map number 1.
Yeah.
We do love one of those.
We do, and this is interesting because obviously we actually have some statistics towards this eFuse team because of the recent performance in Season 4 of Challengers Elite. Although it was not necessarily the most successful time in the world, they only won 4 maps. 2 of those wins, though, did come on El Asilo control. So if they are stressed out in this series and they do get sent to a map 3, at least there's that. The only other thing we can really point to, this Mercado Las Almas, the only thing that really pops to my mind is the fact that Kels on eFuse is playing in the WXC, and her team, they played this map, and they put the Toronto Tsunami in like a 60-point club. They looked really, really good. So hopefully Kels will be able to kind of school their team around a little bit on the map.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, they've played a little bit. You go back to that point about kind of like where the strengths and weaknesses lie during that season of Elite, and yeah, it is just the control, isn't it? That's where they managed to take away. I mean, to be fair, if I remember correctly, I think eFuse did manage to take a Search and Destroy, I think it was, away from Weber Bobs, right? And that was pretty impressive at the time, considering just how kind of prestigious that roster was. So maybe, that could be a strength for them in the series, but I just think just generally speaking for eFuse as we get into this one, Alan, it does feel like, in a way, it's like you really want to have a good event, because historically this year, things have been kind of, I would say, below par, I want to say. Like top 12 in the last season of Elite, and then obviously over towards Boston as well. I think it was like top 48.
Yeah.
So you do want to come in here and have a good event.
I mean, you've got a player like BB Connor that, all the way back during Black Ops 4, you got to remember, was kind of part of that surprise squad that did beat some pro teams back then, and it's been kind of a fall from grace since then. And I think the thing about it, if you're this eFuse squad, you didn't make any changes after Season 4.
Yep.
You're coming in, and now you have a chance to kind of build a little bit of momentum before you will be for sure tested in their winners round 2 matchup, which will still be best of 3, but coming in as a high 20 seed, like these matchups have to be clean for you just to kind of establish at least some confidence, because that winners round 2 is where we'll start to see maybe a couple of upsets, and this eFuse team very well could provide us one of our opening ones.
Yeah, and again, we talk about individually as well, the players on this eFuse roster in particular. Like, there is history between all of them. You already talked about BB Connor, what he's been capable of all the way back towards Black Ops 4. A player I actually want to focus on is Runner, right? Because Runner, if you remember him during like Nixa last season in 2022, he actually kind of surprised a lot of people. And I've casted Runner for years, like all the way back to kind of like amateur like tournaments, amateur LAN opens in Europe, back when we kind of had those. And, and he's always kind of had that talent, but it's always been about kind of getting the roster to really push that forward into an actual competitive setting. This, to me, could well be that roster. And again, if Runner turns up, if BB Connor turns up here, you've got a real kind of recipe for success there for eFuse in this match.
I think so too. And the thing about it, and we kind of saw this in our last matchup that was on broadcast, when you're dealing with teams that often find themselves in the top 32 to top 16, maybe at best, you're in this cycle of a revolving door of rosters. It's just like someone's out, someone's in. 2 people are out, 3 people are in. It's just, it constantly leads to multiple changes. And you're right, Runner has definitely, I think, been in that point over the course of the last couple of years where that has been the case. So I think for all the eFuse squad, kind of trying to redeem themselves a little bit from the top 12 finish at Challengers Elite Season 4. But I wouldn't sleep on this 30-30 team, mostly because Ali and Swogi are kind of in the same conversation pool slightly as like a player like Runner, for instance, where they've been in the conversation, they've introduced themselves kind of into the challenger scene in Europe, just have not quite found any little monikers of success to this point.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, you could well be in that stage of your career, right? In your Challengers career, where you're just like, you know, this is the season where you're getting those like top 32s, top 16s, which they are doing. And of course, we've had like those kind of Challengers Cups this season so far, where you don't have the elite teams competing, and that gives you a chance to get some more points during those tournaments. And then next season, maybe that's where you've got those players, you know, coming in and starting a team with maybe, I don't want to say better players, but you having maybe better opportunities to really perform.
Better opportunities is the exact right word choice, I think, for that, because it really is. You're trying to improve your stock, especially at this point of like, okay, hey, you had a really good final land. At least we know you can play well on land. Things like that always go into consideration when you look at a full year. I think is also this kind of a point, you know, you talk about players like Disarray, BB Connor, Kelson, maybe not so much because this is like her second true year of actually playing competitively. But for Disarray and BB Connor, you got to start thinking, like, if you're not finding results, at what point does like competing even still become an option for you, right? I mean, it's been like 5 years or so since we've seen those guys really playing.
Yeah, it's been weird. Disarray is actually, I mean, it's weird to think about it. He's a really storied player in like Call of Duty esports. He's been playing around the European community for years, and so has Kels, to be fair. BB Connor, I mean, it feels weird because it still feels like BB Connor's relatively new, but he's not, because again, we were just talking about what he was.
Fuego team, right?
Yeah, like all the way back at Black Ops 4, he's not new, right? So, yeah, it is a good point, right? There is a certain element of like something kind of has to change. It's the end of the season, though, right? I mean, for this EFUS roster, I would say, I think for a lot of teams, it's the right decision to not make any kind of change going into this event unless you direly need it, which EFUS, I'll be honest, I think they could make changes elsewhere that isn't just a roster change.
And I think just, again, macro-wise, you have to consider that EFUS is a team that is pretty far outside the bubble right now when it comes to possible champs considerations because of how they could possibly qualify. I mean, coming in as a high 20 seed, that means that their challengers points are just collectively not that high. So if there were to be the desire and ambition to want to make it to champs, you have to have a great event here, and you have to follow it up, and you also have to have a great event in the LCQ next weekend. So it's kind of a couple of weeks of rigorous action here for EFUS if they do want to make a play for something like champs to even get into the conversation at the point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of that going around right here at this tournament.
Tons of
this is a very important tournament, folks. If you want to get yourselves any kind of Challengers points for Challengers finals for the LCQ consideration, this is the day. This is the weekend to get it done. But let's get underway here, folks, with Mercado Las Almas for map number 1. Goodness me, this looks gorgeous in HD.
Yeah, we're not on our VMix feeds with our 780p. This looks absolutely beautiful. And just for reference, Luigi 2 will be Disarray. We'll be calling him likely as such. Challenger 71, I imagine, will be Ali just kind of as we go. And it looks like we actually may have a bit of a small restart here. So a small teaser at Mercado. Everyone just kind of getting their first couple of shots in, but we'll wait. We'll try again.
Yeah, and we can talk kind of about the map specifically here, right, Alan? Because it's always an interesting story to talk about kind of how teams get better at map mode combinations as the seasons go on, how those strategies evolve. And for Mercado in particular, I think teams have got really good now at identifying what rotations are important and how to actually battle teams to make sure they do win those key rotations. You know, P1 and P2, for example, there's always a lot of emphasis on making sure that if you're right off the rip, if you're not on the better side of the map, you try and flip that as much as you can. Like, you can give up a lot of time on P1. You make sure you flip for P2.
And those core principles, there's no excuse for a team like EFUS, right? That's the other thing is like they're going to be a little bit more under the microscope comparatively to 30-30, who we have no information on really outside of, you know, maybe some of the placements they put together in cups, which again has not been anything super notable at this point. So it is one of those situations that, you know, for this EFUS team, especially considering I think they would have to play up against a team like NRK in their second round. So it's like, okay, you cannot afford to make mistakes against a team that is coming in, I think it's like an 8 seed and are likely going to be favorites, I think, to kind of repeat what they've been doing all year, which is finish in the top 4, top 6, top 4.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I completely forgot about that. Like, where do they go next after this?
I think
it's NRK.
I think it's NRK.
Is. Yeah, you're right.
Is
we were just talking about that. It's like, oh god, yeah, that's tough because Anarchy or NRK, I never know which one to call them. They just got second in the last season of Challengers League, and that's following all of that stuff with like them placing basically top, or Cruz and Dax specifically placing top 6 every single open event this season. Like, man, that's a real tough second round matchup to take.
And they took M7 to map 7 round 11.
Yeah,
like they almost won the whole thing in Challenger Season 4 of NA. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting bracket because, you know, this is going to feel like mini champs, I think, in a way, because all of your top teams are here. And everyone looks like they're going to stick together throughout after Season 4 of Elite. We haven't seen any major roster moves come through at the end of the year, and I'm pretty sure this event locks your roster for what you're going to be doing for things like LCQ, which will just be for NA and EU, top 16 teams based on challengers points as well.
Yep.
So this is going to be a really good tune-up as far as how the two regions match up against one another, and having a chance to see a team like eFuse who just finished top 12 versus a team like NRK, I think could be really fun.
Yeah, and you know what's actually really important as well? This 30-30 roster, talk about kind of that LCQ that's coming up. We don't actually know where they sit on the bubble, right? Because they're not a team we've generally speaking been looking at to see kind of where they sit
If they can even make LCQ.
But
yeah.
you take a match away from eFuse, you put yourself in a good position further on in the bracket, you get yourself more challenges points. You might, again, I don't know where these guys currently sit in terms of those challenges points, you might well put yourself in consideration for like one of those bubble spots.
Absolutely.
You know, just inside the top 16 for the LCQ, and then you have a shot at that final, which is, it's so weird to think about, one of those final spots for the season.
I mean, for a team like 30-30, let's just be plain about it, they would have to either get top 2 in this event or win EU LCQ. There's no way they're going to make up the points to make it into the top 4 regionally.
Right. Yeah.
Again, even for a team like eFuse, they're going to be really hard-pressed to even have a shot at making it into the conversation for what will collectively be the top 5 European squads, pending, of course, what the finishes in top 2 here at Toronto look like for our opening couple of qualifiers. And, well, we will continue to try again.
Oh, man. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. This is we're getting so close every single time to getting into the Mikado. I get a tease, mate. I'm getting teased at this Mikado Los Olmos map #1. We're just a few moments away, I'd imagine, from getting into it. Hopefully, if all is well. And you guys obviously as well know that the names there are flipped, so don't worry about that. We know who's who with 30-30 and eFuse. But we have that match coming up very, very soon, guys. While we're waiting for map #1, Mikado Los Olmos, to get underway, we're going to do a very brief break. On the other side, we've got another match here at the Toronto Open. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Challenges Open here at Toronto. We're about to get into our match with Mikado Salmas Hardpoint. I don't want to promise that we're about to get into it because, honestly, at this point, like I've cast a cursed way too many maps online over the course of the year, and you know I'll do it again.
It's kind of your thing, honestly.
Yeah.
Just trademark it, make it part of the brand.
Mm-hmm.
No, everyone obviously looks like they're getting ready to go. We did hear that there were a couple of issues that have been hopefully solved. Again, the key word there is the hopefully portion of it. Because at a certain point, you know, these players are going to start feeling a little antsy. But you can see it right there on Runner's screen. We are getting close to loading on in for map number 1. Again, still best of 3s here, winners round 1 action. It's not until we get to winners round 3 tomorrow that we see best of 5 action. And, well, again, that's where things are really going to start heating up. But no time like the present, as they say, Brody. Let's get into it.
Yep, let's get into it, guys. Mikado Salmas again. We gave you a little bit tease as to how this would work if you're not familiar with the way that Mikado is just generally speaking set up, of course. You're going to have a team that's going to spawn on the better side of the map, that is towards that Cantina side for P2. Real opportunity to get an early lead here. And the team that will take advantage of that off the rip will be eFuse. Kel's going to dive straight towards P1 and will get shut down.
Yeah, nice little help, though, over the top. We've got Disarray running a 3rd AR by the look of it, so a little bit of zone control here for eFuse to get things going. Disarray jumping on in, picking up the cut. Well done. No mistakes yet for eFuse. And how about this start from Disarray? A little 3-piece turns for Swogi. Not going to get the kill, but like you mentioned, bottom side of the minimap currently possessed by eFuse.
Yeah, this is very aggressive from Kels, by the way, over by Tin's side, moving all the way through that to try and kind of get those kills. I mean, it's a big risk because you can end up influencing spawns in a way that you would not want. That's generally speaking where teams do spawn out towards kind of that blue side. But a lot of kills at the moment going the way of eFuse. They seem pretty confident in the way they're kind of holding the map.
Yeah, love this. BB Connor's going to completely isolate this next hit from Sorty, saying that, hey, you're going to have to come up towards the top. But good kills on the exit. T's going to find him for free just from behind. And even though eFuse had a nice little rotation over towards the second hill, it will be Sorty in first, at least for a small time. Kills coming up on the backside of this will allow eFuse to regain. And now it's just down to figuring out where the last couple of members are possessed.
Yeah, just Ali still sitting inside, playing under that Challenger 71 tag. And there's more kills coming through from eFuse as they're looking to clear the point. Kels will find the 3rd in a row, and that's going to be eFuse right back on in. There's still challenges, though, from the 30-30 roster to contend with. And Swogi does find a crucial double. Still a 30-second wealth of time left to fight for here. Back and forth we go, 2-piece after 2-piece being made, and it's Disarray, a.k.a. Aite Luigi 2, that will find the final say on that hill.
Now, what guy to ask him why he's made his name Luigi 2? Like, where does that come from? He doesn't look anything like Luigi. Good rotation timing here, though, from Kels. Going to clear out the second floor. No questions asked. And eFuse, oh, well, okay, outside of the trophy system, that's right in your face there, Kels. No worries whatsoever as far as rotation is concerned. And again, for being under the microscope, I think they've done a nice job kind of recovering over some lost moments and just kind of keeping their focus where it needs to in these back 20 to opening 20 of these hills.
Yeah, this has been big time early on from eFuse. This is also, I mean, arguably a bigger hill here for 30-30. They have to make sure they control a ton of time on the Elephant Room. Big coverage from Runner, though, coming through from that first kill. Now just going to isolate Ali and TK inside. TK gets challenged out. Now just Ali left up, and, well, we'll have the shots for the double. Nicely done from Ali. Also, coverage now from Swogi too. With 35 seconds left now, you're going to start to approach that period where eFuse might want to talk away towards the barbershop, but they're still going for this. A lot of time left to get, and they will get it.
Yeah, they reduce the possibility of streaks as well. Ali was on 5, so that killing spree's cut short of the cruise missile. Late contest, 20 seconds to the fight for. BB Connor just kind of playing a solo mission over towards the noob, but I think that commitment's fine. eFuse comes back through. They have a good spawn to try to re-challenge, and they do it with numbers. So, hey, it's quick, it's convincing. You get a lot of time. They're up by 50+.
Yeah. Now 30-30, just 20 points on the board so far. You've got to get yourselves moving here in this game, and this barbershop kill is probably going to be yet another opportunity to them to do that. 10-6 is Swogi on 3 in a row. Ali also up there at 11-6 off the back of his spree, looking to grab that coverage. BB Connor there's going to swing wide, though, all the way down to 1 HP, by the way, for that kill. And now looking for more here. Onslaught on the other side of the door, just going to swing that one wide open to get that kill. You know BB Connor's there. Why on earth not?
Great shots from Kels as well, just kind of cutting down mid. Double comes through. Okay, that's going to completely isolate this hard point. Now it's just down to the timing of the break. Kels doesn't need any help and lets him know about it. Okay, Kels, feeling good after that WXC championship now on land. Says, no more am I playing at 120 ping, and letting everyone know about it.
Yeah, nice kills coming through from Runner as well, just to kind of back things up. Still a little bit more to do here on the scrap time. Onslaught wants a piece of Runner's cake, and we'll eat that up every day of the week. Runner goes down. And eFuse now Going to have their lead reduced to about 40 or so going in towards the next one, and it might well be 30-30 in control. It's going to be a pinstripe here coming on through. Runner wants to have the final say, but that nade just puts him right out of position. Could not go for the challenge on 5 HP.
Yeah, and T's actually in a really nice spot just to play his life a little while longer. You see Disarray wants to challenge, but is unable to. Picks up the pinch from mid, no worries there, and now it's you got to flush this player out of 10. You can't let him sit here forever. T's now making their play forward. First kill good. Disarray trades, and right now, eFuse at least in a spot to contest, even though they don't have numbers here at the moment.
Yeah, it's just if you can get one more kill there, that would have been good. You know, maybe provide an opening here for eFuse to get their way back on towards this hard point, but unable to do so. Now, once again, it is going to be 30-30 momentarily in control. Runner comes through with that kill versus Onslaught, though, and now that will pass control back on towards eFuse. A valuable 25 seconds to go for.
Yeah.
Swoggy thinks he can get it, and from up top, will take Runner down. Still one more player to contend with, and I don't know who's going to quite predict Disarray in that position.
Yeah, I love that move from Disarray as well. He's kind of making sure nobody wraps over through Warehouse, looking to set themselves up for this bottom side rotation towards the next hard point. And in that process, he also has a chance to exit and find the opening or the closing time before we open up this new hard point. So well done, just kind of maximizing the objective time here for eFuse, grow their lead back to 50, and now a chance for Kels to consider challenging early, and oh, she wants to. Dead silence in play, just waiting for the chance to go.
Yeah, off the back of that early move in Barbershop, I'm not surprised that she's feeling herself, ready to get inside the hard point, but Onslaught takes it down. Trades good from Runner momentarily, has not died just yet here. And oh my god, Ali down low. He wants the double, he will find it, and now that's a good clearance from 30-30. This is a big moment here in this game, 35 seconds left. eFuse on the right side of the map for the next rotation. 30-30, they're going to want to break it.
Yeah, and here's the thing with 30-30 as you kind of extend into deeper parts of this map and this series, Ali and Swoggy are going to play great. We know that. They're by far the two most recognizable names on this roster. You need to start to see Onslaught and T step back up. T had a really good start, slowed down. Onslaught, really slow start, starting to pick things back up. So those are the two players that for 30-30, they really need to start seeing success with, because at the moment, it really has been Ali and Swoggy doing it all.
Yeah, and I said it right, Alan. You know, the key to victory here, the key to success for 30-30 to make their way back towards this game. Make sure you get this rotation from P6 to P7, and they have done it. Coverage being provided by TK as well, over towards that warehouse side. Finally does get shut down. So now eFuse, they are knocking at the door. 3 players through, being peppered up by Swoggy and Ali from short range. Ali able to get one, Swoggy with another as well. Still presence here from 30-30.
Nice.
Disarray going to take the head off Onslaught, though, and it keeps them at least in the conversation.
Yeah, off the regen, he can start to challenge this back up. They're going to have numbers. Will eFuse for this back 35. T locking down the lane. Swoggy there to follow up. Okay, really well played here by 30-30. Even the pinch coming around the back, that should lead to a freebie, and it will. On top of that, the cleanup from the middle of the map. This is looking like maybe the majority of this back 30. This is looking really good, and 30-30 have a chance to take their first lead.
Yeah, eFuse, they just keep on banging this drum. They keep on coming down this warehouse, this locker side. They just cannot get through no matter how many times they try. I mean, they're going to go for the last 10 here. One more player to deal with in the back line, that's TK, and they will be down. It's a nice 10 seconds to have, but you really have to emphasize just how crucial that last couple of kills were from 30-30.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets them a full map control. The thing about it is it's not going to be the end of the world, because we're going to P1, and everyone's just going to fight for this bottom side of the minimap, maybe with a little bit of an opportunity to jump on for a little bit of time. So really, ultimately speaking, have to prop, I think, eFuse up for the credit of all 4 of us are going to hit through the old time, get ourselves set up, and then we'll take our focus back over to P1. But in the process, 30-30 have gotten a lot of this first 20 seconds, and there's their first lead.
Yeah, big amount of time here for 30-30 to take away. eFuse, though, you can see the way they're positioning themselves around the map, trying to rotate back towards that Cantina side. Disarray pokes out towards the middle to take Ali down. Good coverage from BB Connor from long as well. That's Swoggy down for the count, and might enable eFuse here as Disarray on 19 HP, able to get another frag, keeps 30-30 away from this time. And again, I already talked about that coverage being provided by BB Connor from long. This is a really good position here from eFuse. They're going to be able to reinstate their lead, and again, crucially, they've got early control of Cantina.
That last kill from Disarray allows eFuse to continue to play around the map more. Knowing that he wins that last 1v1, it gives them a little bit more time and space to clear and just breathe on this rotation. As we go there will be an opportunity for Runner to lock down the back lane. Kels is playing outside watching mid-tunnel. This is a really good setup, and Runner absolutely punishes from up high. Swoggy eventually gets the trade. Kels in a little bit of trouble here, but good pickups across the board. Leaves Swoggy one of the last ones left, and it's BB Connor trying to fight him off.
Yeah, a little bit too eager there, if I'm honest, to be honest, from Kels, just running from what she was covering, the tunnel side, to kind of pick up where Runner left off, and in doing so ended up just being taken out from behind. So openings there being made by now is 30-30. He will be back in momentarily. eFuse now back in for the time, though. Took 25 seconds to fight for. Swogi trying to find the route up top, and will find one. No more than that as Kels takes them down. So eFuse going to be up here. Quite comfortable lead as we go towards the next one. And as mid-map coverage goes down from Ali, now it's Runner trying to challenge around the back.
Yeah, and eFuse are going to have to play this from the police side here in this open street side, just due to the fact that they have no contested mid-map. They have no exit through tunnel. So this is going to be a very one-dimensional hit for eFuse, but they are enjoying a 40-point lead. So really, it is on the onus of 30-30 to read this and pick it up. And well, at the moment, they have not done so very cleanly. Disarray now all the way around the back. He can shut down these rotations of reinforcements trying to come on in.
Good effort from Disarray, but read really well by 30-30. We're taking every single player down. That's a full, very clean wipe coming through from 30-30. And now there'll be a moment of calm, a moment of peace here while eFuse spawn out over in Narnia. For them to prepare, them to be ready. Swogi, mid-map coverage will be down. TK here up top, just trying to keep an eye out for where any of these players are approaching from. Snaking that window pretty well, and that's unfortunate because, as you say, did not see Runner coming through. Despite the team kill, it's okay. eFuse, they'll be in.
Yeah, the little 2-2 split for eFuse completely bamboozles 30-30. They just did not have a good read on it whatsoever. Maybe playing a little bit too timid on that last attempt. So eFuse get away with the back scrap time. This will put them right over the 2:30 mark. And as we rotate on over, Kels is in trouble. Needs to at least go one, but not able to do so. So 30-30 will try to put together a setup here at Barbershop. This is their last chance, though.
Yeah, gotta have it. Gotta make sure you hold. And again, these players that are pushing all the way out, TK, I think especially here towards that Cantina side, they need to hold these positions. Cannot go down, otherwise the players inside will be swarmed, and they already are, to be fair. Looking over towards attackers drop tide, one player spawning out in the form of Ali, might get some late pushes in. Runner comes through for the double though, and now Ali needs to get involved here. eFuse just 10 seconds shy of victory, needs to go big.
No, but the thing about it was such a clean break that Ali didn't have a chance to actually stop it off the pinch. Now he gets separated and isolated out. BB Connor locking down mid. Onslaught last one to try to touch, but will not happen. A tight map one, but ultimately eFuse enjoy the 50-point cushion.
Yeah, very back and forth there. Just a couple of crucial hard points that eFuse were able to get control of. I think, you know, as you say, the beginning of the game was pretty crucial from eFuse to hold as much time as they possibly could, get that leader's advantage. And, well, I mean, despite the efforts from 30-30 to come back in the game, got to give them their props because they did, especially on P6 and P7 on the first rotation, just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, Ali Swogi kept the team in the running is really all it was for me. I think throughout the majority of that map, there were a couple of really big moments where you needed to see help from TK and Onslaught. And to be fair, they kind of provided that. At the very end, towards 10, that was a 2v4 hold that I think it was Onslaught and Ali were able to put together. That's what you need to see, I think, against a team that, again, I think is just slightly better than you in terms of overall results and success over their career. Again, it's all kind of a very thin narrative to build, but it is one of those things that if you're going to come into an event like this and play up against a full four-man roster that has seen the Elite not once but twice, except for Runner, you have to be able to play clean across the board as a full group of four. And even though there were some good moments in there, and just ultimately was not enough to get them over the finish line.
Yeah, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there, mate, which is, you know, pretty often for you. Yeah, Swogi and Ali, mate, I mean, they're just coming out, they're playing really well here, and it's just one of those situations where you do kind of need the entire roster to be doing that, and they just weren't in Getaway. Sometimes it's really just as simple as that, right? It's just if the slaying power's there, you'll have a better time, and they just did not. So I'll have to put that one to the back of their minds here as we go in towards a map number 2, Search and Destroy. Again, though, eFuse, I mean, they're full of surprises, because again, we go back to that kind of matchup versus the Wobblebobs, and they're one of the only teams to have taken a Search and Destroy map off them. So.
Yeah, and I want to say that map was on Mercado, so very different than Embassy when it comes down to what we're going to get here for map number 2. But I will say, again, you expect to see the sniper rifle out for eFuse on a regular basis. And usually, actually, it's kind of been surprising. It's been Kels who's been pulling out the scope lately. So that'll be interesting, I think, just to see if that will continue to be the case here for eFuse, if they try to go with that. Or are they going to try to maybe rain some dominance down upon 30-30 and just play with a bit more tempo and pace and force them to have to hold them back? Because that's, I think, often the playbook is very thin against a team that you should beat. It's kind of like that, just sprint at them, make them fight you back, and sometimes that works out. But I don't know. We'll be interested to see what they want to go with here.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it, this early on in the tournament, because we always kind of had that discussion about strategy in Search and Destroy, right? You know, teams, they have these very specific strategies they bring out kind of later on in the tournament, like when do you actually use those?
Right,
you know,
like, how much are you going to show?
Yeah, exactly. Like, because you don't want to do it against a team like 30-30. That's no disrespect to them, but you want to save that for your Anarchy Gaming matchup, right? You know, what you've got kind of cooking in the oven. So, who knows, man? I totally agree with you. I think it's going to be a case of just like these guys trying to set the pace early on in these Search and Destroy rounds, especially in round number 1, where you don't have the utility, the trophy systems, dead silence. Just kind of run at them. You know, they'll be feeling confident after that map number 1.
Yeah, just throw punches, right? I think that's kind of the biggest thing that we often see at this level. So We'll say that ends up being the case. On the other side, though, hey, I mean, if 30-30 knew that this was going to be a matchup that they could prep for, no shortage of VOD when it comes down to watching a team that just came off of an elite. Again, I don't know how much of that's really going to be valuable in the immediate moment, and especially like on the day, like you're not going to have the chance to go back rewatch who was just on broadcast, so you can like counter strat them or anything like that. When we start getting to Sunday, that's a conversation we can definitely have. But here in Winners Round 1, this is all about just playing your best form of COD. Whatever you're bringing to the table, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, especially, again, for a team like 30-30, you're going to have those questions about like how much of that is actually there, like how much preparation have they put into their strategy, you know, such like that. You just don't know. It is just going to be a case of just trying to play as well as you possibly can versus this eFuse roster, get a win here again. We've got to bring it back to kind of the point about just how important a win like this can be. Obviously, for first and foremost, you don't want to go down to the lower bracket this early in the tournament. And secondly, obviously, the wider picture here at Toronto, making sure you get those challenges points where you can.
Yeah, especially, again, just to hit it and again, eFuse need those points. You know, they are not out of the realm of possibility of maybe making a charge for, again, what we're looking at is the top 5 in overall challengers points. Just as a reminder, top 2 from this event, no matter the region, they qualify as the first 2 teams to champs. Next weekend, it's 4 regions of play, all of which is LCQ. The winner of those are the next 4 to make it to champs. And then after that, it's just about how much you've earned throughout the season.
I love this conversation point, and this is going to be something I think we're going to be hitting quite a lot throughout the weekend. The fact that we do have 2 teams from the Toronto Open making it via auto-qualification to champs, and it's regional agnostic. This is the big thing, right? Yeah. In seasons past, you know, last season's Toronto, Europe, I would have been like, yeah, it's going to be North American teams. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. I know, obviously, we had like a European team like Toronto Ultra EU do relatively well last season, but still, this season, the conversation is very different.
Absolutely.
We've got Notorious, who did win the Texas Open. I'm going to keep on banging that drum, mate, because obviously, you know, European. And then obviously you've got a load of teams here that actually kind of situate themselves amongst the top 4. Like the top 4 seeded teams, I believe, are all European rosters. So you've got a lot of talent here from Europe, and of course you've got kind of representatives from APAC as well in the mix. Like, honestly, I don't know, and this is a conversation we've been having a lot. We do not know who those 2 spots are going to be taken up by.
Yeah, and I think by the end of the day, just to really get that conversation a little bit zeroed in, who's going to be the strongest teams here? Yeah. Right? I mean, because honestly, outside of Dallas, which had a couple of the key components of major European squads, we haven't seen EU play NA since all the way back in Boston in February. So that's another part of it where it's like, okay, how close are these regions now that we're seeing a wider berth of overall competition coming from across the pond? So let's jump into it. Lots of conversation about what's to come when it comes to things like points, champs, things like that. But in the immediate, it's 30-30 on the offense. Again, like you mentioned, of course, round 1, no trophies, no dead silence. Who can survive the longest? And at the moment, Kel's very lucky to be alive. Good help from runner above.
Yeah, that player going down, Ali going down here is going to make things really tough. I think just generally speaking for 30-30, because you've still got to get the bomb across the 50-yard line. You've got no mid-map coverage at all. I suppose the one positive that you can take away from the situation is that play number 8 in Disarray hasn't moved up towards that parking lot, so there isn't actually anybody watching that mid-map cross per se. There is maybe an opening there somewhere, but it's the tiniest of openings.
Yeah, and it's really not even an opening because he's preferring to play this pixel sniffing right now. This is all about just getting the intel and then calling for help. And he's got some. He's got Kels right down mid. So, yeah, and now all of a sudden, Swogi's been seen. There is no exit here, you would think. Although Disarray does drop, it will force Kels out of position, and Runner will have to come to assist from deep.
Yeah, she doesn't get that kill as well. Allows 30-30 push all the way through. Swogi actually managed to pick up Runner too, and now the last 2 players here for eFuse are completely split. I really thought Kels was going to react on that information. She did not, and now this entire round is flipped on his head.
Yeah, they've gotten together, though. Both players will have dead silence to try to isolate TK on the backside of this play, but okay, good, clean kill from BB Connor. Now it'll be a 2v2 as eFuse will have to kind of play against the high ground that 30-30 have just earned.
Yeah, you got to go hunting for these guys. You're pre-aiming. I mean, maybe if they peek out for the bomb is maybe how you're going to get one of these kills, but still. Swogi's going to get the challenge, and BB Connor takes that gunfight every day of the week. And now Onslaught for the 1v2. Players on bomb side. Shots going out towards Kels. Now they know where he is, and he doesn't really have the position, but will just peek down for the kill versus BB Connor, and Kels just does not have this time to do this. The defuse will not be in. She's going to fight for the final gunfight. She will get it, but Onslaught played that well.
He played that very well. Actually, 30-30 in collectiveness played that very, very, very well. 3v2 at the end. You knew that Kels was playing backside admin. You get the read that BB Connor's also cutting through mid, so take your free high ground, play off that staircase, and even though I think a lot of people will say, well, Kels, you got to help BB Connor more often, the bomb was planted in a great spot for Onslaught to either play from the high ground or the low ground. That's a lot to watch for one person, and that's just a really big heads-up play from not just 30-30, but of course Onslaught in particular for the low 1v2 at the end.
I just think it was the prevention strategy. It was there, and they just kind of failed to capitalize on it, just stopping them from getting the bomb site. Step number 1, faltered at the first gate. Things a little bit different here for a 30-30. Swaggy pushing all the way through the middle of the map, anticipating perhaps somebody in bottom bathroom. That player will not challenge just yet. As a matter of fact, I think they might have just done, and Swaggy's just run away.
Yeah, he can't stay there for long with an AR. You just don't want to be pushed up against the PD wall with attack in hand. So he gives it a look, doesn't see anything, backs up. Now eFuse will make their move. A little bit of a delayed hit here. Nades were still being held by eFuse, looking to control up through mid by the at least position that we got, but you've got TK watching the cross through bathroom. Swogi still in a position by Laundry to assist on this play. Long-range shots for TK will work out for first blood.
Yeah, and now these players are getting kind of sandwiched in the middle of the map. Oh, TK does actually get taken down. That's a big challenge and a necessary one as well. He doesn't challenge at that point. I don't really know if you do cross the middle of the map, so well played from Disarray. What does a follow-up look like, though? Surely just saw Rally down low. Sometimes, obviously, we have the benefit of the X-ray. We see things that they do not. Nonetheless, the trades will go down. Now a 2v2. Kel's trying to get themselves in towards that kitchen site. Unable to do so.
BB Connor all the way around the back. That silence about to expire, and he is not going to catch a timing to isolate the first kill on the ladder. I think he's heard Swogi, but has missed it again, timing-wise. Not ideal. And so now BB Connor will be making a lot of noise. Still has to collect the bomb up top. Onslaught will surely hear all of this. And, well, he's actually missed the mark. Not enough time to plan either.
Yeah, just one of those situations, right, where you're desperately hunt. Okay, I was going to say, I wonder where Swogi was going there for a second. I was a little bit concerned. Yeah, one of those situations where it's just like you're so concerned that as soon as you go to plant that bomb, someone is going to check it. And ideally, you want to try and draw the players out. There's not a lot of options there.
I'm surprised that with that initial trade onto TK through truck side, that eFuse even still committed to actually playing through mid for an A plant. I felt like for a moment, because often the case, if you lose that defender at trucks, there's always somebody who's rotating back through awning side anyways. So I think they're trying to catch a timing where they could fight a 3v3 on A. Didn't quite work out. So maybe a small missed decision right there. Nades over the top for both teams over towards this top tennis court area, but ultimately no one gets tagged, and now we get our first look at a sniper rifle. Onslaught's going to take this through mid, and he has seen the door pop open, so he should know that someone's inside orange.
Yeah, the bigger question for me here is, do they know where Disarray is situated? You're going to have some idea that somebody's watching that cross, right? The way that eFuse have kind of positioned themselves over towards the B-bomb site. Disarray, though, recognizing that Swogi's around, and goes for the kill. There you go. Swogi now down for the count. That's bomb down in that doorway, too. This is very awkward for Onslaught here and all.
And all those nades that Onslaught just threw did not connect onto anything. So with Kels finding a shot onto Onslaught, this should surely be the round. Ollie is going to have to pull off a miracle in 35 seconds. And, well, Dead Silence has already been spent. We'll get it recharged. Disarray forfeiting his life. Trying to, again, probably just play off the clock. And now it's just down to, can you find any more kills? The answer, no. Runner topside AC, too good.
Yeah, sometimes you lose that mid-map control right off the very first engagement of the round, and it's very hard to get back. And I think as soon as Disarray follows up with that second kill over that parking lot side, that's the moment where they do just lose full control of the round. No longer in the driver's seat.
Lack of confidence from 30-30 in these openings, though, I'll say. A lot of it has been throw all of our nades, and if we get tags, then maybe we'll push. But very regularly in the first 2 rounds, it's been throw all of our nades, and then, okay, we're still top office, top PD, and now we don't know where to rotate. So it's one of those things, I never like to see offenses play with like aggressive nades, but not aggressive like tempo. It just leads you to being in weird spaces, and now with Swogi dropping inside of orange double doors, Onslaught has to push through and make a play. Does not have Dead Silence yet, but will soon.
Yeah, and does find that kill versus kills. That is massive. We'll turn the heads momentarily here of eFuse. Unfortunately, though, Ali did lose that 1v1. It was an elongated one against Disarray in the middle of the map. So now eFuse, they've got the autonomy to get the bomb down over by B. And for Onslaught and TK, you don't really have much of a choice here but to play this one separately. Trying to dig in, get some individual gunfights in your favor. Onslaught going to burn the Dead Silence to make his way through towards administration side, and it's going to run out just as he gets involved in an engagement versus BB Connor. And, well, Connor's got the heady.
Yep. Disarray will get the free plant. TK, trophy carrier. This will be difficult. BB Connor deep, maybe a chance to isolate. Yeah, sees the toes, tags him up, but Disarray right there to help provide the kill. So all of a sudden, eFuse right back into it, 2 rounds in a row, and we get ourselves knotted up at 2 apiece.
And it's exactly what you said, right? You talk about those kind of initial nades, those initial utility thrown over the top. eFuse, they act on it. They actually move all the way through. You see the gunfight going down in the middle of the map. Disarray picks that one up. Off the back of a stun, they get full control of the bomb site. Exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's May, almost June. We got to know how to use our nades and get good surge pressure off of it. And again, this is winners round 1. We'll have this conversation today. We won't after this because we just won't have to. Kels will be sniping this round, though. BB Connor here for support. Runner up top, so a lot of focus with range. And, oh, okay. Thought for sure that Ollie was going to be dead to rights there, but instead the threat has been established, and all of a sudden 30-30 will have a little bit of success making their way on towards the B plant.
Yeah, she's looking for some exit frags at this point. Onslaught coming through for that first kill, pushing all the way up here, and there it is, up close and personal. Kels will finally get to do something with a sniper rifle here in this round. Not quite, I think, the way she imagined it happening, but nonetheless, it's there.
Speaking of things that you didn't imagine happening, I think Swogi was trying to jump chow the corner and caught the ladder.
Oh, no.
So he was stuck there for a second. But TK, still a chance here, 1v2. No bomb, 43 seconds to play with, but could get an angle. I mean, Kels would have to hit an incredible quick snipe if she gets a read on this. Pistol's back out, and she's read it.
Ah, nice. Picked up the attack as well for that gunfight, so not going to be whiffing any snipes for that particular one. But yeah, much better from eFuse, especially considering, to be fair, you know, it's 30-30. I would say they've made improvements towards that round. They actually do get control, even if it's just a slight control, even if it's temporary control of the bomb site.
Well, and the thing about it was that was almost voluntary from eFuse, right? Because Runner's given himself up now 3 straight defenses. He's played top AC. So you have to know there's going to be nades coming his direction. So instead of trying to support through mid, which eFuse is very prone to do, they take an AR and a sniper rifle outside towards that exit. So it's a really cool adaptation, and it works out for them in a beautiful way. Run around 4 in a row, still carrying into round number 6. And we're going to get an aggressive hit from Swogi. Now, he has not hit dead silence yet, and that may have been heard because right around the corner, you do have Kelson. You've got BB Connor very, very, very privy to watching the same angle. I think they know he's here.
Yeah. This player is basically going to decide almost everything in this round. And it's just funny. You can see the snaking through. Yeah, it's just bobbing and weaving.
It's doing the worm.
Well, it works. Whatever works for BB Connor in this situation. Shots going out towards TK, and yeah, I don't know if they do. You know, yeah, they do not know he's here. BB Connors most certainly didn't. Swogi, unfortunately, will not be able to capitalize there, but he does get himself in towards the site. The problem is, Swogi isn't really in the play. eFuse, they're approaching the site.
Yeah, they knew somebody from 30-30 was pushed up because Kels has taken laundry for free. TK nowhere to go. Plus extra intel that Ali is playing just outside the back corner. But that elimination does change things just a touch. eFuse trying to go for the plant, but 30-30 could contest this.
Yeah, they approach in time. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So 3v3 now. 30-30 playing this one together. Kels just going to be getting a snake on around this cafeteria side. First 2 shots in. Nicely done. Ali, that was a egregious mate. Kels will take him down. And now the 3 versus 2. Onslaught and Swogi still got to find a way to get down to this bomb site.
Kels just essentially 1v3'd right there. Got damage into 2, plus got the crazy kill on the one to the left. Nades over the top. Swogi tries for the challenge. No way, no sir. And almost. Kels gets the credit for the 1v3, but help was nearby, and eFuse will win 4 in a row.
Yeah, really well played. Again, great adaptation. You kind of know that somebody is pushing all the way up towards the parking lot, and just decided, well, you know what, there's no point trying to take him on. Let's just give me a move through the middle of the map. Let's get ourselves towards the site. You never quite expect the Kels Inquisition, and well, there it is coming through. 4 rounds on the bounce now for eFuse. They're making it look good.
Is that a Monty Python reference for you?
It might have been, mate. It might have been. You know,
no one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
I've been adapting myself for your 80s and 90s movie references, just for this event, mate.
Dude, I respect that because, well, not many others would. So thank you for that. It makes me feel good about myself.
Well, early snipe here coming through from Kels. Looking for the kill on towards Onslaught. Onslaught just going to fly away, but it doesn't matter. The coverage from Kels is good enough here for eFuse to garner control of parking lot. And this, you can feel it. 30-30 after losing 4 rounds in a row now. The aggression coming through from eFuse. They're playing scared. Shots out from BB Connor, and for 30-30 here, they've got to take one of these players down.
Yeah, it's not looking good, though. Every single offense, outside of maybe the previous one where they tried to commit to B, it's just been so apprehensive to make moves. And a team like eFuse is going to punish. You're going to give away 80% of the map. eFuse will say, thank you very much. Christmas comes early.
Yeah, see Runner on the map there as well. Looking over towards the kill against Onslaught. Onslaught, maybe if he would have got that, it would have been an exit. But Swogie does actually pick up BB Connor around parking lot, so situation is a little bit more palatable here, but you've still got to find a way. And you know what? I mean, you're in the situation, you're in the mud, you might as well make a ton of noise.
I like that. Wow, it's a bold commitment for Swogie just to dive through the window. Onslaught catches Disarray, rotating back to deal with that. Shots from Runner good, but not clean enough to confirm the kill, but Kels will pick things up. Thank you for the rifle. And Kels at 10-3. Looking for the 11th here, and Swogie's going to give it up for free, just running out of time. eFuse outside of the first 2 rounds, they have looked real nice here in the Embassy Search.
Yeah, and it's that aggression we were literally talking about before we got into the map. It's setting the pace, and that's exactly what they did there. You could tell as soon as that first blood comes down, eFuse have total dominance of the map. And 30-30, I mean, they tried. I think there was like one kind of non-engagement that went down on the top side of the map where maybe they could try and create some space there. They just could not find a way out.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a 2 and 14 combination right now between Ollie and TK, and they just have not been part of the picture yet, like at all. I mean, these opening parts of the rounds, it just has not really been a really clean look in either side of the bomb here from 30-30. Sniper out, big focus on the cross though for eFuse as they will once again get Disarray through. Should be an opportunity for a plant, but Onslaught's on PD, and eFuse should know that this is a possible threat here, giving up a lot of this inside control.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine so. I don't think they're going to check it though. Dead Silence about to run out, and BB Connor gets up close and personal. With Onslaught, Kels is like, I'll have a free snipe to the head. Now from Shanglong, it's going to be TK to pick up that final kill. And you know what? I think that's really fortunate there from 30-30, because early on in that round, they made a big gamble. They had no presence whatsoever over towards the AC, over towards the tennis court side. 2 players in the middle of the map, but they are able to recover.
It's kind of one of those, like, it's an accidental blind counter, because you had eFuse hard focused on that outside cross by Palm, getting through that tennis court control. And like you mentioned, there really wasn't anyone up towards AC because the whole defense was situated over towards Xbox. You get the information how many players cross, you send someone through, and that time eFuse just did not have anybody inside the building really whatsoever. So it's kind of like an accidental blind counter, but it works out for them. Those things happen. But in the process, T did get 3 in the round. You start to put together a couple more kills here, plus another round. We can start talking about streaks and maybe extending the map. But first and foremost, 30-30 needs to show us something on offense, because outside of round 1, they haven't really come close to winning an offense yet.
And it's, once again, it's the exact same problem they've experienced pretty much every single offensive round so far. Just being stuck in admin building, like you have no way out. It's awkward, I get it, but like you still just got to be bold. Like, just go for these kills.
The way that I categorize it is like you're using your utility at the get-go because you're hoping to get a free first blood.
Yeah.
You're not really using it to execute a play. It's like, let's use our nades first. If we get a kill, great. If not, then we'll just try to get it done with the guns, which is really just not an efficient way, I think, especially on Embassy, to get that done. Because once you give up mid-map control, you have no way to check if someone's actually contesting you on top of that wall. But as Runner drops, this will force BB Connor to play a little bit more aggressive, and he actually does catch Ollie on the cross. So now we go to a 3v3, and once more, Surdy is kind of stuck on their side of the map.
It gets away crucially as well. Disarray taking shots from mid, though. Space has been created here by 30-30. That's a bad Dead Silence usage. I mean, you don't really have a choice. It's not really like you knew that was coming. Nonetheless, it will result in him going down. Great trades from BB Connor, and might well find a second. God, what is going on with these Dead Silence utilizations? BB Connor just not in a position whatsoever to take down Onslaught. And now Kels, it's not an effective 1 versus 3. It is a real 1v2 on our hands.
Yeah. Her Dead Silence, much better used. People use Dead Silence in this game like they're getting like cranked mode. Like they're going to get an extra 120% movement speed. Not
the FOV, man. It's the FOV.
Still a Semtex to play with, but Kels has lost her Dead Silence. Hearing a lot of noise below her. Has gotten some space to work with here. Isolates 1. Does she get the read onto Onslaught? Sure does. Shots are decent. Kill not there, though. And Onslaught just delays for long enough.
Mate, you know when you're just going up against somebody snaking and you just like, oh, it's so frustrating.
Dude, shoot back, bro.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's tough. Oh, dear. Would have been a nice 1v2. That round was just full of Dead Silence. Slipperoos.
Look, I'm not particularly great at the game, but I feel like, shut up. I feel like every time I watch someone do that, it's like, you're not getting 120% movement speed.
It feels like it, though. It feels like you're the Flash running through the map. Oh dear. It's 2 rounds in a row now, though, from 30-30, so they're trying to make their way back into this. And crucially as well, TK stayed alive through that round, is now on 5 in a row. So 1 more kill, as long as he's not running score streaks, please don't. We will be good here for a cruise missile.
This is very similar to what 30-30 did a couple of defenses ago. They've got Onslaught pushing through, but the difference is Ollie has a sub inside a bathroom. Now, Disarray hasn't challenged this yet. Seems to give us the intention that he's heard something, because no dead silence is used to get Ollie in this position, whether it was glass breaking or the footsteps. It looks like eFuse knows that there's someone up close on them.
It was definitely the glass breaking. They heard that for sure. And the way that he's approaching, this is a big 1v1 here for this round. Ollie needs to win it. Shots going out from Disarray here.
Wow.
Oh, goes for the reload! What?
Question mark?
Oh, Ollie. That's unfortunate. Well,
I'll say.
3v4 now, and Onslaught's positioning, oh, this becomes all the more important.
And yeah, he can't move now. Like, he's stuck here. You can't track back to actually defend A from the back of the site. He has to hold this position and go 1 for 2. He needs to get 2 kills here, otherwise this defense will be real stretched.
Has to go huge. And that bomb explosion, the car explosion, excuse me, not going to be helpful. Runner will finish things off, and now it's a 2 versus 4 here for Swogi and TK. That's TK down for the count, and TK didn't even get the frag for the cruise missile. Oh man, Swogi, a 1v4 to save it all, to stop yourselves going out of the lower bracket. Cannot get it done. eFuse, they go 5 rounds on the bounce there in the middle of that search and destroy.
Yep.
Have to go a couple of more to find that 6, but they get it in the end.
Yeah, just more efficient search, just overall, again, using utility in the right ways.
Yep.
Maybe outside the dead silences. But ultimately, it's one of those things that last round, it all comes down to the fact that Ollie was for sure heard, and at that point, eFuse says, let him sit here. Let's isolate, get this kill, and then as soon as you know that Onslaught's push up, he's got no exit. You have to hold that position, and eFuse just read it perfectly and come away majorly on top. Big search and destroy from Kels, too, by the way. 13, I think, is what she finished with.
By the way.
Yeah. Casually dropped 13.
Yeah, she had a few moments there in that as well. You know, talk about kind of that almost 1v3. It wasn't quite a 1v3,
sure.
Not really, but in that moment, yeah, you know, getting the tags, doing that, you know, finding herself in a 1v2 as well, even though she didn't win it still, you know, gave it a good shot. Yeah, I mean, well, Kels is a player that we've been talking about quite a lot this season for a good reason, right? The first woman to ever compete in Challengers Elite this season, making Call of Duty esports history. And you know what? She's damn good at the game as well. Yeah. It's a real asset to this eFuse roster, even though they didn't have such a good season 4. She does a lot for the team.
No, absolutely. It is big shouts, of course, the first female elite player, and then doing it not once but twice. And then on top of that, also being a part of the first WXC championship for, you know, Allies League is also pretty cool, because I think that's going to be the start of something really instrumental in the community as we continue to move forward. So great stuff there. But I will say, was it 250, 200-ish, and then 6-4? You got NRK, I think, next. Gonna have to polish up a little bit more, I think, if you want to have a chance to upset a good team there, especially in a best of 3.
Yeah, look, mate, maybe, just maybe, I'm just trying to be positive for a second.
I like that about you.
Maybe we'll just have here, like, the biggest upset ever, you know, Anarchy going down the lower round from eFuse. It would be a great storyline. We love when we get those kind of upsets early on in any given open bracket, and as we said, I mean, this is one of the best events of the year, because we've got every single top team competing. You know, it's possible, but for eFuse here, even though they do have to fight for it versus 30-30, maybe not the most dominant fashion that they would have wanted, they do go through 2-0.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for a team like eFuse, if they want to be one of the producers of major upsets, is just you have to eliminate the mistakes, I think, overall. And I'm not talking about, like, you know, them like missing shots or things like that, but when you're tested and you have to make the right decision, or like at least something that can help you bounce back and play recovery, that comm has to be there. And very regularly when you see a team, and the same conversation we had here for 30-30 versus eFuse. When you're playing up against a team that's significantly higher seeded than you, has more success on the year than you just cannot afford to crumble in key moments of whatever the map mode combination happens to be. So seeing a little bit, was that a stone cold look there in slow motion from production from Runner?
Yeah, man.
Wait, that was actually kind of lit. But finishing the point, I think for eFuse is when you have a 50, 60 point lead, you have to be able to create a snowball effect. Yeah. You can't allow a team like 30-30 to come back against you. If they find themselves in those same positions against, like we mentioned, probably NRK in this next round, you have to capitalize. You have to continue to storm forward. If you're winning 5 rounds in a row, make it 6. Just get it out of the way.
Yeah, for sure. Anarchy are not going to take any prisoners. Like, that's going to be a game for them. We're like, look, we're not going to underestimate eFuse, but nonetheless, so it's just such a formidable squad to go up against. It's you need to make sure you clean things up, I think, going in towards that next matchup. But you know what, eFuse, they showed us what they're capable of here in the first round of play. We always kind of knew, again, going back to the topic of kind of where they're at right now in Challengers points. They are kind of sitting around the bubble. You know, I imagine they're like probably like top 12 in Europe or something like that, just speculating there. there. I'm not exactly entirely sure what their kind of seeding looks like. Just getting yourself as many wins here as possible here at the event, just improving your seeding for that LCQ. That's what they're looking at.
Yeah, because they're definitely top 16. We can say that with for sure confidence when it comes to what they're doing in Europe. But again, for them to make a conversation point happen when it comes to things like champs, it would have to be essentially a miracle run. They would have to be one of the most surprising storylines here at Toronto, and they would have to do that again in Europe, where, like we just mentioned, online in the region, they have not found the same kind of success. So it's a long shot, but hey, it's still a shot.
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see kind of how things go for eFuse moving forward. Look, challenges, it always surprises us, right? So maybe we'll get one of those miracle runs and LCQs. The format is a little bit different this year, and there's not really any room for error, just down to the fact that there is literally one team. There is one team that gets through via the LCQ. It's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4. You get to the final, you win that matchup, you are going to Vegas. But if you don't, your season ends there.
Yeah, or you have to have hopefully enough points to get yourself through the regional leaderboard.
Yeah.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Well, that's an interesting dynamic, actually, just generally speaking, right? Because, you know, we talk about kind of the top 4, the top 5 European teams being cemented already, you know, just in terms of global seeding here for Challengers points. Like,
the chances are good.
The top 4 is the top 4. There is no getting around that. And then the Atlas Lions, I think, are kind of that 5th team that are, like, there. Like, you're really hoping, if you're one of those bubble teams, if you're the Atlas Lions, that an EU team does get to the grand finals here. Like,
absolutely.
You are really hoping for that. Yeah, well, that would be good. Who is the 6th seed in Europe at the moment? Would it be like Team Strays?
I think one of the Noctum teams.
Or Noctum? Would it not be the unnamed roster like Team Strays?
It'd be close.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's
the bubbles would be tight. It'd be tight.
This is why it's important that all those teams
Absolutely.
are here, right? It's a lot of conversation points to be had there. So, yeah, mate. eFuse, they're through then 2-0 in the first match here in round 1 for them. They go on to face Anarchy Gaming, NRK, whatever they want to be called. I'll figure that out as we get on through further into Toronto. It's going to be a tough match for them. We'll keep kind of tabs on how that match goes. Next up, though, we've got Pulse Gaming versus Nobility Rising Black. That's going to be the next match up on broadcast here from Toronto. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we're going to have that match and more action here from the Toronto Open. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers Open live from Toronto here at Major 5. We're about to get into yet another round of matchups here, still in Winners Round 1, mind you, but it's still looking like a good set of matches up ahead of us. I'm Infinity, of course, joined by our Shift. Once again, you know who this guy is. Shift, mate, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. The first matchup we had, at least, was a fun one. You know, we had some moments of, obviously, favoritism that gets built into the seeding, but some also moments of some good contests. This one, I'm actually really pumped for, though. Coming up, 2 North American squads, both of which have kind of been fighting for a chance to maybe see an elite, have not quite been able to do it as of yet, but there have been some good significant results, I think, in terms of cup placements and things like that for these 2 squads. So, yeah, I'm pumped about it. Nobility Rising Black. It was fun. I was talking to their org owner in Dallas. They had like 6 teams. It was like Nobility Rising Black, White, Orange, Yellow. I think they just have 2 teams here this time through, but they have put together a nice roster for this matchup.
Yeah, it's like a GGEA back in the day, where they turn up with like a dozen or so rosters. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Whatever. Sporting Challengers,
yeah.
I love it. I love Nobility Rising. Yeah, coming into this with the roster that they have on hand, going head-to-head with Pulse. And this is one of those interesting matchups, I think, just generally speaking, because unlike most of the other matchups we've seen today, like, for example, in our last one, we had eFuse versus 3030, and we had a favorite. We don't really have a favorite, I would say, here. We're kind of going for 2 relatively low-seeded teams. And in this instance, we really just kind of don't know what to expect.
I put a little bit more, I think, lean towards this Pulse roster.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, because this team has, I think, in part, you know, in duos or trios in the past, they have had a lot of success kind of working together with one another. They just haven't quite cracked the code at getting into, like, the elite stage, getting to a top 12 position. Lots of top 16s, though, I think, from throughout the cup. So they've been close. They've been knocking at the door, and they've definitely shown that they can play, especially with this group of 4 collectively. So, yeah, I do have a little bit more favor towards Pulse based on the fact that there's a lot more familiarity with them, and individually, they have also put together, I think, just a bit more notoriety in terms of results and things like those pup cups that happen when the elite teams can't play.
Yeah, exactly. Names I recognize on that roster are like Frosty and Katani from over the years as well. Like, there is recognizable names for us here on the roster. So, yeah, I guess I would lean in kind of in favor in Pulse. But we can talk kind of big picture for a second here as we look over towards Pulse and Nobility Rising Black, because these 2 rosters, again, this is Winners Round 1. This is very early on in their journey. We kind of look ahead here a little bit and kind of what their bracket looks like ahead of them. And I was kind of interested in, like, well, who do they face? Whichever team goes through, you know, who are they going to go up against? Because we know, given the fact that these are both 2 relatively low-seeded teams, that it is going to be a high-seeded, one of those top 16 rosters coming in. It's Rocker ESG. And honestly, like, they are the only big team, maybe outside of, like, Outlast, and technically you've got the new Deviants North America team to talk about, that have made a roster change following the final season of Challengers Elite this season. So there's an opening there. Unlike most of the other teams, like, I don't know, I wouldn't actually put it outside the realms of possibility that they could beat them.
And the thing is, when the series are shorter, because if that's going to be another best of 3, the opportunities, I think, grow towards possibly surprising a team like that. Now, I will say, this Rocker ESG team that we'll obviously see later down the road, I think that this form of their roster is better than what they were trying to pull off in Season 4 and even at the end of Season 3.
Yeah.
But it is one of those teams that you still kind of have a lingering, you know, question about how good will they be comparatively to other iterations that they have played this year so far. So, again, that's all foreshadowing at the end of the day. But I would like to see, I think, that matchup versus whoever comes out of this one. Because this one, I think, will be pretty evenly matched. And then I think there will still be a chance for one of these 2 teams to at least be competitive versus that Rocker team.
We just want an upset, man. We just want one
really are trying
upset.
To throw it into the universe.
Something. Just give us something. Here's a look at the rosters then. Everybody getting kind of cracked up here on the main stage, ready to go. Skater Deceptions, Katani, and Frosty's on the top side there for Pulse. And then for Nobility Rising Black, Haste, Wrath, Sunless. I'm going to go ahead and go for the Sinless. Just put the vowel in there. Come on, man. And Yami as well. Look, you know what? It's better than when, like, players replace, like, a vowel with an X or something in the name.
And I don't know what vowel it's supposed to be.
There's 5 vowel guys. Which one am I going for here? Whatever. Yeah, there's the rosters getting themselves ready to go here for the maps as we get into it. We actually don't know what the map set is for this best of 3. What we do know, though, is we're going to restart. That was not where I thought that sentence was going. But we ended there anyway.
You really kind of let that slide through nicely.
Yeah,
we do know that we're also going to be playing Hotel Hardpoint.
Yeah.
So there's that for us to look forward to. Just kind of talking over the rosters, though, again, like you had already mentioned, Skater, Katani, Frosty, those 3 in particular, I think, have played a lot together. Deceptions also has kind of been in the mix, playing with a combination of them. So the vibe should be really high in this Pulse team. And I expect them to play some really good COD. On the other side, though, do not sleep on Sinless and Yami. Those are the 2 that I kind of have my eye on when it comes to potential threats to kind of of do what we saw in our last series with players like Ollie, for instance. It's kind of the same situation here. Pulse should be the better team based on familiarity, overall competitive integrity, but Sinless and Yami are not to be taken lightly.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you know, we talk about kind of those names that we just talked about in the last matchup. It's about kind of making a name for yourself here. You're on broadcast, you know, obviously there'll be a little bit of shakes that accompany that as well.
Oh, sure.
But, you know, like, this is a really good opportunity to say, look, you know, I'm a really good player. I'm coming in here to this match and really going to show it. So, you know, hey, maybe Sinless and Yami, they come up and they make a really good first impression. For many people, this will be the first time they've heard of many players here in this lobby.
And that's what, you know what, this is why we love Friday broadcasts. You know, we get the opportunity to see players we don't often get to see. Because, like, even for a team like Pulse, yeah, the names are recognizable if you're, like, siphoning through the results of Cubs. But, like, have we actually seen their gameplay? No, not at all. Really, maybe outside of a couple of times during like things like elite qualifiers, but outside of those brief look-ins, we really haven't seen these guys play in full form. So it is cool to kind of have Friday as a learning experience, have a chance for these guys to kind of build up a little bit of a hoop tape, if you will, and, you know, kind of show up on main stage and, you know, let us kind of be graced with their presence here in Toronto.
Yeah,
try again.
We're going to be graced with a hotel hardpoint, hopefully, here.
Again, crossing fingers.
Mate, I've got to stop. Every time I say something, it always goes awry. So I'm just going to not speak. 4 seconds. No restarts. Please. We're going to get into it. Yeah, we're good. We're all good this time. Let's get into Pulse Gaming versus Nobility Rising Black here. It is going to be Pulse starting off on the, technically speaking, better side of the map. Of course, they want to hold this side for that inevitable PT rotation. For the moment, though, Katani looking to make his way alongside Ruggs to Connector to try and surprise Yami. Instead, he will be met with a nasty surprise himself.
Yeah, really nice start here overall from Nobility Rising Black, but what they did not expect was Frosty taking the long route through bedroom and re-hitting this from the back. So 13 seconds is all that is earned initially. Now it's on to Nobility Rising to see what they do to contest not just the hard point, but also that right side of the minimap. And so far, kills evenly traded back and forth as Nobility Rising will have a chance to get back in the hard point for now.
Sunless down to 16 HP. Will be the last one left alive. Has a couple of gunfights to contend with. Katani down low and will take them down. Dawn also going to fall. So this is now control going back in favor of Pulse. Katani! Oh my god, just shotgun Yami out of the plate. And that's a lot of control. Also off screen, we see a gunfight going down over towards P2. Frosty going to win that one, and that's control of that rotation coming through Katani. By the way, also on 4 in a row on P1.
Yeah, and he's becoming a huge nuisance, just running laps around Nobility Rising, now on 5. And, well, this is actually a little bit too much success in front of the hard point. Nobility Rising do spawn down towards Spa, so we swap over towards Frosty's POV, and he provides an electric double, and that will get Pulse a chance to still contest this, even though they don't necessarily have the spawns for the moment.
Yeah, Skater's still going this one. Knows Dawn from afar away. That's a gunfight you need to take, and unfortunately it does go down. Katani from behind will remove Dawn from the situation, and now it is going to be Pulse back in control once again here as we hit the 25-second mark on this hill. It now becomes a lot more prominent here, that rotation in the back of their minds. You can see all the red arrows on the minimap. Nobility Rising Black just thinking, look, no point going for that anymore. Let's go for the rotation. But early on, we talk about kind of streak potential early on in this game. Yeah, you stopped Katani. You didn't stop Receptions.
Yep, and on top of that, just as I'm kind of thinking, you know me, I'm old. My memory's not what it used to be. Skater was in Season 1 of Elite, by the way. He was part of that Purge roster that really surprised us, I want to say. Maybe? I want to say that was the case. We'll
I'm not going to question you, Alan. Yeah. I would never do that.
I was like, I know for a fact we've seen Skater at least in the quals, but I want to say he was part of that Purge team that they played back in Season 1 of Elite. So that was kind of like a huge surprise for them. And yeah, I'm looking at you. You have the same. I took the step forward to be like, I think this happened, but I very well may be wrong. But we are seeing, I think, just good overall hold down spots from Skater. That's why I wanted to bring him up in the first place. It's been a really nice little flex AR moving into position to help Deception stay a little bit safer while here in those streaks.
Yeah, we'll see Skater perform here for Pulse regardless. And it is going to be them now in control of the back 20 seconds. This is not really time that you can afford to contest if you're in Nobility Rising Black. And I think just generally speaking, while we're kind of talking about Skater there and that hard point, I mean, we saw a massive moment in this game where Pulse Gaming able to take control of that hill away from Nobility Rising Black. That is a big rotation to lose because now you are 70 points down in this game. You need to make sure you win this next rotation.
And they are being challenged in towards front desk, although Raph has stayed alive for now, and actually he's continuing to stay alive, finessing a little bit longer. Skater, though, bouncing out through Spa. Nobody expecting him to be back there. And with that, bar will be broken on the immediate attempt from Pulse. Trophy system still in place, kind of keeps the nades at bay, but Deceptions picks things up in mid. He's on his second killing spree, now on 5 in a row, about to lap streaks. Not that it makes much of a difference as Pulse continue to wreck over the top of our hard point.
Yeah, in that particular instance, it's like if you get the streak or not, it's trivial, right? It just doesn't matter. The 5 kills alone is doing it. It is the streak at that point. Nobility Rising Black still sending players towards this, but they are just getting outnumbered at every single turn. I mean, look at the way that Pulse are outslaying here in the first 4 to 5 hardpoints of this game. Double digits across the board. We're barely 5 minutes in. Nobility Rising Black, I mean, this is now the second hill in a row. They've gotten in and they've got broken pretty much immediately.
Yeah, and this is fine when it comes down to this last scrap time for Pulse. You may get broken up just a touch here on rotation, but really, all things considered, you have a really good idea as far as what your initial break attempt here at Kitchen should, or pardon me, at Restaurant should look like. Katani for an opening trade. Dawn trying to get in the mix, but Katani, Skater, get the job done. Double SMGs working things out, leaving Nobility Rising with just one inside the hard point. And as Raph drops, Pulse once again will open up this hard point to their name, at least for now.
Yeah, again, big time for Nobility Rising Black to give away here. You've got to have it. Sinless. Good effort. Team shots from them and Dawn will result in a frag, but Katani with the trades looking pretty good. Katani's very much in the thick of it here between two players, the latter of which in the form of Raph is going for a very long flank around the kitchen side. Deceptions will read it almost perfectly, and once again now, you're in a very tough spot because Katani's on 4 in a row, doesn't get number 5, but that streak is enough to keep these guys at bay. I mean, look at the game. Look at the way that Pulse are situated right now. Yes, they spawn out momentarily, but they do have control for the moment, actually, of the next hill.
Yeah.
Nobility Rising Black here, a shot at rotating.
Yeah, this is tough though because Katani's off spawn and trying to watch this mid rotation. He does get cut down, so Nobility Rising definitely have a chance to start making a move here towards rooftops. Thing is, look at the AR setup. Pulse is just in a great spot to have cross-covering fire. And with that, it's going to be really difficult for Nobility Rising just to break this from behind. You have to get Sinless number 8 in the play, and with that double from Dawn, that may have opened the door.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 now around this hill. Frosty and Skater around the back line. Frosty goes down, there goes Skater too. Nobility Rising Black, they finally have something here in this game. A break for a back 40 seconds that would give them at least a voice here on Hotel. Gotta have it though. Sinless unfortunately able to win the fun fights from afar. Frosty, that double gives Pulse a good look. Now it's gonna be a 1v1 for the time. Skater from actually afar. I thought Katani would be the player coming down low that would take Yami out of the play. Indeed, they are not. It is just this AR presence from afar that is so frustrating. I mean,
yeah,
they get some time, Nobility Rising Black, but it's so frustrating to deal with Pulse in that play.
You can feel it starting to turn a little bit, trend and pattern-wise. Nobility Rising are kind of, I won't say getting beat as bad. They're still getting beat pretty good, but you're getting a little bit more participation from Yami. He was on that 4 in a row. Dawn is really trying to ring his team around here because he's really been doing really solid over the course of the hard point on rotation. He's really been doing it all, but Pulse is just looking like the better overall team. But again, those trends are starting to change a little bit. Just comes down to you need that full 4-man roster for Nobility to really make sure that actually happens.
Yeah, and it is worth saying, as is always the case, you've got these kind of money rotations as well. I'm definitely going to make that a thing, Alan. It's the end of the season. It has to be a thing by this point.
What, where money rotations?
Yeah, where you could like chain hills back to back, right?
Sure.
There is that opportunity here for Nobility Rising Black to do it off the back of P1 or P2.
Yeah, sure.
It's a big if. I know that it's a big ask for them, but there is a way back into this game. You have to win these gunfights, though. You cannot continue to get outnumbered in these trading situations, and almost every single one, like 9 out of 10 of these situations are just not going your way.
Yeah, I mean, Yami and Sinless are getting smoked right now. I mean, they're a combined 22 and 39. You don't like to see that out of the two players that are probably the most recognizable off name for those that are avid Challengers fans. So that needs to change immediately. 100-point game. Pulse continuing to build that as they open up the second hard point in that lovely shade of default blue. Dawn trying to work around the backside of Spa, has been tagged, has to wait a little while longer, but okay, now all of a sudden his teammates are picking things up and the break comes through. Well done.
Yeah, and again, now this is that moment. You get the 50 seconds off the back of this hard point. You are at least right back into the conversation, but you got to make sure you win these gunfights. Yami, a lot to do here through the open. There's number 1, Katani. Deceptions just too hot to handle. Deceptions will take them down, and now an opportunity here for Pulse to get back in. A little bit egregious there from Deceptions onto a gunfight where Sinless had the heady, and Sinless will actually get a second off the back. Maybe Skater can be the player to puncture. Are not able to do so, but it's just enough here for Pulse to just continue banging this drum and take time away from Nobility Rising Black.
Thing is, though, these last 2 hard points have been much better for Nobility Rising, and I think a lot of it is they're not allowing Pulse to get away with these solo Chals 1v3 break attempts that we're starting to see. Like Skater in that last moment dives into the hard point, says, I can do it myself. And Nobility says, no, you can't. Someone else dives in by themselves. No, you can't. So back to within grips. Still a lot to be done here, especially with the rotation not being currently owned by Nobility Rising. But again, we're starting to see them settle into this game just a touch.
Yeah, much better now from Nobility Rising Black. You just have to ask that question, though. Is it too little, too late at this point? Yeah, it does feel like it, right? You cannot let the lead disadvantage go that big early on in the game. Pulse in control now of Kitchen. Katani, big gunfight to have, and he will have it. 25 and 16 is having a hell of a game, mostly off that early game play. Now finding a route from behind, and Raf just simply doesn't expect to take that gunfight at that point in time. They were much more preoccupied with the backside of the hard point, and Sinless, well, he's just chilling around that backline. I think he was actually just seen there by Katani as he went down. Now Deceptions will double up inside. One player left to contend with. It's going to be Raf, and well, Deceptions, why on earth not pick up at 4th in a row? As, I mean, how many times has this man streaked out this game?
That's what he's building on his 4th. I mean, Deceptions has played well, man. I'll tell you, it's just, you know, you start to learn about these players really quickly and all the key points that you want to see. How are you locking down your role? How are you transferring to help your teammates? All of a sudden, Deceptions has kind of thrusted himself into the conversation for both of us, really playing nicely. Transition over to Bar. Nobility Rising do have the setup, and they clean up the back, but not fully. Oh, God, Skater spawns in. No one expects him except for Dawn, but okay, still picks it up, and with that, Nobility still hold on to the hard point.
Yeah, Deception's down on 5 in a row. Once that second cruise missile will be denied it, it's actually going to be a team kill coming through via way of trophy system inside the hard point. That's going to make things tough on this defense. Dawn over by D2, overwhelmed by Katani and Frosty, and I love the immediacy here for Pulse of just making sure they entrench themselves straight towards Spa. Katani having to retreat back towards the hill to help out, and here is why. Raf finds 2. Nobility Rising Black here still want this time.
Yeah, and again, you look over in the scoreboards really quickly, like everyone's starting to really kind of pick things up a touch for Nobility Rising, except for Yami, who's been trying to stay alive in the hard point. Just hasn't been able to. I think a lot of the sub pressure on Pulse has just been way overwhelming. The tempo, the speed, how they're hitting, when they're hitting, it's been very unpredictable. It's probably the best word we can use to kind of classify how Pulse's SMGs are running around the map at the moment. And Nobility Rising just have not had the buffer zones around these hills to get good reads. So now we go back to Restaurant. Pulse once again in control. Frosty, last one left alive, but he has a chance to win the game by himself.
Well, Dawn's already got a double, 33 and 24. They've had a heck of a game so far for Nobility Rising Black. Now want to contribute here. The team shots when them and Sinless are good enough. Sinless picks up the double. That's 3 in the feed for Nobility Rising Black. You're still got to be perfect, though. 4 seconds away from victory at Pulse, and they're on the way.
Yeah, looking good for at least this initial hold, but how do you, again, buffer the hard point? That's a nice little execute play from Yemi, creating a little bit more time and space. Raf trying to do the exact same thing. Frosty wins the gunfight, backs down. But Nobility Rising still in control. Oh, Dawn well picked up on the long flank. One more to get, and how about it? Full 4-man feed. Nobility Rising should get the scrap here.
Combined 9 spree between Nobility Rising Black. Yet that stick does come through from Deceptions, and now Deceptions, really wants to play spoiler on this rotation. Players around the backline almost finds Dawn as well, but still, it weakens this play. Katani might well be able to capitalize on it. It's just 2 players over here, and already on the other side, Skater and Frosty have made their way through Bedroom. That's going to be all she wrote here from map number 1. I'll tell you what, Almo, that was a great restaurant kill towards the end for Nobility Rising Black. Like, again, it's one of those money rotations, right? You chain together restaurants and rooftops back to back. I mean, look, they were still 4 points away from losing, but still, like, I don't know, man. I'm starting to shake at that point.
Yeah, and I think you hit it well when you talked about the fact that it was just too little too late, right?
Yeah.
It took just a little bit too long for Nobility Rising to settle into the game.
Yeah.
Right off the get-go, solid opener, but we already got the trend and pattern that these SMGs are going to run around you. And we saw that from Frosty, kind of took the early route through Bedroom, broke open P1, saw a number of different moments from Skater, kind of running around the outsides of hard points, hitting on pinch timings that they just didn't expect. And it just felt like Nobility Rising were trying to play a very one-dimensional game of hard point. Like, okay, we know that clinically we're supposed to do this, so we open up the hard point, we have it, let's hold from inside the hard point. You can't just get away with that.
Yeah.
You have to be able to make proactive plays. And I think it took them a little bit longer than they would have liked to kind of settle into that tempo and flow until it was, like you mentioned, just a little bit too late.
Yeah, for sure.
Good game, though. Good game.
It's sometimes the games can just run away from you. And like I said, I will give them kind of their flowers for making the comeback.
Sure.
Almost. I don't know. Can we even say they almost made the... I don't think they can.
I think you could say that. I'll give you that. It's winners round 1. They almost made the comeback.
They built some momentum backing their favor, but just look at that early scoreline, man. It was 100 points the difference between the two. And there were so many kills on her on Hotel as well, where you can just get a full 60, and we almost saw that from Pulse as well. I think the kitchen hold
this play
on the
was
second
egregious.
set. Yeah, it's stuff like that where it's just like, at that point, I think Hotel is probably one of the worst maps where you can have like a loss like that, where you can have a disadvantage like that.
Yeah, and just to kind of, again, point to it, like, Deceptions was a part of a couple of huge key moments.
A couple?
I mean, quadruple. Yeah, he was individually taking over a number of different times, but that long play around side where he was kind of finessing inside of Kitchen, that was a great individual play when it was like 200 to 115. He loses that. That's 30 seconds or so that could have gone the other way. And then the same thing on that rotation going out of restaurant over to rooftops. He cuts it off completely. It's good heads-up play from an AR player. Again, I got to give him some credit. Good kudos coming through, and Pulse will now take up this best of 3 1-0 up.
Yeah, incredible showing. We thought this was... I mean, it might still be a close series, to be fair. Let's not take anything away. Everything
wasn't a blowout map.
Just one. Yeah, it wasn't a blowout map, but I think like it felt like one for like 50% of the map, right?
Yeah, the opener, sure.
Certainly Pulse, though, I think really put a stamp and really put their mark on the series in map number 1. We got to see something better here in Search and Destroy from Nobility Rising Black. I kind of want to go back to like one of the oldest things that I always say in Call of Duty, which is just that Search and Destroy is a very different game mode. It's very different to the respawns, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you are ultimately a Search and Destroy team. Maybe that's what Nobility Rising Black have, kind of. We'll see. We're getting straight on in the Fortress, though. We're wasting no time. And, well, this is where the subs are going to come to play.
Yeah, and just for what it's worth, Haste on the camera, Dawn in game, he could possibly be a takeover player to keep an eye on because he had a lot of great individual moments on the hard point. So can he follow up here in the Search and Destroy? Skater's getting a lot of early nade pressure towards back stairs. That frag won't quite connect, but it does flush Dawn into a really bad spot. Easy kill from Skater, and Yami, turn. Hello? Are the comms working?
I mean, how does he get there? Like, that's question number 1. How does Skater get there? Like, how does he... no one ever runs out towards the middle of the map like that from like... Sometimes you see it, like, but so you see the peak first, right? You see the peak, the kill, then the jump. Not just jump and, like, pray that no one's watching. Why was nobody watching? A lot of questions there in that first round.
The thing is, he wasn't concealed on the initial push through either because he threw 2 nades through a wide open set of doors. So, you know, it was one of those that, yeah, there was some other existential pressure that was being put on by Pulse, but that definitely felt like a real big giveaway that Skater is able to push through Haystack like that and get a second. So first round to Pulse, and how about Katani already getting the top boat? That's early defensive pressure. No dead silence yet, but has a full utility belt worth of nades, and now pushing through. Oh, Dawn, okay. Saves himself from Reddit for a moment.
Oh my goodness me, yeah, that one straight on the sub. Oh, dearie me, though. Nonetheless, Pulse have got themselves entrenched inside munitions. Skater wants to kind of replace his teammate. Unfortunately, he does go down to Haste, so now a 2 versus 2. Bombs slapped down on the gallows, right on their A site. And for Pulse here on the defense, they've entrenched themselves in towards that that closed door position.
Mark my words here. Dawn's going to put together something special in this map.
Yeah?
I can feel it. He's going to pull like a 1v3 or like he's going to be like a solo defender taking care of like all 4 guys at once. I have a feeling Dawn's going to provide us with something. He's been playing real solid, and we may get it here. He's on for the 1v2 and maybe the ace, but no. We have to wait a little longer, but Mark, I just have a feeling. I've got this COD prophet feeling that Dawn's going to do something crazy.
Like you can feel it on like the force or something?
It's like, just like it comes through my nostrils and exits my earlobes. I don't know.
I never want to hear you say that again. That's not a sentence I thought I heard this weekend. There you go.
Feel it though. I'm tingling.
Full of surprises, Alan.
Yeah, I know.
Hopefully Dawn is full of surprises here in this map, though. You say you got a feeling that they're going to go off in this one. I mean, look, they had a good enough map number 1. What was it 30, 33, 34 to finish off?
34 and like 28 or something. It's not a bad map at all.
Yeah, a lot of engagements coming from them. So they're feeling pretty aggressive, feeling themselves in towards this one. It is Pulse, though. Starting things off 2-0. Frosty on 6 in a row between the first 2 rounds. There's all that already. Hopefully, again, that cruise missile, hopefully.
Skater watching for any early pressure top single. Not going to be offered or entertained by it. Wrath on the bottom side of this is going to stay away from the cruise missile for now, but they do catch Dawn. That should lead to a plant, and with one of the ARs out of the picture, this retake becomes so damn difficult for Nobility Rising, but a good opener from Yami getting one and getting away.
You know, I don't actually hate that cruise missile play. I mean, it was good enough, right? They get a kill off the back of it, they get the bomb down for it. And Yami elsewhere has been traded out for his initial insolence. And now Sinless pushes around the back line. A little bit individualistic there, I think, on the retake coming through from Nobility Rising Black.
Well, I mean, you see the trophy system down, so like you know he's playing in the back. You got to double chow that. But Frosty now is an 8-0 start through 3 rounds. And he's already looking down at his teammates like, brother, what are we doing right now? I'll tell you what. I don't think that's the way his voice sounds. But for what it's worth, he's in takeover mode. Dawn, I'm looking at it, Dawn's got to come back and do something crazy here in this. It's going to be not this round, but the next round. He's at 9. Sorry, pardon me. I didn't realize you got 3 that round. Yeah, okay. So he's dealt with 3 out of the 4 in all the first 3 rounds.
That's an average of 3 every round. That's quick maths to you folks at home. Yeah, quick maths.
I also just said that, but that's fine.
Did you? Oh, yeah, whatever. Anyway, 10. He's got 10. Frosty's on double digits now. A 10 killing spree. Skater now looking for some more around the back line. Yami, I mean, he's just sat there at the back steps. And Frosty's just like, well, I guess I'll have number 11 for free. Dawn out, haste. Sitting inside munitions. And, well, these players just pre-aiming. And now they know where he is as Dawn takes those shots.
This would be a 1v3, though. You know, maybe a consolation prize based on how Frosty's playing at the moment, but still a chance. He's a trophy system carrier, though, so this will be a very hard-pressed 1v2 to pull off. Does collect a second weapon, and on top of that, also the bomb. He's going to get an opportunity to get across for free here. Skater may have seen the bounce over, but yeah, here they come. It's going to be a double chow. Katani tagged, not going to get the full kill, and now Skater will help follow up. Man, he had a good read on it, though. I just become Dawn's biggest fan. I don't know if you've realized that.
Yeah,
just like for no good reason, I've become Dawn's biggest fan.
I'm here for it, mate.
Bias caster right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they need everything they can get at this point. They're 4-0 down. The way that Pulse are playing. I mean, just think about how aggressive that was. Straight towards the bomb site. The aggression from Frosty right off the rip to get those opening. What was it? 2 kills, I think, is what he managed
first
to get.
First was the frag grenade, though. To be fair. So.
Yeah, Skater as well managed to contribute to it. Like the round just falls apart so quickly. You gotta put a stop to Pulse right about now. Not only because, of course, you lose 2 more rounds, you're in the lower bracket, but because, I mean, this is not respectful at all.
I know our observers are listening to me right now because I said this was the round that Dawn was going to do something special, and they jumped right onto his POV for us right off the get-go. Forward play, though, from Yami, actually. He's the one that really kind of got in defensively. He does turn it into a free first kill. Trade is there, bounced back, and Raph will actually get the double. So Dawn not needed this time. It's on to Frosty for a 1v3. Gets the first cleanly.
You know, if you want any player in this Search and Destroy the 1 versus X situation, it's this guy.
He's got 12 kills in 4 1/4 rounds. Are you kidding me?
It's crazy. Still working on those averages. Frosty, though, has some information as to where these 2 players are. The big problem for him, though, is that bomb is situated right between them. And so if he goes in that retrieval mission, well, he's going to get himself right between those 2 players. And he doesn't have dead silence to work with as well. Peeks wide for Dawn. And look, there you go, bud. Dawn did something.
Stop it.
There you go.
Yeah. Would have been better if it was a 1v1, but
yeah,
staying involved. It's going to happen, I promise. I got to know more about this kid. He had a good hard point. He really did.
Wasn't good enough, apparently.
Correct.
Although it wasn't his fault, we'll say that much.
I'm not pointing any fingers at him for losing that first map, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, dearie me. Look, they've got around on the board, mate. They've stopped the bleeding. They've got themselves patched up here, but it's just a plaster over a very open wound at this point.
I mean, take care of Frosty, and you win the round. That is, you know, maybe the win condition at the moment. But look how, I mean, this is just Pulse getting away with highway robbery. They're just trying to be borderline disrespectful at the moment. They're getting forward on A almost every single round defensively, and at least Nobility Rising has bounced back, taking this to a 3v3, and giving Pulse something to think about as Frosty gets his 13th kill now.
And Nobility Rising black now. Looking for maybe an angle through the middle of the map. Big gunfight here for Katani to lose. That's good. And now these players will find themselves in a 2 versus 2 scenario. Still got to retrieve the bomb, and they don't have much control of the site. Frosty now watching the cross has just spotted out Raph.
Oh, and he's actually seen Sinless. Wow, okay. How has he done that? Sinless able to get the kill, though. That's his first on the board. Skater looking to follow up. Has just the tack for now. Backs down. Has a chance to breathe a little bit, but does not have any sort of dead silence. And that's a decent prediction, but Raph is more focused on the OBJ. Will collect the bomb and look for a plant, you would assume, and yep, that's indeed the case.
Skater's just trying to look for any information. That was bold. That's just no information on where that second player was. No idea whatsoever, just to fly out towards the site. I will say, between the last couple of rounds, it does start to feel like a Nobility Rising Black here are actually adapting to Pulse playing that aggressive role, right? Yeah. They're like, oh, we know that Pulse are going to run out of us, so let's just try and play a little bit more passively.
Avoid the nades, throw some of your own, make sure that those key positions that you want to use, especially on the offensive side, to get onto a site are not taken away immediately. Well done. It does take an opening trade, but it still works out. Raph has put together 2 doubles in 2 straight rounds. Little double-double love here for our Canadian friends. Had one of those this morning. It was delicious.
Glad, mate. Look at this. Early aggression through bottom R. Yami, attack sprint straight into a gunfight with Skater. Easy win for him, and there is no immediate trade whatsoever. Dawn just wasn't in a position to have it.
Yeah, and Skater, I mean, he already established it round 1, looking for more, and he's saying, yeah, that position, bottom art, that's my space. And no, I'm not talking about the early 2000s social media platform. He just dominates bottom art, apparently. Raph on 4. needs to find a way to bounce back into this 2v4 situation. Kind of stuck. Oh, good shots, though, on Deception, who just kind of pops up and surprises himself. So, okay, chance, but the bomb will go down, and Frosty's in a really good spot to watch this cross.
Yeah, I mean, look at the way that he's positioned with Skater positioned as well. They are fully watching the middle of the map for anybody, and you're just never going to expect a player there ever, to be honest. Katani will finish things off. Pulse, they lose a couple of rounds, but no more than that.
I'm running out of rounds from Dawn. We're running out. Needs to happen sooner rather than later. In fact, it needs to happen now. It's going to happen this round. He's going to get 3, and one of them's going to be a 1v2. If I called this, I've got the script.
You're a clairvoyant, mate. I'm crazy, just crazy. I would never expect that out of you.
No faith? What
no
the?
faith. Absolutely no faith, mate. Look, you know what? They seem to have kind of worked out how to play around Pulse at the very least, but again, it feels a little bit like that question about kind of over towards the hard point.
Yeah.
It might just be too little, too late at this point. We'll see off the initial.
Uh-oh.
Aggression down street side, and, well, players up top at the moment, just looking for the gunfights from afar. Frosty takes down.
Brother, as soon as those first nades connect, this round is pretty much over, because Pulse will recognize that, okay, if we're going to get connections and kills over towards B1, we can take over the A side of the map.
Wow.
And yeah, you just completely entrapped Nobility Rising. They look a little bit lost here on this round number 8. Raph by himself, 1v3. Dead silence already popped, so if he's going to make a play, it has to be now. Katani, oh goodness!
Oh,
no! Not like that!
Ooh, that's one way to bring the Search and Destroy home, eh? Jeez Louise, man. This Pulse roster, you know what? If you guys didn't know who they were, now you do. The way that they played there in that 2-0, confidence just flowing through the hard point in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, man, this could be one of those teams that could surprise some squads going forward. I just based on the fact of who they are, what they've done, how close they've been to making things like elites or at least be majorly competitive. Yeah, Katani's been around for a while, and he's a solid player. Frosty, kind of the same situation, especially in the last 2.5 years particularly. Skater in his first year has been great.
Yep.
He's showing flexibility. This is a team not to be slept on, without question, and we definitely got a full taste of that here throughout this very quick 2-0.
Yeah, again, you know, we go back to this hard point, and it was just Pulse right off the rip, building what was a 100-point advantage or so between, I think, really crucially, a kitchen hard point and then a restaurant hard point where they got broken, or they broke Nobility Rising back, within the first 10 to 15 seconds. That was just way too damaging over towards a hard point. And, of course, it does help Pulse that you had a player like Deceptions going on a multitude of different separate sprees, and Katani, Skater, and Frosty were all having their own contributions to that hard point as well. And then, of course, we went into the Search and Destroy, Alan, and it didn't look like the story was any different, just early dominance from Pulse.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This Search and Destroy was really well polished, and there was a little bit of like, okay, that shouldn't have happened, like type of situations, and they will not get away with certain things like that against that Rocker squad. But the fact of the matter is, damn, Frosty. I love the little player comms. I love that. But no, they're not going to get away with something like that against Rocker. But the fact of the matter is they can try it.
Yeah.
And they can try to get in the heads a little bit of like, okay, like we've got options, we've got variety. And that's all the things that we always look for, especially in Search and Destroy, is that flexibility.
Yeah, I think now seeing this Pulse roster again, we've brought up that conversation point of the next team that these guys are going to be facing is ESG Rocker.
Yeah.
I actually feel okay now about Pulse taking that matchup. And I never thought I'd say that because Pulse looked really good there. And I know, granted, a lot of it was kind of capitalizing on mistakes made by Nobility Rising Black. But nonetheless, you know, again, it goes back to that conversation point. Of all the rosters that you could possibly face, early seeds, this ESG Rocker roster, the freshest probably of the lot. Maybe you'd want Outlast, another roster that just went through a small roster change. But like ESG Rocker, I mean, they literally lost 2 players in the switch. So temporarily one, mind you, but still, like, there is that to talk about. And maybe Pulse can capitalize on that.
High seed based on pro points, but roster change, role swaps, there are a lot of things that Rocker's moving through and working through. And this is kind of like their final tune-up. Because honestly speaking, regardless of what happens here, regardless of what happens to the LCQ, they should still have enough of a cushion based on challengers points to still qualify for champs. I mean, there is a world where they could be upset in both of those and not make it, but the chances are slim. So this, I think, has to be one of those things like, this is a proving point for this Rocker team. Does the roster work? What do we need to work on? Because their eyes are mostly focused on champs, you would think.
Yeah, I'm really really excited to see kind of how things go for that second round matchup. Honestly, I'd love to see it, man. I might just get myself over towards that station later on.
That's the beauty of being here in person, Brody. It's good to have you.
It feels so good to be here on land. You guys finally see how tall we are comparatively to one another now.
Still surprised me.
Yeah, I'm still crazy, absolutely crazy. But yeah, it's been a great round one here. That's all the round one matches down now. So now it's all just lower rounds. Winners round 2 coming up, mate. Any final thoughts before we send it away to that next round?
We're going to see some upsets next round.
Yeah.
Mark my words. Something in winners round 2 is going to happen. We had in Dallas, all the top 16 teams made it into the top 16 of the winners bracket. I don't think we're going to have that this time around.
Yeah, not a European team, hopefully, this time around. No, we're just praying to Toronto again this year. Europe, do better, all right? That's all I want. All right, well, anyway, we've got that winners round 2 coming up very, very soon. More Call of Duty action live here from Toronto is not that far away. Of course, though, we're going to take a very brief break. On the other side, we've got more action here live from Toronto.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on stash on lock. Dedication, prepare for me, dog. I tend to grinding on the concrete. I will show them that me on the block. Run them, up and boss. See them times I want to my boss. See them times I begging for favors when I don't get no food for my pot. Table don't turn. With the big friend, but the reach don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. Then we on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
Hey, watch where you're going. I thought you had new internet.
It's not that. I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
Ah, it hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the... Is this brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$1 million on these. It's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Open here in Toronto. My name is Visions. Alongside me, I got the one and only Seymour. They let the Canadians pair up. I don't know what they're thinking, but I'm here for it. It's going to be a good time, Colin.
Who let us all on the stage together, man? Like, I don't know whose bright idea was to put the two Canadians on the desk in Canada. I mean, this is dangerous duo.
It's dangerous. It's going to get loud. It's going to get hypey, and we are here for it because we are jumping down to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
These are elimination matches, and no one wants to get double first rounded. Let's be honest, right? Like, you don't want to go travel all the way to Toronto and then have to leave knowing you didn't win a single match. So a lot kind of on this one here coming into it, and we'll see what kind of happens between both these squads out.
And a big match, too, when we're introducing them. We got Stallions Red going up against Retired Reapers X Extra Creddy, and these two teams, like you said, nobody wants to get double first rounded.
Of course.
Stallions Red coming into this one losing to Jet 1-2. Retired Reapers losing to Deviants 0-2. So that Deviants loss, I mean, that's really respectable because we've seen Deviants all throughout the Challengers year over in EU.
For sure.
So Retired Reapers, I mean, I wouldn't hang their heads too low after that 0-2. But Stallions Red losing to a lower seed. So dropping down into the lower bracket, losing to a lower seed, and now looking to see if they can bounce back and keep their run going.
That's right. And, well, have to talk about, of course, the boys on the other side here, too. Some of the Toronto boys around here might also know them, but overall, I think you look at this squad here and Revived coming through, Revived Reapers. These guys, I think, are very, very special. A lot of talent that we'll get into and kind of talk about, but first we'll take a look at the map set and what we have coming up here. We'll be jumping into a Mercado, mixed with a double dose of Mercado, and then we'll get ourselves a hotel for the map number 3 to potentially be the decider, Colin.
Austin,
hit me with it.
This is my kind of map set.
I hear that.
This is my kind of map set. I mean, I could do, you know, with maybe like a Hydro hardpoint instead of a Mercado, but I love to see Mercado search and destroy. So we're going to be getting into that one for our map number 2. Into map number 1, Stallions Red on the left, Retired Reapers on the right. And for Stallions, I mean, you and I, we were talking about it in the green room. We got to keep our eyes on T because she has been nothing but her since we've seen her in the Women's X Call of Duty League. I mean, she just comes off a big win, MVP performance, the grand final champion. I cannot wait to see her play.
I love that, Colin. Right out of Allie's mouth, right? She said she is her. Watch out for her. We'll keep our eyes on T, but jumping into it already, Stallions Red off to a pretty solid start, able to get about 10 seconds here off of P1. We'll see a potential fight from Zesty as he's able to get himself that first kill and will throw himself on the time. 15 seconds to fight for. Nice snapper from Zesty, trying to put together the two-piece, already off to a very fiery start.
Yeah, the Toronto boys, you love to see them getting hype in their hometown. Records, one player on this team that you and I are going to be talking a lot about, the Brock University captain coming out of the CCL and a long-time Toronto vet. So good start from them. They have the setup for P2. They have a couple players to clear up before that, but unable to win those gunfights. It's a big break from Cootie as he's 3-3 to start this one off, and Stallions into the hill first.
Yeah, great manipulation of the map. You have a block back alley. They have a block by the hedges that you can see T in right now, and T picks up the sub. We've seen her swap over to the AR as of recent, really the last month, but she can still get a lot of damage done with that Vansnuff in hand, and now a chance to really rack up some time here for Stallions Red. Need to see a break. Can Maz try to break on through? That's really the big question here. He's got so many angles to look at. He's going to find nothing, and it is just lighting up with blue. Records trying to get something done, but now we got to look at the rotation.
Yeah, and someone did break for Retired X Reapers, so not too bad towards the end there. You deny a little bit of time for that Stallions Red roster, but over towards the New Hill, Stallions already ahead of the game. Gobbler's going to be top 10. A couple players to watch out in the alley. You're going to lose your life. A couple teammates here to maybe back you up, but Retired Reapers looking to bounce right back on rotation. They're going to get the initial time here in P3.
That's a big moment right there. I mean, you let that break come through, and all of a sudden, Stallions Red maybe just run away with it. But a chance still to get in pretty quickly. All 4 members able to get to the front of the hill. Nice little forced team kill does come out, and now a chance to still get into the hill as Records on 2 in a row, just waiting for someone to funnel through that big door, and Maz might be the one to do it. He finds 2, but T, can she get anything done? 30 seconds left, already threatening the rotation now, the new, and this might be time that might actually just be gifted over to Retired Reapers.
I like this play out of someone. I'm not sure if Stallion's going to be read this. They now know that he took out that trophy system, but a lot on the shoulders of this player for the rotations. Retired X Reapers getting a lot of time back over towards P3. They're not going to get the scrap time, but that was exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this. If they can break early towards Barbers, they're going to be able to keep this one competitive. As we know, this is a very back and forth map.
And now look at where they're forced to rotate through. They have one player in Barber. That's kind of the good news here, but able to get taken down in the back. Will be quickly traded, and a chance still to flood on through, but nobody's going to have any hard point time for now. It will go neutral, as you'll see someone try to make a big move here on our screen. Gonna fly into the hill, picks a perfect moment to do so. Can he come up with two? No, he cannot, but the trade's looking very favorable, and the break is good.
Love that follow-up to someone. I mean, just leading the charge for the rest of the team. Retired X Reapers just keeping Stallions Red on their toes. It's a minimal lead for Stallions Red, and there's still plenty of time to fight for. And you see off the respawns, in fact, they're actually walking away with a lot of these early kills. No time for Retired X Reapers in this hill at all. They get the kills, but they don't get any time. So that lead for Stallions Red, it's going to hold true. We look towards the rotations once again as we go towards the courtyard in front of T, or in front of Tin, and you can already see that Retired X Reapers, Stallions Red, they've been so on top of these early rotations. This is where you need to see a Retired X Reaper or Retired Reapers walk away with this initial time and hold.
97-63, up by 30 points at the moment. And as you said, a chance really to try to hold and bring this one back. Have a chance to do it here in Courtyard, but have to defend. Kills coming through now for T. Able to open up onto one, puts together a second with the help of S2, and now it's in control. Gonna be theirs. Just have to start to find the players inside of the hard point. Shots come through. Zesty good for 3 in a row. So far, the hold is there. Zesty gets help from Records, and the AR is able to get some good work done around the point.
Yeah, but nobody's getting time right now for Retired Reapers. You need to make sure that you're getting these kills and being proactive on gaining that time, because if not, Stallions Red, I mean, this small lead, they're going to be able to keep this lead throughout the rest of it. And you can see finally Stallions are going to give up a hill, rotate early towards Cantina. They're going to definitely be the first ones here. They got 3 players, and they're getting the scrap time at Old too. So this is perfect for Stallions Red. They've been so good at sending that lone player back towards the hill to get that scrap time. And now 3 players on rotation. Now just 1 player on rotation. It's T to try to hold things up.
All right, can T get the job done? Mad's going to throw himself into the point here, and well, T's going to be eliminated through the back skirt. So overall, looking pretty good, pretty solid. I mean, almost a little bit too easy, you feel like, right? They have kind of the first position inside of Cantina, but they're not able to hold. They're not looking at the right directions, and now have to find a way to get back inside as it's being held. Gobbler, the only one pushed up, trying to make a jump shot happen through the window.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows it's going to be Gobbler sneaking into Cantina. Quick snap over to Maz. The break back in for Stallions for 30 whole seconds.
Huge moment right there. If Gobbler doesn't find that 2-piece, well, maybe they just see all that time be forfeited. But that's a huge kill for Zesty. I mean, if you can make some of this time go neutral, that is somewhat of a small win. They're keeping this one very, very close with those 15 seconds. We're looking to be down by about half of a hard point here, so still lots of work to be done. But now we look towards P7. S2 in a good spot to find some kills, but no, he is shut down.
Maz has been incredible for these early breaks, just always finding 1, maybe 2 kills. Could now use their numbers to break into this one, but it's going to be tough, especially when you have Disturb just big chilling in the back. Record's going to pick up a quick 2. Disturb trying to lock things down, and he will find a nice 2 kills there for Disturb. But you look how far away the rest of the team is. It's going to be an advantage to Retired Reapers to get into this hill now.
Chances still, break on through. A lot of this time still going neutral, but now going to be picked up. You need this time if you're the Retired Reapers. Maz trying to get something done around the point. Back alley push now starting to come through, but just 1-for-1 trades. Now it's all about finding Records on the point. Shot's going to come through. Records there with the read, but the car explodes, and everything is just going to go completely awry. That's going to give Disturb the chance to now dip his toes in, but Maz's going to fight him in the 1v1.
That's a MW2 moment right there from the car. But luckily for Records, the rest of the team is there to clean up that mess. So we're going into now the next set of rotations, Visions, and it's going to be a marginal lead for Stallions. But that's how things have been this entire map. Just a small lead for Stallions Red, trying to hold things down. You have the initial time for your Retired Reapers, but we know how good this Stallions team is at breaking.
Can we find some more kills through the mid lane? No. Disturbed. comes up with one. And now it's going to be a little bit of a push to the back alley. You can really see where their attention is. Stallions red going to do what they can through the middle of the map here, but Disturbed, can he put together two? Just about. Zesty gets the best of them. Now 17 and 12. You know, we talked about Zesty. We talked about records before this match. And well, so far here, Colin starting to get some work done. And now Maz even getting a little bit hyped up as he finds 2 in Cantina.
Yeah, they're getting loud on the main stage, making fans out of even me. I mean, this team of retired Reapers might have to come out of retirement the way that they're playing right now. Someone's getting loud as well. Now a lead change for retired Reapers, even for a moment. They're back in contention here for Mercado. And now with the rotations over towards P2, they can look to grab hold of this map and see if they can start pushing their lead.
Maz has been great in some of these moments. How about that one? 4 in a row now. Picks up inside of Cantina. More to deal with, though. Players down low. Players also by the bushes. That's a good call out there. Gaba able to come up with 1, but the trade's still favorable here for retired Reapers. They have now taken the lead, but S2 throws himself right back in, trying to do what he can in the hard point.
Yeah, S2. Going to be in such a good spot. The contention back in the break for Maz. A little bit of backup from Records. Is it going to be enough? Reinforcements, but still the break back in for Stallions Red. Someone's going to get shut down. And you look at the respawns for retired Reapers. They're going to be looking at the rotation now. And who is here? It's going to be S2. So a lot going to be on the shoulders of this lone player as the team is trying to race to back him up.
Oh, have to get the reads, has a bit of assistance, snapping up top, almost there for the second. But Zesty again, good inside of the hard point. 10 seconds of ult should be secured, and now it's all about new, and oh my goodness, they are winning the war on 2 fronts yet again here. Can they get the job done? Kills should be coming in, but Disturbed's gonna relocate himself, put himself up top and see if he can take the high ground and use it as his advantage here. We'll see if he can find some kills.
Disturbed, a little bit of backup. S2 distracts him for the moment. The damage not good enough for a kill. Disturbed backs up. Back into the engagement, Zesty clears him out. That's ridiculous. 40 seconds. This is where retired Reapers can flip this once more. You can see the close down spawns for Stallions. Job's not done just yet as the whole collapse going to be out. Someone clears out S2 from Courtyard. It's a 3 versus 2 for the point control.
Trophies down, Zesty up top. You got to get through this man right now. He is just firing on all cylinders, and how about that 1v1? Takes out another, more to deal with, and well, the double team will be good enough to finish him off. 18 seconds up for grabs, that should be secured, and that will be the case. And now the fight to new, both teams ready to fight in Barber.
Neither team wants to give up this map number 1 in the best of 3. Neither team wants to go home and win or losers round 1. Fighting tooth and nail for the victory on Mercado Hardpoint. A quick 3 from retired Reapers, going to net them initial time. Zesty in a lovely spot to get a crossfire, but shut down by Disturbed.
Here we go. Barbershop is well open. 10 seconds already going over to retired Reapers, and you got the back alley on lock. Everything is coming from the front and through the front.
Oh.
They might be able to break in. How about the teamwork coming through? Great trades all around, and now forced to make a play will be the duo ARs through the back alley, just trying to get some wall bangs in. Challenge comes out, but it is no good. It is all blue in the kill feed right now.
Only 1 kill from Maz with a nade. Literally at the last second for that, just funneling in the trade. So good for Stallions. 20 seconds left. Austin, I mean, they can still win it on this hill. You only have 1 player, Zesty, trying to see if you can shut this down, but is it going to be enough? Tagged up, and he's down. 7 seconds.
Have to fly, have to fly. Kills are not coming in. It's all up to someone. Can he come in? No, he cannot. He is shut down, and Stallions Red hold on for the map 1 victory.
What a game to start the losers bracket, Austin. We couldn't have asked for a better matchup between these 2 teams. I mean, retired Reapers, the Toronto vets. We knew they were going to come out hot. I mean, it's their hometown.
Sure.
But the question was if they could come out hot enough to shut down a team like Stallions Red, who are looking to who are bounce back, who are looking for revenge. And you saw that too. I mean, Stallions throughout that whole map. What was great about them, why they were able to hold that lead so often, you mentioned it. It was the way that they fought on 2 fronts. Always having 1 or 2 players rotate early or rotate late to make sure you cut off the scrap time, hold your lead going into the rotations, and you could trust in the rest of the team to make sure that that rotation was in your favor.
Yes, that was really the key factors. You know, some of those battles to Tin, some of those battles to Barbershop felt like, you know, it really was in main control of them. So Stallions Red good for that map, number one, but it is a best of 3, of course, still a chance to bounce back. And to be honest, this is where I kind of expect Retired Reapers to likely pull out at least one of those map wins. It would be in a search and destroy. I think you look at a lot of these names like we were kind of building up, records, Zesties, guys playing, a lot of Money 8s, a lot of just S&D tournaments over the past years. They've been competing in the, the Toronto scene for a very long time.
Yeah. They have been, and I mean, just around here, we know them, we love them. They're just great players who, show up today, maybe had an unfortunate, pick of the litter when you're looking at Deviants round number 1.
It's never easy, right?
It's never easy when you're just sitting across from a team like that. I mean,
sure.
you sit there face to face with Lucky, and you're like, oh, well, well, what do you do?
We'll try our best.
What do you do with that one? So, I mean, they looked good in the Mercado hard point, but going into Search and Destroy is where I think we're really going to see the best of this team, because when you talk about locals, a lot of these people, a lot of these kids in the bracket are going to be those S&D kids.
Yeah.
Proper and I were talking about it in our round 1, and it's where you see, those individuals elevate in this mode. I know Records for sure. Back on the CCL where you saw this team was definitely a lot better in the Search and Destroy. So if he can himself elevate this team, and if they can step up as individuals, I mean, Mercado Search and Destroy can literally go so many different ways.
That's the thing, right? I mean, it feels like you go into a lot of the maps in this game. You talk about an LSC, though, talking about like an Embassy Search and Destroy, very different dynamic. Mercado, it's just like, let's butt heads, let's get the subs, right into the faces of the other subs, and let's see who comes out with the battles. Like, that is the gist of this map, but I think as we've gotten a little bit later into the season, we've seen, some of those more experienced teams really try to, just manipulate the map a little bit, try to hit through mid, try to see if they can throw a B play in, just try to keep you guessing. We'll see if any of that does happen to come into here, or, if they're just going to kind of willing to go and head bash each other, just go for like the all-out bang out inside of Cantina.
I mean, we literally saw yesterday with Boston Breach and their match versus Rocker in the Mercado Search and Destroy. Beans took out the sniper in round 1 offense. They hit a play towards B. It was the thinnest margin to hit the shots, and they just opened it straight up. So if you pull out wacky shots like that, you don't expect it towards the end of the year. So I'm right there with you. I mean, especially in rounds when you don't have that dead silence, you can always trust in that B hit. Especially just to throw a wrench in it. You can use your numbers to overwhelm, get that bomb planted, and as soon as you have a post plant over towards B, it's not that easy to retake for sure, but we know the drill. It's Mercado Search and Destroy. You run over to A, you throw your nades, you hope you find 1 or 2, you hope you make it to the other side, really. I mean, it's like, it's basically like, Mercado's basically like,
duck your head and hope you can get over, right?
Why did the chicken cross the road kind of deal? And it's like, oh, because he was trying to get past the nades on Mercado.
Jeez. Well, it's definitely one way to put it, but that is the gist of it, right? You have to get through the nades. The trophy system is very, very important, and, it can be a lot of just about, okay, who throws the best nades and who throws them the best together? Who finds those first bloods? We're going to find out, but we're not going to get that initial A hit right away, and it's going to be red. How about this? All 3 members going to come over here initially. They're going to bait out some of those stuns and nades, and now they're going to rotate over to A, and you can already see it. Gaba's already clearing a lot of this space.
You bait that attention, you force them to rotate, you clear up A without having to deal with that utility. And now for the post play, you don't have those stuns for a retake now if you're Retired Reapers. This is a fantastic play call from Stallions. So bomb gets planted, 4-on-4 for the retake.
And it's going to be all from the front. No one's going to be attacking from the flank here. Records, you feel like, needs to open up with a kill to allow the bait and switching to come through, but oh no, Gaba's just picked up 2. Ma's able to get 1 back, but still 3 versus 2 here in favor of the Stallions.
Oh, nice shot. Oh, I thought Records was going to hit T there, but fancy footwork. She's not going to give up that kill for free. Ma's going to go down, and as Retired Reapers, I mean, you give up the A site, you allow for that forward pressure from the players of Stallions Red, and I guess you pay in dividends with that one, because as soon as you let Gobble in a position towards Garden, like we saw there towards Planters, it's really hard to expect a close engagement like that for a retake.
Absolutely. Well, great first round. I like the dynamic play. I think we were watching some S&Ds earlier. We're just seeing like B hit after B hit after B hit. So great to see at least, a little bit of diversity coming through really, really early here for the very first round. So we'll see if that kind of continues and we'll keep up. We'll come into the round number 2 now. A chance to try to make something happen on the attack. There's the stuns and nades that we talked about. And well, it's going to set up an easy 2-piece. Maz finds the double, 4v2.
Without those trophy systems, I mean, it's tough to get onto this A site. And if you're Stallions, you're kind of caught in the crossfire of all that havoc. Records are just going to push forward, take down Disturbed. And that's going to leave Miss MVP herself in a 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. AR in hands.
Oh my goodness. Team might actually pull this off. That is great information. She's got plenty of time to play with. It can slow this 1v1 down and reset. Trophy system is what's going to be in the back pocket here, so not going to help as much, but take a look at someone. It should be Janabi. Going to actually hit right through mid. He's going to take some shots. Worried about the bomb plant. And now T. Does she stick it? Does she play for the kill? Have to go for a check here, and oh, does she hear him? Someone around the corner going to get tagged up. 13 seconds on the clock. T has to chow. T has to chow. Can she get it? No. No 1v3, and the shutdown is there.
Oh, and a couple people got up for that one. I mean, that was incredible from someone. From almost losing the 1 versus 3 to playing your life, ducking back into Cantina, rotating all the way through Barber back towards Tunnel. I mean, it was around the world for both of them. It's hard to make that call if you're T. And then someone, as soon as you see nobody's back on the bomb, I love the call to pivot back out towards Tunnel and hit the wrap all the way past Dumpster. I mean, T was just in such an unwinnable situation where you had to worry about the kill and the time.
Great play. Again, I believe someone should be Janabi. Also, longtime local here in the scene.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a great 1v1 for him. But now this time, kind of right over to A. Not going to mess around with the bait and switch. Goblin is flying! What was that? What a three-piece from Gobla!
Spread your wings and take flight, sir. Now someone in a 1vx situation of their own, and that's an ace for Gobla. A little smirk on his face. You know what he did. That is a highlight reel moment, Austin.
I mean, right off the top ropes, baby! What was that? Dude, Gobla is flying right now, and he is the spearhead of a lot of their offensive plays right now. He was the one that was clearing out Cantina when they threw that bait play over to B. He cleared everything out. He got them the secured space. They moved in after. This time, he knows they're there. He doesn't care. He just runs through everybody.
Couldn't ask for anything better from your aggressive AR for Stallions Red. Incredible offensive plays, but can't they lock down the defense? They have to get past the nades.
Nade stunts all coming out. A lot of one-shots here, I'm sure, on both sides, but Ma's going to have to play his life. Does wisely back down here for a moment. Still everyone up. Just 20 seconds in the round. Bit of a change from what we've been seeing as of recent, but there's the first blood, and of course, it's Gobla. He's now on 5.
He's still in there, too. Gobla gets 2. D, what a shot with the TAC 56. Before you know it, Records 1 versus 4 yet again for this retired Reaper squad, surrounded at all angles and swept under the rug. Stallions come out hot on defense. You get past the nades, you get into Cantina, and that's where Gobla's gonna thrive.
Gobla, yeah, he's thriving all right now. Holy. He is just literally flying through. Look at the smiles. I mean, they're laughing. They're having a great time at the moment. Just running through the competition. This could be a very quick best-of-3 series here if Stallions Red can keep this up.
Gotta get to that Brainberg Hotel.
9-2.
Yeah, I mean,
4 rounds in.
7 streak as well. You got the cruise missile. I will say, the cruise missile not as impactful on Mercado as other search and destroys, but it has its uses for sure. So if Gobla can, really net a kill, an opening kill, especially with this streak, it should lead to a bomb plan, which he's going to go for the streak right away. So if this gets an early pick, actually it forces the players to disturb. So it's already done its job.
Oh, man. And he finds Zesty. Oh, boy. 8 in a row now for Gobla. Janabi is forced to try to make a play, and Gobla will go down, so that's a small win here for the retired Reapers boys, as Records is finally able to stop the spree, but he is just still in a world of hurt. 1v3 now in the cards.
You got your job done if you're Gobla in that. You force players out into the open with that streak. You even found a kill onto Zesty with it, so an unwinnable situation yet again for Records. 1 kill going to be net, but that's where you meet your end. 3 rounds in a row for Stallions Red.
Wow.
After they got that defensive win, they continue to not lose an offensive round.
Boy, oh boy. Might be a very, very fast S&D. These have not been long rounds either. But we'll see if anything can come away with this next round here. I mean, overall, this has just been mainly just quick rounds. Again, from Gobla open up with 3-4 kills. You have to find a way to stop him like we just saw there previously. Shut that man down. Maybe you're going to have a chance, but you need a response round here. It has to come through.
Gobla, definitely a known player around the challenger scene. Hasn't really pushed through as far as you'd hoped in their history, but here in Toronto looking to set the standards for what kind of a player he really can be with this Vaznev. 10-3 is incredible in the search and destroy, but we get a B play from Retired Reapers. Bomb in the hand of someone, and Records actually gets the kill through Barber, so that is the A site completely open, and it's a call to rotate. No dead silence, so I'm sure that Stallion Reds are going to hear this.
Bomb's going to be making its way over. Cantina has, for the most part, been cleared, and Zesty is able to find another one. So with a 4v2, feel like they should be good for the round. At the very least, should be a free plant. No one really going to be contesting this, but Disturbed trying to poke and prod, seeing if he can maybe work for a kill.
Not going to be easy, though. Bomb's still not down, so I guess there is a little bit of room to work with if you're Disturbed, but as that bomb gets planted, your job gets harder and harder to get into this one. So Cantina control for Retired Reapers, looking for a must-needed round here, and they're going to get it too. I mean, that is a round you cannot give up if you're Retired Reapers. It's definitely a feel-good round after what you've been dealing with in the past 4, and it comes down to an incredible call from them to just cut noise. At one point, they stopped, they pumped the brakes, and Gobla, who's been non-stop getting aggressive, decides he's going to get aggressive on the defense, and it costs him.
It does cost them. I just like the idea of just slowing the tempo of the map down a little bit. These have been very fast rounds, like I was saying. They can get away from you very quickly on a Mercado. All of a sudden, you know, it's 1-1, and then, well, 2 minutes go by, and it's all of a sudden 4-1. So that was a much-needed round. 4-2 now. Nade's going to come through mid. Gobble wants to hit another aggressive route. No one was surprised. We'll see if he can try to cut them down on the cross. Good damage onto the second. And while he comes up with the first, Janabi's got nowhere to go, and already a 4v2 15 seconds in.
Janabi was dead to rights as soon as those shots went in. It was only a matter of time. Now Stallions looking for match point in the best of 3. Zesty, the one standing between them. 1 and 5 for Zesty. Definitely a turnaround after the Mercado hardpoint that we saw, because Zesty was playing incredible in that map number 1. But map number 2 just hasn't been there for Retired Reapers. This Stallions Red squad, so well put together on their S&Ds. They're communicating with each other. They're hitting dynamic routes. They're never doing the same thing twice, and that's going to keep Retired Reapers at arm's reach.
Well, this was the map I was expecting Retired Reapers to maybe come away with here, Colin, but it's not looking that way at all, obviously. 5-2 up, have to put together 4 in a row. And, I mean, the big problem has just really been those first bloods, right? It feels like the majority of these rounds have just been, you know, going the way of the Stallions here, just mainly because they're getting that first and second kill right away.
Going the way of Goblet, to be exact.
Yeah.
We get a mid play, though, through tunnel, and it blows up immediately. Goblet's not going to get too aggressive towards Cantina at first. Here's the shot, the play through tunnel. Now looking to make this a done deal. You got to be kidding me.
He found that? Oh, give him a next. Oh, my God. Goblet just takes over. It just takes over the entire map. That is just an unreal performance right there. My goodness. Talk about someone just running through his opponents, just kill by kill. I mean, that was just the most insane S&D performance we've seen so far.
I'm going to keep it a $150 with you, Austin. I mean, that was not the player I had on my radar going into this series. Goblet was flying underneath what I thought we were going to get out of the Stallions Red team, but welcome to the limelight. Welcome to the spotlight, Mr. Gobla, because that was insane.
Yes.
Retired Reapers, they couldn't do anything. I mean, the sheer aggression from him was just so, I guess, unnoticed by this Retired Reaper squad. The one time they catch him is when they stop, pump the brakes, but they know that if they're going to make the comeback, you can't just keep on playing passive like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to work for you, so it was great to see Retired Reapers, the performance they put on for that Mercado hardpoint, but Mercado Search and Destroy is where they meet their demise, and they fall short at the finish line.
They do. They are unfortunately eliminated here from the Toronto Open. Not what you like to see for, you know, some of the locals, but not everybody can make it through the bracket, obviously. So a little bit of a tough call there for them, but definitely got to give a lot of love to those Toronto guys, because, you know, they've been competing here in a lot of the locals really since like 2015. I mean, probably even maybe before that potentially with some of these young guns. So they put up a valiant effort, like you say, Colin, just not enough to get over that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 64-team bracket that we have here. Things are tightly knit when it comes down to this Toronto Ultra Open. people win, people need to lose. And for the Stallions red roster, they knew what had to be done going into this losers round 1. They lose 2-1 to that Jet team. It was a close affair, and you're mad after that. It's a series that you feel like you don't want to lose going into that control. But this is a much-needed win for the Stallions red roster going into the losers round 1. I was going to say I didn't want this to go to a map 3 for either of them because the road through the losers bracket, it's a long one, and you do not want to have any speed bumps along the way.
That's fair. That's a very, very valid point. So you can see it there. Map number 1, I think a lot closer than the scoreline really does show there at the end. I mean, that one was neck and neck, lead changes coming through. It really just was that kind of last sequence that really gave them the lead inside of 10, and then a really nice rotation, of course, over to the barbershop and secured that dub. So we'll see those guys move on. Stallions red, again, still looking like a squad that I think is looking fierce down here in the lower bracket. And I mean, you pick up a win or two, Colin, you start to get the ball moving. I mean, you can really start to make a run.
Well, dude, I'm just saying that losers bracket is going to get harder and harder as we push forward because you look at the top 16 teams that we have coming up in the winners round 2, and a couple of them are going to be knocked down, and you're going to find yourself in the same situation that Retired Reapers did it back in losers round 1 or winners round 1.
Sure.
And you're going to have to go up against some big names pushing forward for this. So the road, it only gets harder, and winners round 2 coming up next. I couldn't be more excited to see some of these matches. We already have bangers.
Yeah, we've had a lot of great ones here so far, but we'll take a small break. We'll swap out the players on main stage, and we'll come back with our next matchup. Make sure you don't go too far. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Challengers Open here in Toronto, where we are getting ready for our next matchup. Of course, myself, Visions, alongside Seymour. Just came off of a pretty nice match down there in the lower bracket, but now we're jumping up top. We got Boston, knocked him white. This is going to be a banger.
We got NA's favorite influencer versus EU's favorite influencer when it comes down to Call of Duty Challengers, and I couldn't be more excited to see these two go at it because on both sides, we got a little bit of a storyline. I mean, we pushed it a lot for this Boston Academy team through Season 4. I mean, the pickup of Snoopy was incredible. I mean, he's been a crazy player just in NA Challengers to begin with. So now seeing him on LAN with this team, what are we going to get out of him alongside Pentagram in that sub role? And on the other side, I mean, Knocked 'em White had an incredible stage 4 for themselves. I mean, strides to reach the top 3 in their group stage to showcase exactly, you know, that they mean business here over in EU. And almost even taking maps off of, or a series off of Deviants in that group stage. They go Game 5 versus Deviants, which was a big one. Unfortunately, they won their first round in the playoffs and then lost both back-to-back. So it wasn't the best finish for them that they would have liked, but it's the same for both sides. It's similar stories. Not the best finish in that Season 4 playoffs for either side of the field.
Yeah, exactly. You're looking for a really big bounce back. You're looking to try to make a run here on LAN, and what better way to do it than to take down a team like Boston Academy, right?
Oh, yeah.
I know they're not coming off of, you know, the strongest elite stage, but you also have to take in the fact that Snoopy just got it inserted into the roster, right?
Yeah.
He's coming into it. I think by this point, everyone knows that this kid is probably next up, especially if he has a good performance near the end of the year. It feels like he's primed and ready to be brought into the CDL, but that's what we need to see. We need to see that same Snoopy like we were seeing previously when he was, you know, making those runs all the way to top 2 in the elites.
It's not only that. I mean, I don't have an issue right now with the subs of Boston because Pentagram has been playing like Cold War BBG Pentagram all year long, I feel, since he's gone on Boston. But it's going to be down to the ARs of this team to see if they can really step up and give, you know, Snoopy and Pentagram that space to work with because you know, Doug this year moving into the AR role, it definitely hasn't looked, you know, the best for this team. If he can step up in a big way here in Toronto, we knew how he played last year in Toronto. If he can find that form once again, we could see Boston in a whole new light.
Yeah, you can't forget the run last year, right? I mean, obviously a much different roster, different game, but they pulled off upset after upset. You know, beating Clayster and his squad. Like that was obviously talked about quite a while there on social media. So there is a huge buildup here, and there's a lot of expectations. This is Doug Sensor Martin, right? Like it feels like, you know, there's a standard that you have to uphold when you see a man like this come into the scene, and you know he's as confident as he is, but we need to see that backed up. And I mean, again, this is, you know, a pivotal matchup between two huge squads. North America up against EU. Have to find a way to get a huge dub.
I mean, this is the guy who won the first major championship for FaZe Clan back in the day. You got to put some respect on his name for sure. So yeah, it's going to be good. We talked about Boston here. We got to talk about Knocked 'em too for this team because, like I said, they've made strides over in the European side of things in Season 4. Their group stage, they finished 3-2. They make it to the playoffs. They beat a hot Clutch Rain too in winners round 1. That was a huge win for them to take them down. But then they just haven't been able to break through their own ceiling. It's that kind of moment for Knocked 'em White when we see these players and they have their ceiling, and forever we just keep on expecting them to break through that ceiling. And again, they find themselves in a situation towards the end of the year where they have to do it once again. So it's a big question for Knocked 'em. You know, of course they're going to go up against a team like Boston and play very well. But later on down the line, when they play those Deviances or those Awobabobs or, you know, those M7s, that's when this Knocked 'em team really has trouble.
Right, yeah, it's definitely versus the top squads that they have to try to adjust against and have to find a way to get it done. But I mean, we'll see if they can actually do it. We talked about Hardpoint maybe being one of their big pivotal game modes right now, and I think that's the interesting point is, you know, when you come off a really weak, you know, group stage, it's really hard to kind of, you know, pick apart the strengths for a team like Boston. But I think for Knocked 'em White, it's pretty clear, especially even like before this elite season, you know, they were really good when it comes down to the respawns. I think that's something they've been able to continuously rely on, where I don't think there is anything like that right now for Boston. And, you know, you really need to try to create something if you're going to have a chance at really being able to make a run through the upper bracket or the lower bracket, whatever it might be.
I mean, think back to this Boston team when Pentagram first came on, and it was a big swing alongside Johnny when they were in the hard points. Though they were having a good go at it. I think that was Season 3 that we saw that whole stint. So that was a really good time for them in the respawns, but in Season 4, it was their search and destroys. And
Sure.
that's what this guy right here on camera brings to the team. We talked about Gobla in the last best of 3 and how good he was for those opening kills and those opening engagements.
Yes.
That's Snoopy's job for this team, and it's what we have to look for to make the plays. Snoopy's going to have to be the one to really step up and kind of pierce through the armor of this Noctum White team. So a lot of eyes on him. I mean, we can't talk more about this player and the story that he's had this year.
Yeah.
I mean, from being a rookie in the Challenger Elite stage, from being a rookie in Challengers in general, to now in the last Challengers Open of the year, you're on land next to Doug Sensor Martin.
You're here, baby. You are here. Like, there is no better opportunity. I mean, think of also how many players have been picked up now from this Boston Academy roster, right? You have Beans, you have Kremp. It feels like there has been so many opportunities to try to bring people up that, you know, it's only a matter of time that Snoopy might be brought in too. Again, off of a good performance here.
Even Ghosty, too. I mean, you
Great
think
example,
about,
right?
And, you know, what is the overlying story of all of those players?
Yeah.
They popped off in Toronto last year in Vanguard. I mean, that was the breakout for all of those players. So it's a big story for Snoopy. But we take a look at the maps for this series and the best of 3 here in winners round 2. Boston versus Noctum White. We start off on Zarqwa Hydroelectric Hardpoint. We get that Mercado Las Almas Search and Destroy. And if we go the distance, which I think we might be looking at here between these two teams, it's the Greenberg Hotel.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we'll have a hotel for the map number 3, but I think the Hydroelectric, the map number 1, this is something that Boston loved to play. Not even just in the last lead. I think this is something that is often vetoed against them, but we've seen them play this a good amount even, seasons before this, season 3, season 2 with different rosters. So this is a very comfortable map for them, but again, I think this is the strongest game mode right now for Noctum White. They are really good at being able to put you in the blender, and it comes from the ARs. You highlighted Boston, Shawnee, Sensor. They need to step up. They need to shut down, players like Aroma that has that ability to really take over the map, especially on Hydroelectric.
It's the same thing with Noctum. You look at Aroma to be that player to step up in that AR role to see if you can shut down, your opposite in Shawnee. It's going to be a hard job for Noctum for sure, but it's going to be quite the equalizer when you're looking at both of these two teams who are actually very similar in their own regions. So as we get ready for the Zarqwa Hydroelectric, a lot of eyes are going to be on Noctum to see if they can put an end to the reign of terror that has been this Boston Breach Academy team.
Yeah, just waiting to jump into the map here, and well, here we go. Map number 1, ladies and gentlemen, Noctum White up against Boston Breach Academy. Let's see who comes out swinging.
Well, right away, it's going to be Noctum White. As you see, it's a clean 3 kills to set up the rotation over towards P2. Getting this initial time as well is going to be good, but they still have to worry about the player that's sitting all the way up top on Dome. He's going to be cleaned up, and this is a great start for Noctum.
Great opener, Sensor, Snoopy getting involved early, love to see it. And now some time being soaked up with 18 seconds up for grabs. Darstein, a little bit of a fight now for New, but all 4 members kind of locked in here for Noctum White. Just have to make sure you don't die or you might be spawning out.
I mean, this is exactly what Noctum wanted, though. They wanted those spawns in the back, so Boston, you can see that they're overexerting themselves to see if they can quickly find a break, which at the moment they haven't, but Pentagram, a little bit of a chance, quickly snuffed out.
Well, 27 seconds off of P1, not the worst. Sensor also has a decent position, trying to work through Dome, but very tight setup right now. F-Dot gonna be good in the corner for that first kill. And well, coming in a little bit staggered now will be Boston. Don't have all 4 members here, but maybe you don't need everyone. Snoopy able to get some work done to the front. Pentagram contesting, trying to get a chow in, but will be shut down as Shawnee now works through mid.
Yeah, Shawnee's going to get the better of Maestro as well, so that's going to put some pressure on both sides of the field for Noctum White. It's going to force them to deviate away from the hard point, try to funnel into these gunfights, and they will clear it off for what looks like the remainder of this hard point, continue their lead right now. Boston might be taking one more swing at this, which is quite interesting for Pentagram, but it seems like they're just doing damage control for the exits.
Yeah, just do a little bit of damage control, like you said. Just try to count the numbers, make sure no one's behind you at the moment. That's really the big key. We'll see if it works out. Sensor just kind of laying prone, just trying to hold on to Dome, but a lot of players working to the left side of the map here, and I mean, they're at the back. There's a chance to actually control this spawn. This 1v1 that F-Dot could win could really just blow this hardpoint open, and he's gonna spot Shawnee. Oh no, flip of the map comes through right away. F-Dot doesn't get the second, but it's enough to get his teammates here, and they find a very fast break.
And they're gonna be in, but you look behind them, it's gonna be Snoopy trying to see if they can put the shoe on the other foot right now. The pinch for Boston, you gotta play your cards right. Snoopy's gonna strike first onto Maestro. Now dancing around, the movement's good from the young gun. Can't get it done for the last one, but enough to keep Noctum off the hill.
Enough to keep them off. Still contested, 25 seconds up for grabs. Sensor wants to throw himself into the mix, and how about that snapper there on the Maestro? Good for the first one, but the trophy system will not come down quick enough. And now it's just Shotty doing a little bit of damage control from the top, and will be shut down as well. Double kill comes in, it's scrappy, but it's Boston that get the remaining time.
Chunk is playing great. 10-5 start so far to Hydro. It's not something you always expect from an SMG player, but it's something that you need if you're Noctum White right now, trying to, you know, maneuver around this map. It's why they have a small lead like they do. But we head over towards P4. This is when the ARs can really shine. Snoopy's trying to find a route through the water, and he might be here undetected. Ooh. He's going to get in for one, allow the rest of the team to see if he can set up and break, but Aroma quickly shuts it down.
What can Sensor do? Has to try to find some kills from the high ground. Has the sub to work with as well to maybe get Mixie on the point. Kills coming through for Boston. 2 players gonna go down, make that 3. Trophy system follows. Sensor does a great job of creating space, and now they're stuck in the blender at the back and have to battle their way out, which they're able to find a couple kills, but Boston's still fighting for a lot of this time.
A little bit of a pinch from Noctum. I'm not sure if they're gonna read Maestro here. It's gonna allow for a 2-pronged attack. Maestro undetected, only gets 1, so no break back in for Noctum White. Boston's gonna be able to cut this lead down and maybe even flip it. You look on the other side, it's Sensor with a Vastnev and attack. Trying to do some heavy lifting here. You know he can do it at the gym, but right now for the rotation, it's not going to happen.
Not going to happen right away. And, well, great nade from Shawnee. Able to come up with that first one. He's trying to now work for Aroma, but maybe wants to turn his attention inside of the point, see if they can break this open. Has Snoopy alongside him. The kills, though, are not good. Maestro from P3 able to collect an easy 2-piece, and Pentagram doesn't want anything to do with that, Chow.
Well, I mean, this is just lights out right now from Noctum White. Everybody's stepping up to the occasion right now in winners round 2. But you know it's going to be a tough game against Boston Breach Academy, but you know you have the gunpower to get it done. So 100 points, playing 88. Boston's going to get a break back in as they all collapse onto that P5 hill. Now looking for the remainder as Shawnee takes out Maestro. He got 21 seconds, possibly. Only player really to disrupt is going to be Chunk. Oh, and I thought he was going to get Snoopy too.
That was honestly great from Boston. They flipped the map. You can see player 7 there. Sensor runs all the way to the other side of the map. He's going to lock down the spawn, so it's going to set them up here for what should be an easy rotation. But FDOT's going to try to contest it, and Sensor is good. So that is a huge 1v1. It should keep everyone spawning on the other side of the map. But you take a look at it, and no, Maestro, he gets the God spawn.
Oh, yeah, Maestro is going to be in exactly the position Noctum needs him to be. He's watching for top dome to see if somebody's going to be set up. Nobody's going to be there, but he finds Sensor, who's watching that crossfire, and it opens up the rest of the team to funnel.
Yeah, there's a lot of players still on the other side of the map, so it really does create some wonky spawns. And now you take a look, not a good position to be in right now for Boston. They're starting to actually be put in the blender. FDOT's going to be able to go rogue around this area here. We'll see if he can maybe pick up some more kills. Yes, he will. He'll find Shawnee, pops the dead silence. Doesn't see Pentagram to his right, but in the end, it is still trades back and forth, and Snoopy gets the 2-piece for time.
You know, sometimes my eyes deceive me too, and sometimes I miss things like that, but hey, tie game. 126 playing 120. Early rotation for Noctum. Last time Boston, they could not break this at all. This time, Mr. Snoopy the Frog himself funnels right on in there. Unfortunately for that play, the hill wasn't popped yet, so they don't get the spawn flip at all. In fact, Noctum actually have FDOT on the flank now.
FDOT pinches up this play. Sensor does get the trade, but it's going to be weak, and that means that Aroma finishes them off pretty easily. Snoopy through the back. What can you do here? Have to find one, and he does. Chance down for a break. Good moment for Boston to try to flood on through. Snoopy from the back. Can he put together a second? No! Maestro! Oh. What a double up that is. Sensor still gets to the back, but time still going the way of Noctum White.
Maestro just showing Vastnev attack. It does not matter. 13 and 9. Is incredible right now. Noctum now pushing their lead to plus 30 and looking to try to get the rest of this one. A late break from Boston will mitigate that, but in turn, they give up the rotation to the next hardpoint yet again. Boston, who's been always playing off the back foot, just haven't been able to lock down these rotations, always playing for scraps.
It's really just kind of being caught in that cycle at the moment. Having to play for scraps and then short on rotation, but Snoopy wants to do it all himself. He's able to fly to the back here. Spawn's still good for Noctum White, but Snoopy could break it open. There's another one for him. 3 in a row. He picks up an AR. Wants to try to find Aroma. Back into the water. Snoopy goes, but doesn't see Aroma through the back. FDOT's taken down, and while this happens, Boston's been on the time, but you can see it up top. Chunk's ready to make plays.
Oh, this is incredible. Chunk's the one to clear that hard point. Can you get anything more? Just one. Still stuck in a little bit of an unwinnable situation. It's going to be Shawnee. Snoopy might be looking at one last charge into this this hard point. 19 and 17. Snoopy shooting nukes right now. Not going to be able to lock on to F dot. Back and forth trades. And it looks like it's going to be Noctum possibly with the remainder of this as they got the close spawns.
Close spawns are in, scrap time going to be secured, but I think everything kind of said, this is a good spot for Boston to try to bring it back here on this rotation. They got a lot of the exits being covered. Sensor's going to set himself up nice and cozy on top of the dome. Just needs to try to put together some kills. F-Dot will be taken down. Sensor still playing his life wonderfully. Can he find Aroma?
This is the first time we really see Boston on rotation first towards Money Hill, so this is going to be where we were looking at the ARs, Shawnee and Sensor to get the job done, but unfortunately they're not able to set up. Aroma goes undetected. Now it's Sensor needing to go rogue for the team, and that's just not on the cards for now. So 30 points down. Boston forced out of this one. Snoopy looking to make a play once more. Has to work alongside of the rest of the team, but at the doors, they are shut, and Noctum are denying them entry. Oh, unless Snoopy decides to do it all himself again.
Yeah, Snoopy wants to get something done, but I mean, this is costly time that you have to get them off of. 18 seconds up for grabs. Snoopy almost for 4, but the trade is there from Pentagram. But all things said, again, I think that's a bit of a misplay from Doug, who just kind of goes a little rogue through mid, doesn't play the back spawns, and really gives a lot of time over. Now they're forced to make some critical moves on rotation.
You look at F-Dot and Chunk, 2 players on Noctum who are having themselves a game right now, even for the 2 of them, about 20 and 20. They are clairvoyant on what needs to be done on Hydro, and they are keeping things scrappy now. 30 points away for the victory. They're clearing away Boston as well. Look how far they're spawning away Boston. They are nowhere close to this hard point, just individually funneling in.
Not looking great. Have to now get inside of the hard point. Do or die. Noctum White holding on. F-Dot from the top ropes. Finds a 2-piece, looking for the 3rd. Oh my God! What a snap! What a turn on. F-Dot wants to put it away here.
Oh man, the 18-year-old British phenom himself stepping up when Noctum needs it. Aroma's gonna come to his help. Pentagram's gonna get shut down, and Boston Academy sent packing on Hydro.
Oh, you can hear it. You can hear it right now. Noctum White getting loud, and well, they should be. My goodness, what a sequence near the end. A beautiful break inside of P4. And they find a beautiful rotation into P5. They defend versus Boston perfectly. And like you said, Colin, they were just spawning in Narnia. Like they were never really able to hit a hill in those last couple moments altogether. They were just kind of running in one by one because that's what they had to do. You know, it's ticking down. They have to make a move. And really, overall, it just feels like they weren't able to lock down, you know, some of those rotations where they moved first to P4, but they were never really getting a lot of that critical time.
I mean, fundamentally, Noctum White were playing Hydro so well, and you look at Maestro was the one that was just continuing to force Boston in weird situations for their rotations.
Sure.
He was unkillable at times just in that anchor role.
Yeah, he was.
And, you know, you look at the way that Maestro's just sitting back, making sure that Boston's spawning all the way out. That gives so much space to F-Dot and Chunk to make those big plays like we saw. The SGMGs were alive for Noctum White, and that was a key difference for when it came down to a lot of those hills where Boston were playing on the back foot for a lot of their breaks. You were looking at Snoopy to make kind of heroic plays on rotations. It was F-Dot and Chunk who were non-stop putting pressure on the hills.
Yeah.
Non-stop keeping Boston away from the inside of that time, and just some late rotations out of Boston that were costing them that.
And then not even holding them sometimes, too. I think that's the biggest thing. Like, they had an opportunity to not only bring it back, but actually take control of the game. And I think that play that, you know, Doug kind of gives up dome. He wants to reinforce the point. I get it, but he kind of just runs a little bit too far forward that there's no one anchoring the spawns. And I think by this point we know, especially in Hydroelectric, if there isn't somebody, like, back there looking directly at the spawn or at least sitting close to it, they're going to spawn in, right? At this point in time, it's going to happen. So, bit of a miscue, but just the map number 1. Still lots of opportunities to try to bring this one back down into the S&D. see. And, you know, this is where things are very, very interesting because we kind of expected Noctum White to probably be the better hardpoint team, at least on paper. But now in the S&D, I feel like neither team is necessarily strong when it comes to this game mode, but we'll see exactly what ends up happening, as I believe it will be a Mercado for the map number 2.
I mean, Boston, you think about that infamous play back in Season 1 from this team on Mercado Search and Destroy itself, and that was Doug Sensor Martin on the Ninja Defuse to win out.
I remember that.
I think it was a Game 5, too, close to a round 11. I think it was to force the round 11 for that one. I mean, it's been a long Challengers year, but it hasn't been the same for Boston since a lot of these iterations. I mean, there's been because of the roster changes for this Boston Breach Academy team, there's so many different forms that we've seen from them, and going into Season 4, throughout Season 4, Mercado was not a good Search and Destroy for them at all. They were 1-3 at the end of that season, at the end of the playoffs as well, and that worries me going into this map too.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I mean, I think the one thing I'll also shout out is I gave, you know, Chunk a lot of criticism at the beginning of the season in Elite Four for really not being able to find a lot of kills. You know, there was a couple moments, you know, during the Search and Destroys where he was really struggling, only putting up 1 kill, sometimes barely getting one at all. That really changed near the second half of the season and especially into playoffs. It felt like Chunk was a lot more involved. He wasn't carrying the bomb maybe as much, and he was able to put himself in a lot more winnable positions. So we'll see if that maybe comes to light and pushes Noctum White over the finish line. You see a lot of the fist bumps coming through. I think we're getting ready for the map number 2 here, Colin. Boston, they need to come alive and need to come out strong.
Okay, we're back. I was going to say for a second. Yeah, we're back. Well, the one thing that is good right now for Noctum White is they have a chance to break the hearts of North American fans for Challengers all across the globe right now. With being up a map in a best of 3, I mean, we know best of 3s, anything can happen, but going to a Mercado Search and Destroy, this is where you can really pierce the heart of this Boston Breach Academy team. And again, for a map like Mercado Search and Destroy, we saw Goblin, how he was able to handle this. You look to FDOT and Chunk to see if they could be just like that, and a bait and switch from Aroma takes down Pentagram.
All right, they do this is the first step. They get control of 10, but where do they go from here? How do they get this bomb down, especially where Sensor's got a Vaznev in his hand. Haven't seen this in a little bit, but he is good for that first kill. Still playing his life quite well, and that bomb is now down.
Yeah. Sensor's going to know that too, I'm sure. No, I think it's going to be hiding in the body, so they don't know that that's going to be bombed down. Right now, Noctum, they cut silence. Boston's going to be left guessing, but Maestro's making quite a bit of noise in 10. FDOT's going to be rotating over there. Boston happy enough to play a little bit of a gamble for the rotation, and if need be, retake with numbers.
Ooh.
I didn't know if FDOT had the sniper, but that's one way to bring it back.
Yeah, he reads that cross like a book. That is a great play out of FDOT. Turns it into a 2 versus 2. The problem is the clock. 20 seconds to try to get this bomb down. Sensor's still poking around inside of Dark, trying to see if he can make the play. Bomb now being planted. Sensor looking to pounce, but is it too late? It looks to be. Maestro gets out with his life, and the kill comes through for FDOT.
Oh, they're making it happen. Shawnee now on the other side. 1 versus 2. TAC 56 is definitely not the gun you want in this situation, and you're not even going to clear the first corner. It's a guessing game on where Noctum White are. And down in lives at 2 versus 3, they get it done.
Gotta have that one. I mean, especially the way that you just lose that last map. You come into this one and lose a 3v2. Not a great start, and it felt like they had everything, you know, needed to close that round out, but FDOT with the scope surprises even us a little bit there as he pops through mid, finds Snoopy, and then the setup just slowly crumbles there for Boston. So first round good for Noctum White, picking up where they left up, as well as FDOT off to a nice little 2-0 start.
Brother, I saw the glint in the sniper, and I was like, oh no, that is best case scenario for Noctum White right there. FDOT making some key plays. Over to A we go. Trophy systems are out. Nobody from Noctum stepping forward, so they're letting this go.
Sensor's got the bomb. He's getting a little bit aggressive here. FDOT just kind of looking through mid, seeing if he can maybe kind of come up with something, but Sensor now going to go for the plant. Aroma will throw a peek and a shoulder, and there's Shoddy with a great kill. Nades are coming in, but Sensor able to get the bomb down.
Just in the nick of time, too. Aroma on the flank now. It's a retake for Noctum, down a whole life. So this right here from Arona could mean their whole round, and as he's cleaned up, it's going to make things a whole lot harder for Noctum to get through that alleyway. So Breach quickly to put a round on the board themselves. All down to a little bit of a misplay, I'd say, from Noctum, just giving up the plant so easily.
Yeah, it's a great kill from Shawnee there from the balcony. Just a good pick right onto F-Dot. He's cooking the nade. He's not able to really utilize that scope. He was watching the balcony for the better part of that round, but caught with some unfortunate timing. They tried to stop the plant, and finally, a good moment here to talk about for Boston as they're able to come alive, put something together. A chance now to go back-to-back. We'll swap it up. Nade's coming over the top.
Over towards B once more early. See if they can bait out some of this utility again. We saw this, for the Stallions red and the way that they played it. And it wasn't a done deal as soon as they got it. So this is going to keep Boston guessing on what's going to happen. You can see a couple of a rotation out from that back alley.
Oh, look at this.
And if Snoopy gets caught here, that might be the whole round. He's going to get aggressive, finds a whole lot of players. At least he gets one, though.
That's right. He gets one, so that should at least be the alarm bells that, hey, listen, they might be rotating over to A, but they're actually going to rotate back. They're going to double back to B and see if they can maybe utilize the remaining 50 seconds on this round to catch them off guard. Shawnee's even going to pick up mid. He's kind of just moving back and forth, but now Sensor, he is in the position. He needs to stop this.
Yeah. You need Doug to catch a little bit of a dub right now on this heady. Shawnee's there to swing as well, but Shawnee's going to be the first contact.
Oh.
Sensor picks off 2 heads. Collecting skulls of these Noctum White players, and he stays alive as well. Chunk's going to make his position known. Spots out Sensor. Doug's going to stay alive, and Pentagram's here to back him up as well. 15 seconds left.
Oh, I think he maybe spotted Pentagram. Took some shots. Not sure if he fully saw him, but both players are now isolated. However, 8 seconds. Has to plant. And he's not even going to get it down. Sensor takes it. How about Sensor in that round right there, Colin? 2 huge kills.
That's the Sensor we need to see today, especially if they want to make this comeback right now. It's always the kind of teeter-totter for Boston Breach is, the litmus test of how well is he going to play today. And with plays like that, it's exactly what you need on a Mercado S&D to have your AR posted up like that. Shawnee goes down in that situation. A little bit of a misstep for him, but the fact that Sensor's able to find those 2 kills are so pivotal. It puts Chunk in such a bad spot.
Well, how about that? Sensor, 5-1, leading the lobby in kills. Man is showing up, but can he keep it going? Full hit right over to this A site. Pentagram throwing some nades out. Has a player right in front of him. Snaps on a Roma on the hip fire. Will connect onto Chunk for the double up. 3v2 right away and a chance to get the bomb down.
Now, Maestro has to be very, very careful of the way that you play this one because you expect Snoopy and Pentagram to get aggressive now into the other spawn, and which they will. F-Dot's going to be so away from this one, and by the time Maestro knows what's happening, it's too late. 1 versus 3 now for F-Dot. AR in hand, too. Time against him, and Boston, they are all over the place.
They are starting to look like a little bit of the last series that we just saw when we got to the Mercado. Now starting to pick up some fast rounds, starting to put it together. And I think we're starting to see why Noctum White are really trying to avoid Cantina on a lot of their offenses. I mean, we've heard it from a lot of players, in the Challengers League about how annoying it is to play against Snoopy. And where does Snoopy thrive? He thrives in those moments in Cantina where he can bounce between window, he can go from floor to floor. You're trying to track this man, and, well, it's so difficult to do so. Boston, I think, really starting to pick the right parts of the map to really work.
And the thing that me as a caster loves about this Boston Breach team is that you have Snoopy that can do that, but you have Pentagram who can do the same exact thing. So when you have double the pressure, yeah, for sure, that's going to be tough. Snoopy with the pre-nade, tags up Aroma, finishes him off with the Semtex, and on the flank with Daddy. You got to be kidding me.
That's exactly what I talked about. Oh my goodness, Snoopy does everything he needs to. Boston just need to hold on, and well, this pinch play from Pentagram should seal the deal, and it does. Both Boston Breach Academy subs come to life there as they put together 2 kills apiece.
I mean, how fast are they to deal with? Pentagram was already all the way down to Barbershop when Snoopy was just getting into Cantina. That is some good pacing for Boston. They are setting the rhythm right now of Mercado Search and Destroy. And when you can trust Snoopy to finesse like that, you have all the time in the world. Noctum, they were delayed, they were stopped in their tracks, and that is key for Pentagram's play there. Now on 4 in a row, too, for Pentagram. So going over towards Cantina, you're looking at him to see if he can get these streaks.
Well, Pentagram flies right on in. Cantina control already secured, and, well, no one from Noctum White wants anything to do with it. They're going to try to contest this from mid. And well, Sensor, good for a kill onto Chunk. Maestro feels the pressure, wants to try to inch up to the back alley. Good for that first one. Shawnee trying to get the trade and eventually will. And now all down to Aroma for a 1 versus 2.
1 of 5 from Aroma, too. Hasn't been the best here on Mercado Search and Destroy. Struggling to get some position with this AR, and you know, I don't blame him either. If I had to set up as an AR when you have Snoopy and Pentagram running it down the way they are, but you just don't have time. You don't have time to get comfortable right now if you're Noctum White. They need to start fighting fire with fire. You need to start expecting this aggression. I would like to see Chunk and FDOT get a little bit more involved with those initial gunfights. I think they're allowing too much space towards Boston Breach right now. You need to see a little bit of a pushback for these early engagements.
Well, Aroma still struggling to get off the ground. 1 and 6. Chunk highlighted how he's really improved in the S&D, but have not seen it too much so far. Still lots of time to try to bring it back here. Gonna start with this first round. And Pentagram, I think he's just gonna go for a fast flank here potentially. We'll see. Snoopy, oh, he's back. Back in Cantina. This is his web. This is his territory. How many more kills will this guy find?
It's his house. You're just living in it. And I don't even think you are. The team kill from FDOT on a Maestro. Snoopy just puts himself in a situation where FDOT needs to track that one. It's unfortunate that your teammate's there, but hey, that's just the way the cookie's gonna crumble. Sensor's gonna be on the flank through Alley, over towards Barber. Looks like Boston just want to put pressure on these players, force them to go for that bomb plant, but I like this. Pentagram has no idea that Noctum White, they take that bomb, they push through the Boston spawn, and they catch these players not knowing what to expect.
Yeah, that was great. That was great. It was looking really bad there for a moment. Snoopy found that first kill. He flies out as the stun connects and quite literally almost pieces together the next 2 as well. Forces the team kill, gets a lot of damage into the second, but just falls short. And then just a great read, a great call to kind of wrap through. Find Pentagram, just trying to get a read on where they were at. Never really did. So now, round by round, this is where we start to talk about having to just piece it together. Backs up against the wall from here on out. Boston Breach, though, just need 1 more to put it away.
And look at FDOT, 7 and 5. I mean, this is what you needed for Noctum White. Just a little bit of a pep in your step from the SMGs. You got the sniper back out. No middle aggression from Boston. It's back to Canteen. And Chunk's going to be the lone SMG in this situation, so a lot of work to be done for that. And it's just the full onslaught of Boston Breach Academy to just swing out and take those kills.
FDOT would have to do it all here to keep his team in the map number 2 for the ace. And, well, if he does it, he'll also work towards some streaks. So something to think about, but he's taking a lot of time through this back alley, now down to 30 seconds.
You only have a sniper. You don't have an SMG. You don't have an attack even in your hands. You got no options right now if you're FDOT. Sensor's just going to put some pot shots in. Nice shots with the pistol. I'll give him that, but nothing you can do against Boston Breach Academy when you're down in that situation. So Boston, what an incredible way to bring yourself back in this best of 3. You fall flat on your face in the Hydro, but you find yourself in the Mercado S&D.
Yeah, just a great, great bounce back here from the Boston Breach Academy. And I mean, that is what we're kind of used to seeing, that tempo. And
yes,
I mean, you could also see them, Noctum White just wanted to try to avoid the SMGs for as long as possible. They didn't really want a whole lot to do with Cantina. They weren't contesting it on defense. They were never really sending their numbers in there. They were really just playing through mids, trying to get them off of the bomb. But Snoopy, Pentagram, I mean, when you see them work in sync like that, Colin, that's when we get that Boston Breach Academy that has the potential to take over.
I just feel, I like Noctum, that the fact that they weren't, trying to, go toe-to-toe with that aggression from the SMGs. It's not a bad idea. It's just the way they went about it wasn't in, I guess, the right way, because they were allowing too much space to Boston. They were expecting them to go for the bomb plants and then set up for a post plant. But when you have SMGs like Pentagram and Snoopy, you don't get that passiveness from them. They want to fly, and they're going to fly. So I would have liked to see Noctum make a little bit of an adjustment, pump the brakes for sure, but expect that aggression to come out, and they never did.
It never did. Well, Boston Breach, 6-2 victory. We get, well, I guess I get at least my first map 3 here. So it should be a really interesting look at the Hotel Control coming up next here for us. And I mean, this is a big one because neither team is really good in this game mode. And it's always interesting when you have best of threes earlier on in the bracket, you know, in a situation like this where you have to come up with this dub to stay alive. You know, you don't have to rely just purely on your hard points and S&Ds when you get to those, you know, best of fives. Really have to put it away here. And again, neither team has really showed a ton of strength recently from what we saw in the Elite column.
Yeah, no, it's 3 and 5 from Noctum White in their controls through Season 4, but luckily they get Hotel. Luckily both teams get Hotel because Boston Academy 1 and 1 on this map, Noctum White 2 and 2. So it's not, you know, the best, it's not the worst for each of them. It's like that middle line, that middle ground that you found, that comfortability for both teams that you can go towards Hotel. You can check in, you can put your feet up, whatever you like, but it's the best of 3, and this is not a swing map mode anymore. This is it for both teams in the winner's bracket. One team's got to go forward, one team's got to drop down.
That's wild, especially this matchup in winners round 2. Someone is going to the lower bracket very early on, and it's going to happen right after this map. We're going to kick it off as we check into the Hotel. Final one of this set. Let's get into it, Colin.
Oh, yeah. Let's jump right on with Snoopy, the superstar from that Search and Destroy. Shut down immediately by Maestro as Noctum White are going to go towards A right away. Excellent pressure onto the SMGs. You read them like a book. And that first stick of progression over towards A looking to already be locked in.
Maestro to the back. Those are tough shots. Oh my goodness. Sensor though will clean him up. Still a chance to try to contest the 8 points. Second tick is not locked as of just yet. Sensor gonna fly on through, and now the flank from Shani. What can he do from the backside? Shots coming in, but no eliminations just yet. Chunk good for 1. Oh, almost 2. Looks like he stopped shooting on the pentagram, and the clear is there in the nick of time.
Yeah, they just get there to stop that cap at A. 2 segments going to be controlled for Noctum after those early engagements. Lives even, 23 playing 24. But you look at the spawns for Noctum, they're spawning over towards Kitchen, so they got to fight their way out of this one. An unfortunate team kill from Aroma as well. That's going to make this even harder to push into A.
Just need a few extra seconds to try to lock in that final tick, but you're going to have to get through Pentagram to do it. Pentagram flies at another. 2 in a row now for him on this life. Can he put together 3? No. Chunk will put him down, but mid-map control locked in here from Shani. Snoopy also able to get the eventual trade, so this has been perfect defense here so far. A moment to still, of course, get on with 30 seconds left, but this defense has been great from Boston.
Oh, it really has, and relatively, when you look at this team on pen and paper, they should be a good Hotel team when you can just let your subs run rogue over towards A and let your ARs post up over towards B, but unfortunately for Boston, they're still going to get breached over towards that A zone. The A zone gets captured on the exits too. A couple good kills from Noctum as they're looking to put pressure on B already.
Oh, okay. So we just had Snoopy cross into bedroom, but they know Snoopy is there. So what can you do from this position? We know how important this is. Stun's coming out. Double team going to come through. They want to flush out Snoopy. They want to flush him out, and they will. Maestro gets the trade. Bedroom is now secured.
It's another 1-for-1, but the fact that Aroma takes down Sensor gives you numbers over towards this B zone, and a spawn out from Snoopy is going to make this a little bit harder for Boston, but you still have your AR set up. Shawnee has been phenomenal so far throughout this series when it comes down to that role, and again, he's going to put an end to Noctum even thinking about hopping on B.
40 seconds left on the clock. 10 lives playing up against 13 in favor of Boston, and Boston are all kind of just sandwiched into the back here. Shot's going to come through, though, for Sensor, and that should create enough space to allow Pentagram to fly on forward. Snoopy even comes up with another one. Last player up is going to be Maestro, has to hold on to his life.
Yeah, 30 seconds into this round. I mean, Noctum, you are going to hold pretty close to your heart those 3 segments that you got over towards A, but this B zone, you haven't even been able to step foot inside of it. 16 seconds left. Snoopy's going to be clearing out from all the way top. Bedroom finds 1 kill onto Chunk. Shut down right after that one. Can it be a breakdown at the finish line, or is this going to be a round number 1 for Boston Breach Academy? Maestro's going to stop that time at 4.1 seconds. 2 seconds left. Chunk's going to get on, but you can't read Pentagram. So round 1 for Boston Breach Academy. They only give up 3 ticks.
Only give up 3 ticks, and I mean, their defense was really just locked down. I mean, they even made Noctum White work for that first point for so long. You could really see wave after wave just kind of constantly shut down, and it only left them with about a minute 30 to try to work through the map. And even though Boston didn't really have, you know, some of that bedroom control right away, they were still able to get Snoopy inside, still able to really delay a lot of that hit. and take some time off the clock. Good enough for that first round. Good looks here for Boston early.
For sure. And you know, a player that we haven't talked about on this Boston team has been Shawnee, but the fact that they're so comfortable leaving him towards that Godheady over towards B, he barely even moved that whole round. He was just able to sit there and wait entire time. It was pivotal to Boston denying that B zone control hole in hole as we look at him hopping onto A.
They throw a little B play in to see what they can get away with. Just kind of testing the defense here through the first round.
Yeah, why not?
And Sensor able to actually play his life quite well here. He's going to get a read onto a second, and while this happens, Shawnee is just simply collecting ticks. First tick locked in. F-Dot has a chance to make a play, and Shawnee should be overwhelmed, and he is. Chunk from the back will clear him out.
Yeah, knocked him quick to stop A right off the bat. You look at Maestro, too, is going to be getting aggressive over towards bottom bedroom. So not sure if Sensor's going to have the read onto this one, and it doesn't look like he will. So Maestro's going to be able to get one. A nice second as well. No way Boston's going to be going over to B this time. Shawnee might be looking to take one last chance at it, but Maestro at 4 in a row.
Yeah, that was an important moment right there. Boston actually had a chance to get on to B with numbers and maybe even flip the map a little bit. So that's a very huge moment for Maestro with 3 in a row. But attention now back over to A. Boston actually starting to get a little bit low on time, but they are on the point, and that mid-connector play will be shut down. Shawnee going to join his teammate Pentagram and try to just lock in the remaining ticks.
Yeah, that should be it. You look at Noctum, they don't even want to dedicate any more lives here. They have a 3-life advantage. Why not bunker into B? You know, ticks are going to be even if you shut this one down. So trusting in your offensive round up next. Snoopy, though, what a route there. Roma going to be a little bit of a situation. Again, things falling onto the shoulders of Maestro.
Maestro on 4 in a row. He's been alive bottom bedroom for so long, and he puts together 5. Can he put together 6 for the streak? Sensor chows him, and Maestro finds number 6, doing it all by himself.
That is what you need right there. 7 in a row from Maestro as he's not left this position. Now with the Vaznev looking for some more. Possibly 8 in a row there, but Snoopy's not going to give up that life just yet. 1:08 left on the clock, and Maestro now has a cruise missile.
Maestro going rogue in the bedroom. This is his house at the moment, and it's up to Boston to try to take him out. And where will they decide to go? And actually, I think maybe we had a disconnect from one of our players, so I believe we will go into a restart here with a minute left. Obviously, a little bit of question marks coming through there for Noctum White, but I believe someone had disconnected there from Boston, unfortunately. But things were looking good. Maestro was locking things down. I'm sure that's why there's a bit of frustration. So we'll leave that decision to the admins to figure out where we go from here.
Yeah, players are wondering what's going on. People are chatting. What is the call at the end of this? Because segments were 3 playing 3. Boston were in a spot where, you know, that offensive round was winnable, but like you said, Maestro is having himself a round down at bottom bedroom.
Well, he's got the streak too, right? So now he no longer has a streak. I think that's why you're seeing a bit of a contest there from Aroma as well, right?
So much to think about right now. If you're an admin, if you're a player, you know what to do. Everybody's going to be pondering it as we get a nice look over at Noctum White. I do want to talk about a little bit of a head-to-head so far that we've had in this control that I've been quite a fan of is Shawnee versus Maestro on these defensive rounds.
Yeah.
Because I was saying, you know, they play similar roles over towards B. Shawnee did not move. I mean, think about Shawnee back at MW 2019, that Ramaza, you know, construction worker. He does not move out of there, and he is a brick wall for this team. So it was great out of that, but the fact that you're kind of matching that right now, if you're Maestro, it was the story that was the difference maker back on the hydroelectric. Was Maestro was always, you know, undeniable when it came to locking down rotations.
Yeah.
If he can step up once more here in the control, Noctum, you know, could give space towards F-Dot and Chunk once again, let them get comfortable after a lackluster search and destroy, and he could lead his team to salvation here.
It is very, very possible. And while you can see it there, Jammer up on stage, kind of just throwing up some question marks here, as I'm sure there's just a little bit of frustration. Listen, I mean, you're Maestro in that spot, right? It's obviously understandable. You have yourself a little bit of extra insurance in case that does go the distance, and you have to take in. This is the map 3. This is the decider for who moves on. So a lot of pressure here between all of the players, of course.
It's a big moment. Emotions are going to be high.
Oh, of course.
Everybody's going to be flying like, what are you talking about? What's going to happen right here?
Sure.
But at the end of it, you cannot let this, you know, bring you down if you're either team, because this has been a war of attrition through both sides of it. I mean, right now, Boston had a poor map 1, for sure.
Right.
We'd leave it at that. Map number 2, incredible out of this team. Same thing goes for Noct and White, but the other way around. That respawn for Noct and White was fantastic. The submachine guns, FDOT and Chunk, were in their element. Can they reach that once more here on Hotel Brainberg? Because in round number 1, when it was Boston on defense, the fact that Boston was able to, grind down so many lives of Noct and White over towards that A zone before it got captured, that was Snoopy and Pentagram again just locking things down on the interior of the hotel.
And you could see a lot of trust when they were making that play too. Like Shani and Pentagram were like sitting on the point, they were collecting it, they were making sure it was secured. Snoopy's already flying the new.
Yeah.
He's already in main, he's already forcing gunfights very early on, and I think that's what you love to see for those type of playmakers. But we'll see what ends up happening here as we maybe get ready to jump back in. Fist bumps are coming out. Not sure what the wording is for as far as its current score count, but I believe it is a restart with Boston up 1-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, because, you had the streak if you're Maestro, but, hey, admins are doing their best out here, for sure. And it is a high-emotion game. It's a high-emotion round. Can't please everybody, I guess, for this one. So Boston leading 1-0 after their defense. We start it once more. We're going to have to look at Noct and White on their offense to see if they can recreate that once more, take that A zone, get those 3 caps, and if Maestro can get that streak once again. But it's going to be tough because, like we've been talking about since that Mercado S&D, Boston have let the frog off the leash.
Snoopy's the frog, for anyone that does not know. But yes, they have. They have absolutely done that. And well, the other thing to think about is that not only is there no streaks, but there's going to be no trophy system. So do you throw a B play in here from Boston like you did last time, but maybe this time around you can get some good nades in and actually come out favorable? We'll have to see what their plan is, but no trophies, no dead silence coming back into the reset. So that could maybe throw in a bit of a curveball. Who knows?
It's just little things to think about here when we're figuring out how this round 1's going to go. For Noctum, it is unfortunate for sure from where they're standing. So I expect them to come into this round with a little bit of pep in their step, with a little bit of fire lit underneath them to get their revenge after this one.
Right.
I mean, you still have a possible 4 rounds to go through on this hotel control. So you're not out of it just yet. It's just a blip on the radar of what is this hotel control. So I'm really looking at them to find their form once again, hop back in this hotel control, and start off strong.
All right, just a reminder as we jump back in, Boston is currently up 1-0. So we'll be trying to, of course, throw that in here as we go throughout this map and jump back in. And well, it is that play from Boston right back over to the B point. And they got numbers here, and they're winning a lot of key gunfights already, Colin.
Yes, they are. Snoopy over towards B, funneled in, clearing off the desk as well as.
Oh my!
Boston's going to be on the attack here, so
they might just get this.
Yeah, B zone second take worked on, locked in. Maybe Pentagram should be able to secure that one, but Noctum have been good at keeping it scrappy.
Wow, that was a big moment from Aroma. Aroma finds 2. If he doesn't find that 2-piece, that zone is over to Boston immediately. So now we'll see what can happen here from the defense. Maestro trying to play his life in the back. He had that fiery start and now has not really been able to put it together here so far. It's an aggressive play. Shawnee says, I got 2. He runs right into the point, and they're right on B.
Yeah, Snoopy looking to finish this one off. Attack in his hand as well. Maestro's not going to get anywhere close to that one, and FDOT's just going to give it up. So B-Zone is captured. 3 segments for Boston here in this round. And Noct and White again. They have to dig deep.
Lots of time to work with, but have to hold here inside the restaurant. Not the easiest to do. Bait and switch is good for the first kill. Snoopy now is unleashed. Wow. What a read. Maybe gets a call out, maybe gets a sound cue, but it's enough for a 2-piece. Numbers here for Boston. Shawnee trying to work through mid, has to find a kill onto FDOT, and he gets the help from Pentagram.
Yeah, FDOT just trying his best to stay alive, trying his best to at least, get a little bit of help throughout that one, but the help doesn't go, and the trades will be here. Chunk off the respawn, clears the middle of the map, so now you have pressure over towards Ruggs, and Boston back to step 1.
Minute on the clock. Defense is held so far. No ticks have been gifted over to Boston Academy. Pentagram, though, is now just opened up with that first one. You need kills to come through. Have to try to hold on. Pentagram is just put together 2. Hold on a second. Maestro doesn't know where to look. Pentagram puts together another one. 3 in a row for him. Boston are in the restaurant, and they're on the point.
Yes, they are. They're going to be looking to stack this one. FDOT's not even able to look in on it. Now looking to go up 2-0 here in the control. Set themselves up for victory. Chunk, last chance right now for Noctum. Aroma's going to be on his wing, but can you touch the zone? No! Boston 2-0.
Oh no, what does this do now to the mental of some of these guys on Noctum White? For anyone that is just tuning in, it is now 2-0 for the Boston Breach Academy. And they don't have the streak. They come back in the reset. And Boston, I mean, they just come in so aggressive to that B point. They grab it pretty quickly. Aroma has that really big heroic moment where he does stop it, but it is just that overwhelming spawn in the back of luggage that is not being blocked that allows Boston to flood through, and finally get that final tick. That is a great opening, and well, they just need one more defensive win right here. They could put it away.
Yeah, and you look at this one too, it's 6 segments playing 3, so, I mean, Noctum, you're not out of the running for that last round defense. It's just got to be some lights out Call of Duty here in the Greenberg. So on their offense, we head over towards A again. Boston being very passive to retake this one. They got to clear out their spawn first and then go for the middle of the map. Shawnee's taking the long route around Kitchen, and he's going to be in between a couple of these players. Shawnee might be able to put a stop to this.
Yeah, big decisions have to be made for Boston. Both zones being attacked at the same time. Shawnee clears off A, and while that happens, his teammates do get the work done on B. So this looks like it should be an easy capture for Noctum White.
Yes.
It's going to give them a lot of time, over 2 minutes, to try to work towards B.
That was good, too, from Noctum. A lot better. Taking those fights through the middle of the map.
Hold on.
Commanding that space, but they get a little bit too ahead of themselves, it looks like, Visions. And Snoopy, quick as ever, the movement on point to get back into this A zone, stop that third tick of progression, and force Noctum White to turn around and start again.
Wow, okay. They delay a little bit of time, so they basically eliminate, another 15, 20 seconds off the clock.
Yeah.
And they're going to run right over to B. Hold on. The setup is actually not here for Boston. They have numbers on the B point. There's no trophy systems down as well, so nades are tagging up everyone on the breach. Now you have Chunk down low, trying to see if he can find some kills. Running it is going to be Pentagram. He's going to be taken down. Second tick still coming on through. Kills are there. Aroma finds another, and that second tick is locked in, looking for the third.
That's an absolutely egregious call from Noctum White to dedicate all your lives over towards that uncapped B zone, but they get all segments done. They make their job at A whole lot easier. Now you look at Boston set up for this one. They're going to lose Snoopy through the middle of the map. All eyes going to be on Sensor and Shawnee towards Rugs and Kitchen.
One single tick. That is all you need inside of A. Sensor from the back, as you called, might have to get involved in this play, but his teammates do a good enough job to keep them off of the point for now. Minute 28 now left on the clock, and Sensor, he is set up in Kitchen with a trophy.
Yes, he is able to get the first on a Maestro. Backs down. Can't cook anything more than that. 3 unanswered kills from Noctum. Should be able to hop onto this A zone. Pentagram's going to get cleaned up. This should be the round for Noctum.
Stack is in. Spawns are just too far away. Boston can't touch, can't see the zone, and they will not be put away just yet. Noctum White fighting back, throwing a right hook of their own.
I mean, you lose that round, unfortunately, before you lose the round on the reset, but Noctum will not go quietly into the dark. They will not drop down to the loser's bracket without a fight back here on Hotel Control. So that's a big round for them as well, getting both segments as clean as they did.
Sure.
It shows that, in their offensive rounds, they could get it done, for sure. And not only that, it puts them now in the segment control. They're up 9-6 for that defensive round. So if they can at least deny Boston Academy a couple of segments, only limit them to 2, pushing into that round 5, they will have that defense.
Well, let's see what can happen. Is there any magic here in the air in Toronto for Noctum White? Early aggression onto the A point, not really going to be contested whatsoever. You can see Noctum White really putting a lot of respect into that B play, and oh my goodness, they try to collapse on A, and all of a sudden, this is going to give up a lot of room. Snoopy is flying.
Yeah, Snoopy's already over towards D1, going to be cleaned up by Maestro, the overseer of B, immediately. But what I talked about, that segment control that Noctum had going into this round, it's already gone.
Final tick should be good, unless Chunk can make something of this play through Connector, and well, too many players to look at. And while that happens, Snoopy is now already getting work done inside of the bedroom. Doesn't even invest the Dead Silence to find the first kill. Now will invest the Dead Silence to try to clear the lower floor and won't be able to put together a kill on the Maestro. He's back in that key position, but won't be alive for long.
Yeah, they're not going to let him flay down there too long. Boston now looking to put pressure off the respawn. Somehow Chunk walks away with that kill. Ridiculous through the windowsill, but hey, when you're window shopping in hotels, sometimes you find Doug Sens Martin on the other side. So Noctum in control over to the B site. 9 segments playing 9. So if Noctum put an end to this right now, it's going to come down to the kills on who gets that defensive round 5.
Pentagram on a solo push through the back. Has to spot Aroma. No good for the kill. Minute 30 now left on this clock. Maestro down low. Just going to try to snake the best he possibly can. We saw the 7 spree last time around before the reset. What can he put together this time? He's good for the first, F dot good for the second. Defense looking solid, and they still got a whole lot of map positioning in their favor.
17 playing 16, minute 12 left. Shawnee's going to equalize. And now you got to clear out number 5 Maestro once again from down here. You have to think after all this time, they expect this play, Austin. They cannot allow Maestro to live for free.
No, they cannot. You're going to have to send a double team really to deal with this guy, it feels like at the moment. But Snoopy from the front finding kills. Boston are on the point. Hold on a second. Maestro, he's forced to take a long route, but they know exactly where he is. Has to turn, has to burn, but decides not to take the chow. While this happens, his teammates are working through mid. They have to find the kills, but the kills aren't coming. Boston are on the point. They have a bit of a stack. Second tick locked in. Chunk only good for 1. That final tick on the way.
This is going to be it for Noctum White. Last chance to get back into this one. You have to deny this segment after I can't get the kills. And Boston Breach Academy moving to winners round 3, Austin.
They get the job done. My goodness, just so many great looks at their offensive plays, especially over to B. When it comes time to really find those critical kills, it feels like they're always able to deliver in those impactful moments. And another great moment right there from Boston to get the job done. 3-1, knocked him white. You felt like maybe it was starting to happen.
Yeah.
Down 2-0 though, not able to get it done, and now they will be in the lower bracket.
It's a great change-up from Boston at the end of that map. Pentagram finds the kill through the middle of the map. Snoopy puts pressure onto that Godheady, and all of a sudden that forces Maestro to reposition. And what does Boston do? They send a couple lives to catch him on rotation. They clear Maestro from that spot, and as soon as you don't have Maestro bottom bedroom, the round is just out of your hands. You have to fight from an unwinnable spot. You have to fight from the back foot off respawn. And a heartbreaker for Noctum White. It's a grueler of a best of 3. Austin, we go all the way to Greenberg Hotel, but Boston Breach Academy, NA Challengers love, stays alive.
NA beats EU in this matchup, but there is still a lot more of those matchups to come throughout the weekend, so we'll see what ends up happening, but definitely a great win for Boston. I mean, just off the simple points that we were highlighting coming in, they were looking shaky. They weren't looking great, but that was under, not too much time with Snoopy on the roster. Now that they've got some more scrims in, they're starting to get some more practice and starting to piece together some wins. Could really maybe make for some kind of a run here through the upper bracket, but it's a great look. I mean, you love to see those score lines, right? Like 6-2, pretty dominating on the Mercado, search and destroy, and then just some mistakes. I feel like you look back over, the Hydro Colin, you fix up a couple of those rotations, you play a little bit slower, play for spawns a little bit more. Who knows what ends up happening with their hardpoint game too.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the hard points and the change that you make. I'd say it's more down to the teamwork still. I mean, this is still a very new roster in comparison to Noctum White. You just had Season 4. A couple of issues too when it came down to I guess Snoopy connecting with the team when where you were starting that group stage. So not the start you wanted if you were Boston Academy at all, but now that you see them on land, that they've had time to kind of mesh together, still some growing pains, but they look a lot better, especially in the submachine guns. I think Pentagram and Snoopy, they are meshing very well.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting to get some more time together. Those two, I think, on paper are just a deadly combo. So the more reps, the better. They're starting to put it together here, starting to look better and better, but have to see if they can keep that rolling for now. Noctum White down in the lower bracket. I mean, not what you expect, right, for a squad like this, but they have a tough round 2 matchup. Sometimes it's the way the cookie crumbles, and now have to get the job done in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them for sure. I'm not sure where they're going to drop in the lower bracket, but for the winners bracket, you got that round 3 locked in. There's a couple of winners bracket round 3s or round 2s that I'm going to be looking at for sure. I was talking about one of them at the bottom. Not sure if it's done yet. I'm not sure what the update of that is, but Decimate playing Revived Gaming. I mean, Revived, the Canadian exotic, going to be playing for that team as well. Welly alongside him.
Yeah.
Playing against a red-hot Decimate team, the best hardpoint team that we had in Season 4. It's not going to be an easy best of 3, but when you look at a player like Welly in Toronto, he got top 3 last year, so you never know what you get there.
Yeah, you never know what you can get of Welly, that is for sure. But for now, we are going to send it to a break, do a bit of a caster swap, and get ready for our last few matches of the night. Make sure you guys don't go too far. We'll be back with more Challengers action.
few roster changes, a few role changes. They've been able to make their way towards grand finals as far as Challengers Elite is concerned, not once, but twice through some pretty crazy lower bracket runs. However, in the most recent Challengers Elite, about out top 12.
Yeah, the thing about it, though, that's really peculiar about this Atlas Lions team is I never felt in any of their matches that they were getting beat badly.
Right.
It almost felt like they were beating themselves at times, in fact, if you really were to like look into the nitty-gritty details. But look, the thing about it is, really for both of the Spanish rosters out there, save Notorious, who kind of redeemed themselves in Dallas, this Atlas Lions team has always been a major conversation point, but have never really provided the results that we need to see from these boys on land.
No, not the case at all. I mean, just as some backup for you as well, Alan, I mean, their average hardpoint loss, at least through that Challengers Elites in the most recent season, on average, they were only losing by about 10, 15 points. Only losing Search and Destroy by about a round and a half, but I mean, here they are on your screen, the Atlas Lions. In particular, you see that guy, at least to the right here, we are looking at Sukri. Rancor and Super have been lights out for this team. And even when you go back to the Texas Open, funny enough, they were actually playing along with former Spaniard, or also Spaniard and Beagle, and Parasite.
Yeah.
What a hodgepodge of a team, but they were also able to take down a hell of a lot of competition while
The thing about it is, like, Rencor's like on his redemption year, right? Like, a lot of dark clouds kind of in his past, but he has definitely, I think, nixed all of the bad blood that has been out there, and he's proved that he can definitely hang. On the other side, how about this Mindfreak team? And look, here's the thing. We'll be candid with you guys. It's been hard to keep a track of what's going on in APAC. The scene has dwindled quite a bit, but this Mindfreak team has always been at the forefront of conversation, even back when they were, the organization was in BO4 and they were beating everybody in opens. Haven't seen the same kind of success, but I will still say that this is looking like one of APAC's best teams right now.
I mean, when you're looking at it from Mindfreak in general, right, you have two players that did obviously have stint in the CDL era, going back to the Paris Legion. That is both Shox and Luca. Ever since going back down over towards Challengers for APAC, playing along with Pred. And honestly speaking, they were winning just about everything that they played in. And they've been continuing on with that winning ways. Shout out to Mindfreak as well. This entire 4-player squadron has been here all week. They've been boot camping, trying to get some really good scrim time against some of the best that they can find here in North America. You really hope that it does pay off, because I mean, this is going to be one of our best looks as far as inter-regional matchups are concerned, with EU going up against APAC.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And just for the APAC region at large, this is only one of two teams that are here.
That's right.
The other being Point Blank, and they actually did lose their winners round 2 matchup. I was checking in the bracket. So
that hardpoint was close.
Yeah, it's true. I heard them popping off. I mean, the Aussie boys, you know for a fact they will not be bashful about letting you know how they feel about things. But I think the thing about this Mindfreak squad, and just overall talk about the APAC region, kind of as I was alluding towards, like the APAC region has, I think, largely been looked at with kind of a scoff by the COD community. We have not seen the player base stay as high as ever. That has led to, I think, a lot of people thinking that the practice is not as good, and that they wouldn't perform all that well in the international space. But the Pro-Am already, in the last 2 instances of it, have proved the otherwise, especially with whoever comes out as APAC's best.
I think that we have clear-cut, obvious reasons that there is a lot of talent in APAC.
Yeah.
You got Cruz playing along with Anarchy. You got Pred playing with Seattle Surge. Obviously, commiserations to them getting bowed out in the lower round 1. But and then you take a look at what APAC's able to at least develop across the entirety of the calendar year. Yeah, the practice might not be as good. You know, I was actually catching up with Cronus out front earlier in the day, and I was getting some really good insight. Like, what does practice even look like? It is literally the top 3 teams going up against each other more often than not. And it's how you learn from all of that is how you can find some of your best maps, your best of 3 map set. The last best of 3, honestly, on the evening for Fortress to start things off, and a Greenberg Hotel for Search and Destroy. But Alan, we got ourselves a Himmelad Expo if it goes the distance. That one could be spicy.
Yeah, and again, there's not going to be a lot for us to go off of as far as the statistics are concerned for Mindfreak, but we have a lot to go off of when it comes to the Atlas Lions. So I think first and foremost, you look at the Albagra Fortress, and I think the first name that least comes to my mind is Super. He's the one that you're looking to kind of fly, run that SMG, and likely take over, as he has often done throughout the entirety of the year. But I think the key matchup between these two teams actually lies with what happens with Sukri versus the ARs on the other side.
Absolutely. I feel like that I always sound like a broken record when I'm talking about the Atlas Lions. This 4-player roster, you do feel like obviously you're going to get a lot of good deliverance when it comes down to what Rancor and Super bring to the table. But when Sukri is playing at his best, this team is undeniable. We've seen that through a lot of different opens. We've obviously got to see a little bit of that at the beginning of the year. It just obviously kind of fell flat in the most recent Challengers Elite season. And I think that Fortress is going to be a good battleground for both the SMGs and ARs to kind of get a good feel for one another on how this match might play out.
Yeah, and I think just the longevity of however long the run lasts for a team like the Atlas Lions, you bring up a good point talking about the hard point. you have to be just a better overall squadron, I think. Because often when we watch this Atlas Lions team in Elite, online, for what it's worth.
Sure.
There's usually one player who's popping off.
Yep.
And one player who may have not loaded in. That can't be the case here on LAN. Because this is, again, this talking about the macro sense, not just outside of this best of 3. Atlas Lions will be on the bubble when it comes to possibly representing Europe at Champs, especially after the very disappointing previous performance in Season 4. So this event is crucial for that, because after this, you go to LCQs online, and we don't know what kind of Atlas Lions we're going to get there. So this is massive. You have to come out, win this series if you're Atlas Lions, put yourself in a position to possibly threaten a top 12, if not more than that, as the weekend goes on.
I feel like it also needs to be talked about loading into Fortress Hardpoint. There is one player in particular that made Ton quite literally lose his marbles back over towards the Pro-Am, and that's Yakko. You remember him flying out through top maps, just getting the movement going, just absolutely eviscerating 3 players down the middle of the map. I think it's going to be quite telling, again, to be able to see how these 2 teams do match up stylistically. There is Yakko on your screen right now. But I think that the style is what I'm mostly questioning when it comes down to this Mindfreak roster, because, I mean, we have negative VOD on it.
Well, and here's the other thing. I'm glad you brought that up. Beautiful segue. If
Thank you.
What is you're saying is true, Mindfreak's been here for a week.
Yep.
They're looking at this bracket and probably thinking, based on the global seeds, who do you maybe play? Could be some anti-strategy to be done here as far as what do you want to take away from this Atlas Lions team when it comes to their possible strengths.
That's a fair point. I mean, you feel like it, especially with the backing. I mean, we know Mindfreak as far as an organization is concerned. They have a good backing behind them as well. Yeah. A lot of smart players when it comes down to this APAC Mindfreak roster at the same time. And they've been competing at the highest level for also, well, a long time. You really do feel like that the veto process needs to be really, really stuck quite tightly when it comes down to this Mindfreak roster. Again, going against these EU teams, going against these NA teams, teams that they have not played a handful of times across the entirety of the calendar year. I think that the vetoes need to be on point. You cannot afford just to have an auto veto. You have to be comfortable on a multitude of maps to take down anybody regionally.
And I think the other thing about this, does this kind of feel like APAC's best chance to possibly make a deep run into an open? Because we have not seen that, at least in the Challengers Opens at some time. Now, yeah, Pro-Am, point blank, came out surprised. You know, they were able to take a couple of maps. They were like, whoa, hold on a second. What's going on in APAC? But the last time, like you mentioned, that we really have seen Luca and Shox. We'll throw Fida in the mix, too, because he was part of that BO4 Mindfreak team that was dominating everybody.
That's right.
Is this kind of a last chance saloon, you think, for those 3 players?
I think that for Mindfreak, it almost does feel like that the entire APAC region is more or less like resting on their shoulders to make a really deep run, to make them be taken seriously. That's why it is a big deal that they were able to at least get a little bit of a boot camp going, because the last time that we saw an APAC team in an open didn't have any representation in Texas. They were over at Boston, and I'm pretty sure that they placed like top 32. It wasn't exactly a strong placing for them. So I feel like that when it looks at for Mindfreak, and again, no shade to Point Blank, who honestly did play that Omit team pretty damn close.
Tough Omit team.
I think that Mindfreak might honestly be APAC's best bet.
And you got to keep in mind, there's still a 3rd team out there in APAC that is going to be watching this avidly, because regional challengers points are going to be everything. I think in my mind in particular, for this kind of event overall, Point Blank being here and Mindfreak being here gives them a boost in points that kind of give them a massive cushion when it comes to going back to the LCQ. Because only one of those teams can qualify. It's probably going to be one of those 3 based on whoever wins that event. And then after that, it's who finishes maybe in 2nd. But these 2 teams being here may mean that being in 3rd is going to be good enough.
That LCQ is going to slap.
It's going to be nuts, dude. It's going to be nuts.
I mean, obviously, what ends up happening with the qualification as far as points are concerned, but that LCQ, especially when we get down to the APAC region again, you know, the Cups always feel like that it's like the same top 5 over and over and over again. You and I were actually going back and forth about this as well. You know, for the 10 times that Mindfreak has found themselves in the grand finals through the Modern Warfare 2 year, they have won them 8 times. But in the most recent Cup, Alan, you tell me, got top 16.
Top 16.
Not exactly a good look ahead of this open event.
Well, the thing about it, now that I'm thinking through it, that was this last weekend. If they were boot camping, they may have been here trying to play the APAC Cup. So
what would that ping even be? Like
not fun.
220?
Like well into triple digits. No, but you're right. 12 total cups, 10 grand finals, 8 wins. So this Mindfreak team is very consistent, very good. I think, you know, you kind of look at this squad and you also think back to like another team in APAC that made a huge run, that Renegades team that was untouched throughout the entirety of Modern Warfare 2019. So there's a lot, I think, riding on this team to be the forefront leader of what happens in APAC. Whereas on the other side, not to just completely say one side of the story, This is really the only reigning full Spanish roster that we've got. And I'm sure at some point, Super's sitting here listening to all this Heretics rumors and saying, well, what about me?
The guy that sits furthest away from his monitor has been leading the charts as far as statistical leaders are concerned when it comes down to Challengers Elite. Definitely got to keep an eye out for super player number 2 for the Atlas Lions. But it will be Mindfreak as far as what the Atlas Lions are in red. They're on the favorite side of the map, but as it all comes down to it, the opening hardpoint is still looking pretty darn open for both teams.
Yeah, at the moment, looking pretty all right as far as Mindfreak's opener turning into early objective time. Another player to keep in mind, we haven't mentioned his name yet. Zach has been, I think, another up-and-comer in the APAC region. He was really kind of thrown into the scene during the Cold War year, had a great Vanguard season, and obviously has gained enough trust here over the long-standing veterans in APAC to join them, I should say, on their journey. So, good opening hardpoint here for Mindfreak. Find themselves also in control of the P2 side of the map. Super looking to change that.
I mean, they kept on jostling for position up and down that mid-street, right? And I mean, the moment that a few kills come through from Mindfreak, you saw the switch flip for them. Lucas 5-2 flooded all the way through Art, so that way he can get himself those spawns for his team. Now P2 has popped. Mindfreak are locked in towards his hard point. The Atlas Lions outside looking in.
Beautiful timing on this pinch, though, from Zach. Right behind 2 different Atlas Lions members, and how about this for a start? Mindfreak, no nonsense, all action all the time. All Super can do is just get a couple of the wallbang shots with the fast dev at range through a door. So Mindfreak looking flawless in the opener, still 30 seconds to fight for.
I mean, they're mostly chalking this. Look at the way that the Atlas Lions are set up around the hardpoint, right? I mean, they've already put Sukri over towards the rotation towards Ring, and the other few players are still battling for the old time as well. Where player number 4 is positioned on the minimap as well. Look at the spawns coming through from Mindfreak. They're essentially still spawning in at old, while the Atlas Lions are trying to win the battle on 2 different fronts.
Good commitment, though, for Mindfreak. Stuck in a really bad spawn position. They all commit to hitting through old. It gets them time, and it creates an avenue to possibly make a move over here towards Fountain to start. Super on the cross. Nice opener onto Fida. Caught trying to get the stun off. Shocks will deny. Yako off the pinch. Moving rapidly, trying to close the front door, which not exactly what you want. Maybe wanted that to be a throwing knife there for a moment, but ultimately, Zach's still in the back because block spawns, and the only one on is Sukri.
Yeah, a little bit too big for their eyes, right? I mean, when you are the Atlas Lions, you're trying to at least get yourself that scrap time. You've actually allowed Mindfreak an opportunity to get over towards bottom ring and really battle for this time quickly. Zach, up on 4 in a row, 8-3 to his name, is just beating the Atlas Lions before they can even sniff a break attempt. And even player number 6 of Luca, yeah, he goes down, but you're down to 28 seconds remaining inside P3. Maybe you give a half a shake at this to be able to get some scrap time, but you got to chalk and go in for P4 here.
There's going to be no shakes, no wiggles, nothing. It's just it's all action, dude. What has this Mindfreak had for dinner? They're looking nice with it. On rotation, though, Atlas Lions trying to trap them in the old time, get cannon opened up into their name. They need it badly. It's already about a 100-point game through 3 hard points. Super trying to catch exits through the double doors. He wants Zach, and he'll find him. Turning for Shocks, not quite able to get there, but Atlas Lions still in possession of P4 for now.
I mean, Lucas all the way back here over by the boxes. Yeah, should be overwhelmed by the handful of players for Tal that are already on the backside of munitions. But look at the way that Mindfreak and how quickly they're just trying to suppress and keep all of the Atlas Lions trapped inside the time. Luckily enough, Rancor is going to be able to clean up 2 bottom secret. That should more than solidify the initial time here for Tal.
Shocks just waiting for the hit to start developing from the front. Then he'll make his move, and the timing is perfect. Super turned his back right at the exact wrong moment. Sukri out of there, trying to play his life, but the tactful retreat denied. Shocks looking for more. Knows there should be someone else nearby. They're looking for Rencor. Can't quite find him. Yako denied. There's Rencor! Shocks, are you kidding? What a 3-piece from him now at 14-8, with more maybe on the way, but dives right into the lap of Sukri. That'll confirm the trade.
Hey, that's fine. You may not only need a cruise missile when Shocks is beaming like that with the SMG in hand. Just a handful of players for Mindfreak just absolutely delivering as far as the slaying prowess is concerned. The players falling a little bit flat, I will say that much. I mean, the Atlas Lions, say what you will, Sukri, not the sexiest KD ratio.
Not at all.
Still trying to get himself inside the time. But these rotational battles are everything. This Mindfreak is just playing with a certain amount of fuego right now that the Atlas Lions just are not ready to meet on.
Fight up. Deep gets the first. Wanted Sukri for the second, but couldn't quite get the transfer off, so Sukri stays alive. Not able to get into the hard point yet, though, our Atlas Lions coming off spawns through Fountainside. Finally, Rencor will jump on into the time, get the AR up towards the deep range. Luca up top at maps, denied. So Mindfreak a little empty on this hit for the moment. Still 30 seconds to fight for, but the hit from the back looking good as Shocks. Oh my goodness, where has he been?
And APAC getting kills like this.
I guess.
16 and 12. Zach is right there along with them. Finds kill number 14 to his name with the SMG. Not able to break in fully for the hardpoint, but I would reckon that if you are Mindfreak, you're feeling pretty darn skiffy about this first set of hardpoints. Just about a 70-point lead over the Atlas Lions' head. And the only reason why the Atlas Lions were able to get a majority of time off of P5 is just because Yaka was just being annoying around munitions. But even more so than that, you gotta find some kills. You need to find more time somewhere else rather than P5 in a set.
Dude, Zach just like laid down the law at long range with the Vazdev. Couldn't quite get the kills, but boy, did he make life easy for the rest of his friends on the first hard point here. 146-71. Atlas Lions, they need Sukri to show up now, bro. 6 and 11. On the other side, Mindfreak are really enjoying a lot of casual time from their ARs because, let's be fair, it's just been Shox and Zach running around like crazy people. I don't know, but they're looking good.
Dude, Fida's 10 and 8, and he also has like a minute 45.
He's just hanging out, dude. His controller's down.
Yeah, because I mean, Shox and again, Zach, to your point, are just running around just like a bunch of madmen. Some response coming through here for the Atlas Lions as far as the second set is concerned, but these are, in my opinion, useless kills. You're finding kills around the hard point. It is not fully active. Nobody's clearing away Mindfreak on the backside of dubsteps. Sukri's up Creek without a paddle. Yeah, he's able to take down Shox, but where's his help? All the way to the bottom side of Streaks. He needs assistance so that way you could try to get some time here too.
Well done, though. Rancor does provide that assistance you were calling for. Comes right back over towards the hard point, but still, Mindfreak a chance to contest this. Dead Silence is out. Trophy's also down. Luca tallies up onto 1. Spawn still good for Atlas Lions. Shox trying to change that, moving forward very quickly, but Rancor on the heady. No! Shox is just chilling everything. This has got to be like Shox from BO4 style, man. He is running at the Atlas Lions and getting away with it.
37 engagements.
I'm telling you.
Like, come on, man. We're barely through P2 at the end of the second set, and this is just a different level of something that we have not seen in Shox in a LAN environment, again, like you say, in quite some time. 181-77. You're trying to go in for the rotation, but are we counting names? Are we looking for players? Shox is still behind enemy line.
Dude.
There's the first, gets another one to his name, 24 and 17. He's letting Atlas Lions have it.
Dude, Shox, this might be him. Literally all of these kills are unbelievable. And the fact of the matter is he's kept super, super quiet, 15 and 20. Yako's doing as much as he possibly can, but it's just like you mentioned, a lot of his kills feel like they're coming in moments that just do not influence the hard point. So now you have to have a must-hold here for Atlas Lions and a successful rotation out. Fight up, trying to get through the back door. Super there to meet him. Luca, long range. Super doesn't like the look of that, backs down. But once more, the spawns are blocked, and Mindfreak have a chance to break.
Yeah, and they're going to start flying into them. And
Unreal.
Shots because
Unreal.
of course it is. Ends up turning, just eviscerates Super over by the box. It was a break that wasn't needed for Mindfreak, but again, they will absolutely take it. 20 seconds left to soak up over here on P3. You can find a Semtex kill as you may like. The Atlas Lions, you can try to break this hard point, but by the time you get to it, it's only going to be about 10 seconds. Fida spawns out. You got to try to get the rotation, and even you can't do the former nor the latter. It's undeniable. Our Mindfreak, Sukri, nice little two-piece, but again, you gifted Mindfreak spawns all over towards the new hill.
I was about to say, that's like Mindfreak saying, thanks for the free rotation.
Yep, yeah.
It's like, what? It's like you go back to like the BO4 days where like people were jumping out of the map so they could spawn on the other side of Seaside. It was kind of like that. Just forfeit your life, spawn new.
Take the 5 seconds.
Win the map. I mean, come on, brother. This is unreal. I am at a loss.
Well, you're about to have something in common with the Atlas Lions as far as map 1 is concerned. 236-99. I mean, just 1 point away. Got to get out of the 100-point club. Some consolation kills are coming through the Atlas Lions, able to at least get inside of triple digits. And this is what we were missing from the Atlas Lions in P4 during the first set. You have to maintain top rails position, but try as you might, you can soak up the back 20 seconds. Mindfreak has had a win condition since yesterday.
Yeah, pretty much. Or since they started boot camp, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Nice moment here, though, for Atlas Lions. They clean up the next break attempt for Mindfreak. This should guarantee them the back 13 seconds, but they need that times 10 if they want to win the game. We're coming across real cold right now. But, hey, the results are kind of speaking for themselves.
Yeah,
Trades over new. Atlas Lions will be there for now, but spawns will be a little unpredictable here for the side of Mindfreak.
2 players spawning in over by Ring. Luckily enough, Yako's in a position to at least cut these players down over by bench. Are they going to expect that Fida is still over by P3? Rancor is actually holding it, so hold on a second. These are great kills to find for yourself. Still have Shox to worry about inside of maps. He'll find that kill. He'll touch the time.
Yeah, now Atlas Lions have to fly at him. Nice shots from Yako at range. Rancor still holding the cross. Spawns are not ideal, though, for Atlas Lions. They need to turn the tides of this map positioning-wise right here, right now. You can even see it. Not even comfortable enough to get onto the hard point for the moment. 145, 237, and Mindfreak have hit the brakes just a touch, looking to play for rotation by the look of it.
Now, leader's advantage, 237 to 150. Again, the Atlas Lions can soak up as much time here during the second set. Try as you might, you're still trailing down by a payload. Hold on a second. 12 seconds remain inside P5. Fida's going to get on the time. You can still close it out here.
Yeah, plenty of ways to win this map, as you were kind of mentioning. Forces Atlas Lions to challenge everything all the time, always. And so far, so good. 3 kills right off the exit. Zach looking to make a solo play. That was maybe not advised. And hold on a second. Shocks, do you just win the game right here, brother? Nope, not quite. Rencor holds the back door. Super there to help. Hold on a second. Zach's on for now. And there's the help. Luke is able to get 2. That should surely do it. And oh goodness, thought for a second he was going to give himself up, but does not make a difference, bro. The subs for Mindfreak. Whew, they were letting him have it.
I mean, I just felt like that maybe for the boot camp, maybe the boot camp was all around Albagger Fortress because they just looked so comfortable right at home. I would say that much for the SMGs. I mean, Zach and Shocks were just absolutely everywhere at all times. He's a thirsty boy.
Water in a carton. I want every drop of it.
Hey, Canada's funny like that. You got water in a carton. You got bagged milk. I love it up here, man.
Dude, Zach's drinking water from everything right now. Get this guy some hydration. Are you kidding me?
I mean, the way he was running around the map, yeah.
He needs it. Well-conditioned.
This man ran a country mile around Albagger Fortress with the amount of engagements that he had as well. Shocks was also just damn near undeniable, but it also needs to be said at the same time is that the ARs, like you were alluding to halfway through that second set, Super was suppressed. He could not maneuver across the map. It almost felt like Yaka was trapped to play inside of munitions more often than not. Regardless of the hardpoint that was even active, nobody can get through the open lanes because the ARs were locking everything down. And by the time maybe you found the trade on the ARs, you're getting pinched by an SMG.
Dude, Fido was in a position where it's just like, I locked down this lane, hit one. All right, mates, I'll get in the hall point. That's my Aussie accent.
That was beautiful.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
You're lying.
I just like to make you feel good.
Thank you.
Yep.
But, dude, I'll tell you, man, and I'll be the first one to admit, it's been hard to kind of follow along with what's going on in APAC, but if it's been looking like that, I got to start tuning in more often. I mean, you kidding me? That was some polished hardpoint.
And bringing me back to, like, Modern Warfare 2019. I'll chalk my sleep schedule just to watch good
I'm
stuff like
saying.
that. Man. That is just what we've been missing, apparently, this Mindfreak roster. I mean, even from a namesake alone, like, I generally, maybe, like, barring Zach would probably be, like, the newest name.
Yeah, absolutely.
For you and me.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, when you take a look at, like, players like Fida, Luca, Shocks, I mean, these are guys that have just been absolutely frying, and not only in the APAC region, but globally as well, dating back to a handful of CODs, even before Modern Warfare 2019. It just always feels like, and I'm going to sound like that caster again, much like last year. It was always a matter of time. You feel like that APAC are going to be able to put together a super squadron again. Shout out for Renegades.
Yep.
They can end up looking like this again.
Dude, it's just, you know, the other thing about it is you have to give a lot of respect. I mean, Fight at this point has to be pushing a decade worth of competitive COD.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like, it's got to be close. If it's not at 10 years, it's got to be at least 8. He's been around the block once or twice. And if there's anyone to scout out good talent in the APAC region, that's the guy I'd trust. I actually thought it was kind of criminal that he wasn't looked at more seriously after that modern or BO4 year to join this Paris roster. Because I thought the core 3 of Shocks, Luca, and Fida would have made an incredible setup for 5-on-5. So, I don't know. Gotta tip it. Guy's nuts.
I mean, even look at, like, for that old Renegade roster playing along with Pred. Pred's the only one that ends up getting picked up.
Crimza was part of that roster, too.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was just, like, the sheer dominance. I mean, the sheer ferocity of what APAC has to offer. 250 to 159, brother. I did not have that on my bingo card. I thought it was going to be a lot closer, given that it was Albagger Fortress. My bad, Mindfreak. I did not mean to disrespect your flow. Over towards the Greenberg Hotel, though, when it comes down to Search and Destroy, this is where things might get a little bit more topsy-turvy. We know the Atlas Lions and their Search and Destroy prowess.
Yes, this is where they had largely put together all of their elite runs. You know, we talked about it a lot. Pretty much in every single season of Challengers Elite, these guys would come out day 1 of gameplay and go 0-2 down.
Yep.
And it's just like, well, now we got to win out if we want to have a chance to make playoffs. And they largely did it by way of taking the 2 and the 5.
That's
so
right.
the monitor there, incorrect. That's Mindfreak who won 250-159. But for Atlas Lions, that was kind of the same story in a different font. Not being particularly great in their hardpoint, this is where Atlas Lions need to be able to show up and stand out as far as a potential threat on the weekend, let alone in the series.
Hotel Search, I mean, as far as online play is concerned, hasn't exactly been a stick for the Atlas Lions. They played it twice. They got absolutely blown out of the water, both by Aphelion and Clutch Rain, who are now playing underneath the Katana banner.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Again, take it with
two
a grain
good
of
search
salt.
teams right there.
They are fantastic search and destroy teams. But again, I think that it does need to be taken with a certain grain of salt, given just the overall backing that is this team for the Atlas Lions. Obviously not happy with their placings in Challengers Elite for the final season.
Yeah.
And they knew that their search and destroy should have been a lot better. I mean, they finished, what, 2-6 in search and destroy. That is not the Atlas Lions that we came to expect, especially for their 2-3-5.
But the thing about it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of those like went round 9+ in those search and destroy losses, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't remember them ever being like way blown out of the water, which I think was kind of the story of the entire season for them. I mean, they played, and I'll be honest, their group was filled with great search teams in EU Elite this last year. That was a tough group to get through.
I'm just like flipping through the rest of my notes just to see it. I mean, they had Knocked 'em Black, VVV, Notorious.
Yeah, that was a tough group. That was a tough group.
Yeah, that was a group of death for sure. But I mean, hey, no better time to have it than now, right? I mean, the final open of the year, if you are the Atlas Lions, you really want to make sure that you can at least showcase what strengths you can honestly deliver on it. And that's, again, why we continuously talk about their 2-3-5.
Yep.
Is that maybe they're not able to at least keep pace with a lot of these teams, even in the EU region. Hell, even here on LAN. But Search and Destroy, you just got to have it.
All right, see how it goes. First look, of course, for us on Mindfreak to see what they're going to offer for it. First blood good for Yako. Ooh, saucy shots from Yako, low to high. That'd be good for the double. Chase from Fida. Did not expect that. Not just me, but also Yako, apparently. And then Luca battles it into a 2v2.
Yeah, it completely catches Super off guard. He just starts sprinting through Rugs Fida, down to 47 HP. Should be enough good damage that Sukri's going to be able to plant this bomb. And you also got to deal with Fida. He's hot on the flank, and Luke's there on the pinch.
No way. Opening round, 2v4. Is it in the cards? Rencor last one standing, or should I say laying down, just underneath the blankets of the covers. And, well, has he heard Luca just below him? Surely now he has. There's the check. Luca not on yet. Clean shots from Rencor. Backs away, keeps his life, if only just barely. It's not going to be a hop, though, from Fida. Rencor's going to have to check this. Dead silence out, takes the shot, but Fida beams him. And Mindfreak battle back from a 2v4.
That's tough. First round, 2v4. I mean, when you do end up finding those 2 kills, if you are looking at it from the Atlas Lions perspective, I mean, Yako's got to be feeling himself, but as you were talking about, you're never going to expect that Fighter's just going to drop down from a power position that he was holding just to chase that kill over by Couches. And then luckily enough, you had Luca in a position that got gifted a kill as Super was rotating across the atrium.
Yeah.
It's just what was a fantastic opening for the Atlas Lions falls flat on their face, even with the bomb being planted and the win conditions set in their eyes as Mindfreak roster holds on.
Oh, here we go. This is also something that if you have not been watching Challengers Elite, get familiar with super sniping right here, right now. This guy uses this thing like it's a freaking shotgun. Runs forward, quick snipes, everything. Doesn't make a difference. This guy's feeling frisky with the scope. Quick hit, though, on the other side. Mindfreak with the bomb, looking to make a play over towards A. It is dropped for Fida, so it's a double stack top bedroom. Nobody from Atlas Lions are here, and Zach just gets a freebie on Nasukri?
I mean, that should just never happen.
Yes.
I mean, you had one player of Super. He was watching everything over by B. And Mindfreak just get everything free on this side of the map. Yeah, you can find the trade if you're Rancor, but you got to get the entire ace to clutch the round.
The TAL look lost right now. Are you kidding me? Rancor for the 1v3. Not going to happen. Oh, mercy.
Which, like, when you go back and you look at that round, you know, we're sitting there talking about Super and a sniper rifle. He's the sole defender of that B bomb site, and he gets nothing. There was no throwables, nothing through the atrium at all. The players that were defending over top and bottom bedroom, that's where all the throwables were.
Correct.
The rotation comes through, but by the time that you're trying to react, everybody from Mindfreak was already around bedroom, up the luggage staircase. They already had all of the power positions in their favor.
And, like, the thing about it is that whole defensive setup, they voluntarily gave away top bedroom. So, like, if you start to hear footsteps, someone's got to turn. You can't just let them have it for free. Rent must be cheap in Greenberg.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either. You seen this place?
Yeah, phenomenal.
I thought so. Oh, okay. I thought Sukri just took down Super with his own stun. Nades out, Fida in trouble, but does back away. Goodness gracious, this Mindfreak team is giving Atlas Lions negative space to work with.
They're just trapped around duels. They're trying to double stack up together. Fida's going to get the silence. The hip fire buff as well. Finally gets traded, but the damage has already been done. Sukri's down to 32 HP, does find 2, but it's all he's going to be able to find. This Mindfreak roster is looking diffy.
Dude.
What
Remember that time back in Modern Warfare 19 we were like talking to the Renegades, to people like on Twitter and stuff, just like, yo, fly these guys to the States. We want to watch these guys.
I want to get this.
I want this more often, dude. Inject it straight into my veins. I mean, we're not lying to you, chat. People in the venue that can't hear us right now. This is a good Atlas Lions search team. Like, flat out, this has been what has saved them in every single season of Elite, and they are getting beat to a pulp right now.
Super 0-3 in Search and Destroy. Didn't think I was going to say that. 2-2 split for Mindfreak in their round 4 offense. You got Fido that's encroaching very quickly all the way through Wine. Doesn't even have that silence. Finds good damage, but the bait play is honestly working. Luca's just waiting for the call to try to plant it A.
This is all noise. Yeah, this is really not a full commitment in any form for Mindfreak. They're just trying to create a little bit of disturbance towards B. Keep this Atlas Lions team guessing. And now with a minute on the clock, if they kill noise right here and just create doubt, I will literally bow onto my knees and praise them as the Search and Destroy gods. Red Core won't give him a chance, though. Fida does get taken down over towards Chandelier entry. Shock's mid-map just goes completely unpredicted because why would he ever be there? Stun will lock him into place for a time being, but he still will hold his life and will continue into the 2v2.
Trophy system. He's still causing a lot of ruckus over here. All the noise that he continues to create. Look at the doubt for Super and Sukri. They thought it was still happening over at A. The bomb's being planted at B.
All right, Luca. 1v2. Definitely more than doable. No dead silence, but he does have a Semtex to try to check this bomb for him. Super, Sukri trying to work together. This is going Freezer side. They've made their way in. Luca dipping his toes. Getting a little hot over here by the fountain. No one on yet. Here comes Luca for the check. He's going to get Sukri for free here. Oh, doesn't fully check. It doesn't matter. The Semtex does land. He needs a double check. Make sure no one's on for the defuse. No one there. But, of course, now he's, of course, given his position up. Sukri hops. He has to be able to hold this. Super's trying to watch the corner. Sukri, elbow getting shot. Shots through. Does he get on in time? It's going to be super close.
Oh, it's tight.
It's going to be real tight.
Oh, it's a photo finish.
Squeeze everything you've got. No!
Detonation. Oh, no. Little 1v2 clutch. The bait play not only happens once at the beginning of the round, it happened twice.
Brother.
Almost thrice. But there's no way that Shox, without dead silence, is able to cause that much distress to where both Rancor and teammate goes back over to double check it. They thought the bomb was still going over there.
Brother.
Luca was over in Wine yesterday. Like, he was just vibing over there for all the confirmation that, if you are looking from a Shox perspective, that he saw 2 players on the death screen. That's all the information you need to know for Luca, who already exhausted dead silence to get himself in that win condition. Insanity ensuing.
Bro, they're 4-0 up. What? Come on. And now we're going to get a quick get through. Oh, dude. This is 4D freaking COD right now. They are playing in another dimension. Zach on the backside. 1 for 1 from that position is more than okay. And you can see Atlas Lions, they have no idea what to do. They were completely split up.
Yaka with the bomb. Needs some assistance just to leave. Fido's just playing over by the fountain. Just beams him where he crosses. Sukri, 75% with dead silence charge. I mean, brother, you would need a whole 1v3 just to deny map point and
serious point. What?
Good luck, have fun.
Yeah. Emphasis on the luck part.
They're not giving him anything either.
No, why would you? You know, again, we're getting to the point in the bracket here where it's just like, don't do anything stupid. And Mindfreak are not doing anything stupid right now. Nice shot. Sukri takes down Luca for free. Shox repositioning to the second floor. Fight is still lurking to make sure there's no cross. Sukri almost got a good look at a second. Dead silence. Bomb picked up. He's going to play for the kills. Brother.
Oh, no.
It is running at him with a knife.
The Benny Hill music has really come and encapsulated my headset.
Oh, boy.
You'll see it from...
Fight is be like, what are you doing? It's like, what are you doing, brother?
What's up, brother?
Brother?
Yeah. I mean, the dead silence push with about 18 seconds remaining, he could have realistically made it his way all the way back over towards B. He only saw one player bottom bedroom. He found the kill over by the bomb. It would have been close. You only need 4.5 seconds to get the plant. It would have been really tight, but oh my God. 5-0, Mindfreak. Super is 1-5. Everybody sharing the legwork on Mindfreak up on series point.
Brother. It's the only word I got right now. Stuns from the second floor. Luca watching it. Trophy denied any actual information for the defense's perspective, and the defense is starting to move around to stack up towards mid. I mean, you've already got Fida super deep into Restaurant, and if he gets a whiff of information on where Yako's positioned, this bomb's going to flip back over to B.
It's like the previous round. Just Fida still has dead silence. He's creating distress, opening up doors. Look at Yako. He has no idea what's happening. Pops dead silence. He gets the hell out of there. There has been maybe 10 bullets shot so far in this round. And the Atlas Lions still have no idea what's going on.
You know what's another little fun mini tech that we're seeing? Mindfreak on offense continually drop the bomb and leave it for Fida to late rotate back over so they can get further up.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Long flank on the way from Yako, but it's not going to get here in time, especially with Zach controlling top bedroom like this. He'll take the Vaznev, takes the challenge, and oh, you think he's feeling himself? Rencourt denies. Long-range shots impressive, but doesn't get the kill. Still an advantage to Mindfreak. 33 seconds on the clock. Rencourt's got to go. Yako from the flank finally gets here. Fida responds to the kill of his own. Now we play this from opposite sides of the default spawns. And Fida could just hold this shoulder the entire way through. I mean, there's not an option here for Atlas Lions. You have to try to stick this and say, get down, Mr. President, or Senor Presidente, as they would say on comms. Rencourt gets the kill. Shox takes Yako off.
No immediate trade.
Rencourt has to hold it. Shox should surely check just with enough time. Here he comes. Shots through, and a 6. Oh, excuse me. What?
Huh.
We're confused, everyone. Yeah. That shouldn't happen.
That's, I gotta pull up my bingo card because I'm pretty sure I didn't have that on it. That was, woohoo! And that's what Apex got to offer, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absurd. And you know what's even crazier, too, is that it wasn't just in the slang. It was also in just their diversity of strategy.
Yeah.
It's like you were even pointing out, yeah, the bomb dropping is always really cool mechanic that we have here in Modern Warfare 2. But even beyond that, their rollouts were never too one-dimensional.
No.
And by doing so, by utilizing the throwables, by throwing shots, opening up doors, whatever it may have you, they were just playing the Atlas Lions like a fiddle.
Yep.
They had no idea what's happening on either side. Their stuns, their nades, their opening shots found absolutely nothing on a very wall-bangable map that is Greenberg Hotel. This Mindfreak roster came to play.
I'll say. Are you kidding? I mean, that is a statement and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, Super could do nothing on the hard point. Didn't have a chance to even use the sniper rifle and Surge because Mindfreak were literally in their backline from the minute go every single round, it felt like. And if Zach is going to continue to play at that pace with Shox, dude, sign me up for a long run out of this Mindfreak team because they're playing like with a level that not a lot of other squads here currently are based on what we've seen from things like the Elite, for instance.
Just keep that boy hydrated. My word. That's, oh man, this SMG duo is absolutely electric. I mean, this is essentially going to end up being like a Shox and Zach highlight reel, but
for real,
I want you all to really kind of look at, even at as far as the minimap is concerned, through a lot of these different areas, not only through the Fortress, but even through the Hotel Search, if we end up even having some of those rounds being replayed out. Here is that very close last little 1v2 that ended up coming through, the reaction as well. I mean, I want to say it was like maybe 0.2 seconds away from the defuse, able to at least come through, but the Bob detonation gets the job done. This SMG duo is playing with a certain amount of fire that honestly the Atlas Lions weren't ready for, you and I were expecting, wasn't ready for as well, and a certain hush comes through the entirety of the arena as the Atlas Lions get knocked down to the lower bracket by Mindfreak.
Well, a certain hush, except for one side of the stage.
Well,
I'm telling you, these Aussie boys, they love to talk, and rightfully so after a performance like that. I'm telling you, these guys are going to make a run. Claiming it right now. I made a claim earlier today, it didn't come through. This one I think is going to hold, though. Yeah. That's a electric performance. And the thing that's really cool about that, sure, the SMGs really stole the show, but I have a feeling that when required, that Luka and Fida combination can also shut things down at range. So I'm pumped to see how that match up against potential NA opponents, where that is a lot of the battle is what's happening on the AR side of things. Holy, what a first day we've had today. We said we were probably going to see some sort of upsets. I wouldn't necessarily fully label that as an upset, but in the fashion at which it happened, definitely steals some attention.
Oh, like it's not an upset, it's an up-C? Like
up-C?
Yeah, I don't know. Just drop the T maybe, but I mean, like, again, I don't think a lot of people were even maybe minorly expecting for Mindfreak to be able to come out. Much less even, I know it was happening off-stream. I was watching that point-blank match versus O-Mid as well.
Yeah.
These guys are really coming to play at the end of the year and better now than ever, I suppose.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, even going through Vanguard champs last year as well, like APAC, yeah, they made at least a certain argument, but not exactly what they want as far as a regional representation is concerned. Definitely going to be wanting to tune in tomorrow for sure as we move to best of 5 to be able to see what this Mindfreak looks like on some other map mode combinations.
Yep, our upper bracket moves to the top 16 overall teams. Of course, there's still more fighting in the lower bracket, but the big thing is we get out of best of 3s and we move into the traditional best of 5, where we're really going to learn a lot about who's possibly our favorite, if we even have one, as we dig through the day. Because at the moment, I mean, we've been talking about it like between us overall. It's like with the 64 teams that we had, this is essentially Champs Junior. All of our major components of who's going to be probably at Champs are here, maybe except the LATAM region. So this is a really good taste as far as not what the international scene looks like across the board, across 3 of our regions, but also where exactly the power struggle currently stands within our at least 3 regions of COD challengers that we have here represented in Toronto. But with that, that is the end of day 1. You can see this place cleared out pretty quickly. It is warm in here, and it smells a little funny, so we're also going to try to get out of here as well. Nice to see you, Steve-O. Thanks for showing up. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Best of 5 action starting at 10 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. You better wake up. You better bring some coffee. We're going to be doing it, so you better do it too. See you then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.